Chapter 1: The Labor of Song Family Manor. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, hanging so low they seemed within reach. Thunder rumbled ominously as a storm approached. At the foot of Datong Mountain, a young boy was strenuously bundling 2 piles of firewood. He kept glancing anxiously at the sky, his hands moving faster with unconscious urgency. The youth was barely 15, with delicate features, shoulder-length hair, a straight nose bridge, and tightly pressed lips that formed clear contours. Yet his hands, thick and powerful, betrayed his age with their uncharacteristic strength. Once the firewood was securely tied, the boy hoisted the bundles onto his shoulders and sprinted like the wind towards Song Family Manor at the mountain's base. Ignoring the sweat pouring down his face like thick slurry, he focused solely on delivering the wood with all possible speed. Seeing the manor right ahead, a glimmer of joy flashed in the young man's eyes as he quickened his pace. But just then, a deafening thunderclap erupted in the sky, and suddenly, pea-sized raindrops poured down like broken strings of pearls, flooding the heavens and the earth. In moments, his coarse cloth robe was soaked through. The Song Family Manor in the rain grew indistinct, and pressing the bundles of firewood on both ends of his carrying pole, the young man sped up once more. The Song Family Manor sprawled over hundreds of acres, its massive scale featuring rows upon rows of over 100 buildings. Encircling it all was a 20-foot-high outer wall, sheltering every structure inside. Near the southeastern corner lay a separate, imposing compound. The buildings within were grand, constructed entirely of blue stone, utterly distinct from the dwellings elsewhere. This was the residence of the manor's master, Song Howren, while the other houses belonged to the Song clan's collateral branches and unrelated retainers. Lu Chung, bearing his load of firewood, was heading straight for Song Howren's residence. As a servant of the Song Family Manor, one of his daily tasks was to gather 2 bundles of firewood from Datong Mountain. Beyond that, he fetched water, swept floors. In short, any odd job that needed doing fell to him. "Little Chung, why didn't you return sooner?" By the side gate, a gray-haired old man had been anxiously scanning the distance. Spotting Lu Chung with his pole, he charged into the torrential rain without hesitation, a mix of scolding and concern on his face as he forcibly took the load from Lu Cheng's shoulders. "Dad, I'm fine." Though Lu Chung insisted on carrying the load, the strength in his father's grip was something he couldn't refuse. Lu Zhong was an outsider laborer in Song Family Village, a martial artist with 3 internal energy levels. Among the village laborers, he ranked upper middle, while Lu Chung hadn't even reached the first level of internal energy and simply couldn't resist. "Hurry back and change clothes. Don't let the cold seep into your body." After carrying the firewood to the shed, Lu Zhong said with concern to Lu Chung, who followed behind. As someone with 3 levels of internal energy, getting rained on meant little to him. But Lu Chung was just an ordinary person now. Not even having reached the first level of internal energy, he couldn't even be considered a true martial artist. "It's all right. I'll go back with you later." Lu Chung gave an honest smile, simply taking off his shirt and wringing it out forcefully at the doorway. He could feel his father's love. Though he'd never known his mother since childhood, the love from his father and 2 adoptive fathers far surpassed what other children receive for both parents. The woodshed was spacious, with firewood piled mountain-high inside, yet it didn't feel chaotic. All the logs were neatly bundled and stacked in perfect order. The split firewood was bundled into square parcels and arranged against the walls. "Old Lu, this wood is damp. It can't go in the shed." A sly voice suddenly called from the doorway. It was Song Ping, the overseer of the utility courtyard. Though bearing the same lowly position as Lu Zhong, without inner strength training, his status was marginally higher simply because he shared the Song surname and was a distant relative of Song Howren. "Brother Ping, please come in. It's raining out here. This wood just got lightly sprinkled. It'll dry overnight in here with no trouble." Lu Zhong forced a courteous smile despite his inner resentment. Were it not for his son Lu Cheng, he wouldn't have given Song Ping the time of day. "I won't stay, old Lu. Though Lu Chung is your son, aren't we all family here at the estate? Don't put me in a difficult position." Song Ping frowned. His minimal authority extended only over a handful of laborers. While Lu Zhong might outrank him in status, with Lu Cheng under his management, Lu Zhong dared not show defiance in his presence. Yes, indeed. Chang'e is still young, so I must ask Brother Ping to be more patient with him. Lu Zhong was 20 or 30 years older than Song #Ping, yet in front of him, he behaved like a junior. Old Lu, I know you dote on your son, but can you protect him forever? If you truly want to protect him, you should let him take over your duties sooner. Song #Ping glanced at Lu Cheng and sighed as he spoke. Lu Cheng could be considered an outsider among the Song family manners disciples. Nearly 15 years old, he hadn't even reached the first layer of inner strength, utterly useless. Only Lu Zhong still treated him like a treasure. In Song #Ping's eyes, Lu Cheng was destined to remain a servant for life. If he failed to break through to the first layer of inner strength within the next 2 years, he would likely end up like Song #Ping himself, forever an ordinary man. Listening to Song #Ping's complaints, Lu Zhong could only force an occasional polite laugh. Truthfully, firewood getting wet in the rain was normal. The weather in Datong Mountain was notoriously fickle, swinging between sunshine and rain in the blink of an eye. But since Song #Ping insisted on making an issue of it, there was little Lu Zhong could do. In the end, Lu Zhong promised to treat him to wine after receiving his monthly allowance, which satisfied Song #Ping enough to leave. Dad, this Song Ping is nothing but a smug opportunist. Why bother being so polite to him? Lu Cheng and several other servants had long disliked Song Ping, who flaunted his Song family lineage, strutting around the manor and frequently punishing them without reason. It's nothing, just a meal with drinks. Ching'e, how's your progress with internal energy cultivation? Lu Zhong asked. His humble demeanor toward Song Ping was solely to prevent his son from suffering unjust treatment. Yet Lu Zhong also felt there was some truth in Song Ping's words. He should indeed push Lu Cheng to train harder. At 62 years old, he had no grand ambitions left in life. All he wished for was his son to make something of himself. He didn't dare hope for too much, just that his son could become a manor guard like him would suffice. For an ordinary person, becoming a manor guard was no easy feat at the very least. One had to cultivate the first level of internal energy. Here, strength dictated everything. With his 3 levels of internal energy, Lu Zhong had managed to serve Song Manor his entire life. Song Manor was one of the 3 great noble families of Datong County, with a legacy spanning over a century. Aside from the dozens of Song family disciples who practiced internal martial arts, there were also over 100 external guards bearing different surnames. Most of these guards had only 1 or 2 levels of internal energy, while just over 10 had reached the 3rd level. As for the 4th level, there was only one, the guard captain, Sun Boyong. This group of village warriors commanded formidable strength that couldn't be underestimated throughout Datong County. Consider this. The entire county had only 3 noble families. Apart from Song Haoran from Song Family Village, who belonged to the 7th level of internal energy, the top experts from the other 2 families merely peaked at the 6th level. Although the difference between the peak of 6th level and the 7th level of internal energy appeared minute, this tiny gap formed an almost insurmountable barrier. Many martial artists would spend their entire lives unable to break through this divide. It was precisely this disparity that granted Song Family Village, despite being located at the foot of Datong Mountain, the reputation of possessing the most formidable power in the entire county. Lu Zhong was a 3rd-level internal strength expert, ranking mid to upper among Song Family Manor's retainers. He earned a monthly stipend of 3 taels of silver. Had it not been for Lu Cheng, his life would have been quite comfortable. If Lu Cheng could reach the 1st level of internal strength, he could become a retainer of Song Family Manor, no longer needing to work as a laborer. Laborers earned no monthly stipend. Receiving merely a piece of meat or a few feet of cloth at year's end was considered an immense blessing. After leaving the estate, Lu Zhong and his son returned to their own home. Before Lu Cheng was born, Lu Zhong, like the other retainers, lived within the manor walls. Only married retainers who had settled down or members of the Song clan's outer branches lived outside in their own houses. After a century of succession, over 100 such scattered houses had sprung up beyond Song Family Manor. In their wake came taverns, general stores, blacksmiths, dumpling stalls, and furriers. From above, the estate could easily be mistaken for a bustling town. Of course, most of these businesses were under Song family manor's control, and outsiders hoping to trade here either had to invite the Song family as investors or found it nearly impossible. Their home was a tiny courtyard house with a narrow wooden gate barely wider than a man's shoulders. The door had no lock. A gentle push made it swing open, and a stone weight kept it shut from the inside. The cramped courtyard housed another stone weight and two thick wooden posts Lu Zhong used for strength training. Although there were enclosing walls, they stood less than 10 feet high and were made of rammed earth, paling in comparison to Song family manor's formidable fortifications. Beneath the thatched roof lay two modest rooms. Though humble, it was undeniably theirs, a place where warmth blossomed because loved ones dwelled within. Such houses could be found everywhere in Songjia Village, as it was impossible for everyone to build homes with blue brick tiles like those in Songjia Village. Those who lived separately outside were all descendants from the inner sectors of Songjia Village. Their livelihoods still depended on the village. They merely led independent lives beyond its boundaries. Chung'er, you're 15 this year. If you still can't reach the first level of internal energy, you'll likely never become a martial artist in this lifetime, Lu Zhong said earnestly, seated at the wooden dining table he had built. Since the age of 5, he had hoped Lu Cheng would cultivate internal energy, but by 15, the boy had yet to break through the first layer. Countless times, he had wondered, could it be that Lu Cheng was simply born unfit for martial training? In terms of intellect, Lu Cheng had entered Songjia Village's public-private school at 5 and worked as a servant there after turning 10. His academic performance had been decent, even placing near the top of his class. Had it not been for his own limited means, he would have sent Lu Cheng to the county school long ago. Father, Lu Cheng groaned inwardly, gazing helplessly at Lu Zhong. Ching'er, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't put in the effort now, you'll truly be stuck as a servant for the rest of your life. Lu Zhong hardened his heart and spoke sternly. It wasn't that he lacked interest in cultivating internal energy, but rather that whenever he tried to practice, he couldn't settle into meditation and would quickly stray from the right path. P.S. This chapter was censored due to name issues involving well-known figures, but has now been modified. Chapter 2, Straying from the Right Path. Starting tonight, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to cultivating internal energy. Lu Zhong hardened his heart and said sternly. Since childhood, he had doted excessively on Lu Cheng, treating him like a precious treasure, always afraid he might fall when held in the palm or melt when kept in the mouth. From the age of 5, Lu Zhong had required Lu Cheng to practice internal energy cultivation. But back then, Lu Cheng was just a child at heart, and Lu Zhong feared exhausting him. So he chose the seated meditation posture with legs hanging down for him. There are two basic seated postures for beginning internal energy cultivation. The cross-legged posture, which can be further divided into full lotus, half lotus, and free cross-legged positions. The double lotus position involves placing the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left thigh, with hands clasped together in front of the lower abdomen. This seated posture is solely for achieving stability without swaying, yet it requires considerable skill to master. The single lotus position entails resting the left leg atop the right leg while maintaining the same hand gesture as before. The free cross-legged pose represents the customary sitting style for most people. However, recognizing that none of these positions suited Lu Cheng's needs, he ultimately selected the perpendicular leg sitting posture for him. The so-called hanging leg sitting posture involves sitting on a chair of appropriate height, where the thighs remain level when seated. The calves should be perpendicular, with both feet flat on the ground and parallel, leaving enough space between the knees to fit two fists side by side. Yet even after months of practicing this position, Lu Cheng made no progress whatsoever. Later, he tried switching to the free cross-legged, single leg, and double leg lotus positions, but Lu Cheng still couldn't advance his practice. So much so that years later, many people regarded Lu Cheng as a martial arts failure. But Lu Zhong still refused to give up, believing that his own excessive indulgence had harmed Lu Cheng instead. I've told you the precautions for training many times, but I'll emphasize them again today, Lu Zhong said, making Lu Cheng sit cross-legged on the bed in the full lotus position. Dad, don't say any more. Isn't it just about the mouth, eyes, ears, and qi? Lu Cheng quickly interjected. Sometimes his father's nagging felt like torture. First, swallow the saliva, then turn your vision inward, be mindful of your breath, and don't use your mouth, Lu Zhong still reminded him. When cultivating internal energy and entering meditation, there are specific requirements for the five senses. For instance, regarding the mouth, it should be naturally closed, with the tip of the tongue curled upward and lightly touching the roof of the mouth. If saliva accumulates excessively, lower the tongue and swallow it slowly. This is known as swallowing the essence. Next comes the eyes. They should be closed to focus inward, directing inner vision to the corresponding body part as practice progresses. If the mind becomes restless with wandering thoughts during cultivation, open the eyes briefly, gaze into emptiness or the tip of the nose to interrupt the mental chatter, then close them again and resume sitting. This is called using the sword of wisdom to cut through tangled threads. Next is the ears. They must attentively listen to one's breath, maintaining a relaxed and natural rhythm without any harsh or forced sounds. Finally, there's the breath, the core of internal energy cultivation, which grows increasingly crucial as practice deepens. It's vital to maintain natural breathing, avoiding deliberate deep, fast, or slow breaths. Special attention should be paid to the exhale, while allowing the inhale to follow naturally without interference. Most importantly, never breathe through the mouth. These details were things he had repeatedly emphasized to Lu Cheng over 10 years. Seeing Lu Cheng comply, eyes lightly closed, breathing naturally, he quietly withdrew from the room. Cultivation requires a tranquil environment, and though he couldn't provide secluded chambers like the Song family manor for disciples, he did his utmost to create a relatively quiet space for Lu Cheng. While Lu Cheng practiced, he sat by the door, waiting until the session concluded. In truth, Lu Zhong never realized that the moment he left, Lu Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. It wasn't due to distraction from Lu Zhong. It had instead become a habit. Tilting his head slightly, he cast his gaze through a gap in the corner of the room. The night sky of Tianhua Kingdom glittered with stars, but Lu Cheng wasn't looking at the stars or the moon. He was staring at the vast expanse of the night itself. Since the age of 5, Lu Cheng had enjoyed gazing at the sky alone. At first, he was fascinated by the stars in the night sky, especially those that twinkled, always feeling as if they were reaching out to him. But one day, out of boredom, he deliberately ignored the stars and the moon, focusing instead on the darkest voids between them. This was how he discovered his true interest. Between stars lies boundless darkness. Most people look up at the sky and see only the glowing stars and the moon. But if one filters out those luminous objects, an entirely new world emerges. The deeper Lu Cheng stared into the darkness of the night, the farther his vision seemed to stretch, into depths profound, expansive, eternal. Lu Cheng had no idea what changes his daily observations would bring. Yet the more he gazed, the stronger his fascination grew. Passion is the finest teacher, indeed. Even when his father instructed him to cultivate his inner strength, his mind would quickly wander back to his night watching. He even carved a small opening in the roof so he could lie in bed and still gaze at the sky. By the age of 6, Lu Cheng felt an inexplicable force stirring between his eyebrows. Yet he didn't know its purpose or how it might affect his body. He simply indulged in what he loved. Over time, that force grew noticeably stronger, but he still hadn't uncovered its true significance. An hour later, the rain that had stopped began to fall again, heavier than before. The thick clouds that night frequently lit up with flashes of lightning, followed by deafening thunderclaps. While this greatly affected Lu Cheng's night vision, he had already entered a state of deep meditation, known as Ming vision. By this point, the rain, lightning, and thunder became mere disturbances to him. Yet at this moment, his gaze seemed to pierce through the downpour, perceiving the night sky in a peculiar, transcendent manner. Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt the energy at his brow burst forth from his body. Tracing the path of his gaze, it shot through the gap in the roof, pierced the raindrops in the air, and soared into the boundless night sky. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Cheng slowly withdrew his gaze. The energy at his brow also returned to his body. Previously, During meditation, he had only faintly sensed this force at his brow. But now, he could tangibly perceive it. Closing his eyes, Lu Cheng directed his spiritual awareness inward to inspect this energy. To his surprise, he soon realized he had somehow befriended this mysterious power. When Lu Cheng concentrated fully on this energy, he discovered he could gradually communicate with it. As he channeled it outward from his brow, it abruptly plunged into the wall before him. The moment the energy penetrated the wall, he felt as if he had entered it himself, seeing every grain and texture within the structure with perfect clarity. Lu Cheng felt like he had suddenly found his favorite toy. He kept retracting and releasing this mysterious energy, testing it on walls, tables, beds, quilts, even his own body. He had no idea what this force was, so he named it sensory perception. Whether it could be used against enemies remained unknown, but it allowed him to perceive all things within its range. Though limited to just a few meters at most, it was as if he had gained an invisible hand and an extra eye. Moreover, Lu Cheng could even sense Lu Zhong sitting outside the door. He felt deeply ashamed and remorseful. His father had given him everything, yet he had strayed from the right path. 10 years had passed, and he still hadn't broken through even the first layer of inner strength. Most of his childhood playmates had already attained inner strength, with a few even reaching the second layer. As soon as Lu Cheng stepped out of the mansion, Lu Zhong immediately rose upon hearing the movement. He had been sitting at the entrance all along, remaining unmoved even as thunder rolled outside. But the moment there was noise from within, he sprang to his feet. "Chenger, how did it go?" Lu Zhong pushed open the door and seized Lu Cheng's wrist in an instant, sending a surge of inner force probing inward. But soon, he silently sighed and released his grip. "Father, don't worry. Maybe I'm a bit different from others. Maybe I'll make a breakthrough someday." Seeing the disappointment on his father's face, Lu Cheng knew he had let him down again. But now, with his newfound perception, his confidence soared. If before he thought he'd only ever be a servant, now at the very least, he could be the most capable servant there was. "I hope so," Lu Zhong replied, his eyes clouded with a despondency he'd never shown before. He knew his own indulgence had sealed Lu Cheng's fate. He would never become a martial artist. Chapter 3. First layer of inner strength at midnight. Lu Zhong left for Song Manor. As a guard, his duty was to oversee security. With inner strength at the third layer, he was one of only about a dozen guards in Song Manor at that level. Among the guards, his standing was relatively high. Lu Zhong's tasks were straightforward, leading a few guards to patrol his assigned area once every 2 hours. Once his patrol was done, instead of returning to his quarters, he headed to the section patrolled by his sworn brother, Sian Xin. Like Lu Zhong, Sian Xin had also reached the third layer of inner strength. Lu Zhong's specialty was the Vajra fist, while Sian Xin's was the art of shrinking. The so-called body shrinking technique involves using internal energy to achieve spinal flexibility, allowing contraction and expansion. At its highest level, practitioners can shrink their entire skeleton into an extremely small bundle, much like how hedgehogs or porcupines curl up when threatened. Sian Xin, at the third level of internal energy, naturally couldn't achieve hedgehog-like compression, but he could still shrink himself to the size of a child. "Big brother, what brings you here today?" Sian Xin was about the same age as Lu Zhong. He was short in stature, thin and small, with a sallow complexion, making him particularly suited for practicing the body shrinking technique. "Just finished patrolling. Thought I'd stop by and sit for a while. Why didn't you come over for drinks tonight?" Lu Zhong sighed heavily. Lu Cheng's training still showed no progress. Though he didn't say it outright, his disappointment was profound. "I went to third brother's place. The kid caught a porcupine in the Datong Mountains. I'll bring some over for you tomorrow. With such heavy rain in the evening, how's Cheng doing?" Sian Xin asked. Like Lu Zhong, his greatest hope and joy now lay with Lu Cheng. But the boy was disappointing. Sian Xin, Lu Zhong, and Zhao Xian were all third-level internal energy experts, sworn brothers, and Lu Cheng was thus his godson. Yet despite 3 masters teaching 1 disciple, they still couldn't turn Lu Cheng into a true martial artist. Still no movement. Lu Zhong sighed and shook his head, deeply regretting not having been stricter with Lu Cheng during his childhood. Otherwise, they wouldn't be facing this situation now. Big brother, perhaps Chen, who truly isn't suited for martial arts, Sienna Xin said consolingly. Though he also regretted that Lu Chang couldn't cultivate martial skills. At least the boy remained obedient. Impossible. Lu Zhong snapped harshly. Though in his heart, he already acknowledged the truth, his lips would never concede it. Sienna Xin said no more, merely giving Lu Zhong a gentle pat on the shoulder. At dawn the next day, he dragged Lu Zhong to the tavern, where both drank themselves into a stupor and slept there until afternoon. Lu Cheng woke up unusually late. After Lu Zhong left the night before, he had spent the entire time playing with the sensing ability at his brow, a youthful indulgence he simply couldn't resist when faced with such an intriguing novelty. But after over 2 hours, he grew utterly exhausted. When he finally awoke to broad daylight, he tossed aside thoughts of his newfound ability, scrambled out of bed, and dashed straight to the utility yard. Lu Cheng, don't think you can act high and mighty just because your father's an inner-strength third-layer practitioner. Today, you're cutting an extra bundle of firewood. Song Ping, already at the yard since dawn, puffed up like a defeated rooster the moment he spotted Lu Cheng's belated arrival. Steward Song. Lu Cheng groaned inwardly, but seeing the smug gleam in Song Ping's eyes, he knew pleading would be futile and bit back his words. A chopping knife, 2 coils of rope, and a wooden pole. These were Lu Cheng's only tools. Normally, 2 bundles of firewood already stretched his limits for the day. With this additional penalty, he doubted he could finish before nightfall. The Datong Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, with only one main peak towering into the sea of clouds. The mountains were teeming with countless rare treasures and exotic beasts. However, the Song family village had a rule. Its members were strictly forbidden from venturing above the mountainside. As for laborers like Lu Cheng, they were only allowed at the foot of the mountain and couldn't even enter the forest depths. Otherwise, if they lost their lives, the Song family village would not take responsibility. Since childhood, Lu Cheng had heard others say that the Datong Mountains indeed held many rare treasures, but even more exotic beasts. Several members of the Song family village's clan disciples had even lost their lives up there. Later, Song Haoran issued an order prohibiting village members from going above the mountainside. Though the mountain's treasures were enticing, life was more important. Lu Cheng had been a laborer in the Song family village for 5 years now, and he had been gathering firewood for 3, earning him some reputation as skilled in the trade. However, he wasn't particularly strong, nor did he have much stamina, needing about an hour and a half to chop a full load of firewood. But today, Lu Cheng noticed he was unusually efficient. In less than an hour, he had already chopped a full load. After bundling it tightly with rope, he glanced at the sky and decided to gather another half load. Soon, however, he discovered the reason behind his newfound speed. He grasped the branch in his hand and could immediately tell the best spot to make the cut. At first, he hadn't noticed this. After all, he had been chopping firewood for 3 years and was naturally familiar with the task. But no matter how familiar one was, perfection was never guaranteed. Yet today, he could achieve precision. Every strike of his blade landed on the branch's weakest point. Not only was he more efficient than before, but he also expended far less energy. Lu Cheng pondered carefully and soon uncovered the secret. When he picked up the branch, a subtle force from between his brows traveled down his arm and into the wood. In his mind, an image of the branch's internal structure flashed vividly. The angled cut he made felt as effortless as a master butcher dissecting an ox. Though it was just chopping firewood, he experienced an exhilarating satisfaction. Branches that once required 2 or even 3 strikes now yielded to a single clean cut. Overjoyed, Lu Cheng realized that the sensing power he had cultivated by gazing at the starry sky every night was not useless after all. Glancing at the sky, he saw it wasn't time for the midday meal yet, so he lay down on the freshly cut firewood. Normally, he would chop 2 loads of firewood a day, and even if he finished early, he would wait until mealtime to return. Heading back too soon might prompt Song Ping to give him more chores. Lu Cheng was young, but he wasn't foolish. The azure sky forced Lu Cheng, with his hands behind his head, to half close his eyes. Despite chopping wood all morning, he didn't feel particularly tired. His thoughts turned again to the sensing power at his brow. Since the age of 5, his greatest joy at night had been meditating on the starry sky. Before, he had noticed slight anomalies between his brows but paid them no mind. Only last night had the sensing power surged outward, allowing him to perceive everything within a 10-foot radius. I simply feel ashamed before my father. For all these years, I've never managed to reach the first level of internal strength. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he ought to strive harder in cultivating internal strength. Even if not for himself, he should do it for his father's sake. As the thought took hold in his mind, the subtle sensation at his brow instantly followed, diving into his meridians. It advanced slowly yet tenaciously, tracing the pathways of his energy channels. Under the intense impact of his inductive power, the previously blocked meridians within him gradually began to feel clear. It was as though a clogged canal, choked with silt, had unexpectedly been navigated by a loach, wriggling tirelessly from one end to the other. Soon, Lu Chang felt with every exhalation a surge of warmth flowing into the region near his heart. Had he asked Lu Zhong, the old man would surely have exclaimed in delighted surprise. This was the unmistakable sign of internal energy concentrating within him. At this point, it was essentially the prelude to the beginning. The internal force concentrated at the heart's hollow, following intentional breath movement, extending and sinking with each exhale, gradually advancing toward the lower abdomen. The lower abdomen is where the body's lower dantian resides. With every exhalation, a stream of warmth would flow into the dantian. The abdomen gurgled softly, intestinal movements intensified, and the internal force began accumulating bit by bit. This is the stage of sinking qi into the dantian. Reaching this point marks the beginning of mastering internal energy cultivation. For an ordinary person, achieving this typically takes just 3 to 5 months. Yet for Lu Chang, it took a full decade, and this was only possible with the aid of his sensory powers. Had it not been for his sensory abilities paving the way ahead, who knows how much longer it might have taken. Lu Chang felt a growing warmth in his lower abdomen, where a mound of qi gradually took form. As time passed, the heated current flowing from his heart center to the lower abdomen accelerated, its volume swelling. The mound of qi expanded as well. Even his perineum pulsed intermittently, while his limbs, waist, and back flared with sporadic waves of heat. As the dantian began to fill and the lower abdomen grew increasingly robust, the pulsations at the perineum quickened. Lu Chang could feel his lower back growing hotter, the Mingmen point thrumming with vibrant inner energy. A surge of power climbed steadily along his spine. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat shot upwards with violent force, breaching the governing vessel in a single, decisive rush. When the inner force passes through the jade pillow, Yuzhen, and Baihui points, it descends through the Magpie Bridge into the Ren Meridian. The small heavenly circuit is now unblocked. The small heavenly circuit refers to the flow of internal qi starting from the lower dantian, ascending against the governor meridian, Dumai, then descending along the conception meridian, Renmai. It passes through the 3 gates of the tailbone, Weilu, Jiaji, and Jade Pillow, Yuzhen, the 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower, and the upper and lower Magpie Bridges. The upper Magpie Bridge is located at the Yintang point and nasal passages, while the lower Magpie Bridge is at the perineum and anal canal, completing the cyclical motion. At this moment, with each inhalation, the inner force enters the sea of consciousness, brain center, and with each exhalation, it returns to the dantian. The speed of the inner force's movement through the meridians grows increasingly rapid, while the blockages within the meridians diminish steadily. Lu Chang couldn't tell how many small heavenly circuits he had completed, only that his mind was suddenly filled with a series of resonating booms. The energy mound in his lower abdomen burst open all at once, and his entire body was flooded with an indescribable sense of lightness and euphoria. Lu Chang now burned with the urge to shout at the top of his lungs, for he knew he had finally reached the first layer of inner force mastery. Chapter 4. Sensory Perception, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Time always flies swiftly during moments of joy. Glancing at the sky, Lu Chang inwardly cursed. He lost track of time. Setting aside his elation, He hastily shouldered his bundle of firewood and sprinted towards Song family village. As soon as Lu Cheng hoisted the firewood onto his shoulders, he immediately sensed something unusual. A load of firewood weighed nearly 100 jin at the very least. In the past, no matter how fast he moved, he could only manage a brisk trot while carrying it. Yet today, the firewood on his shoulders seemed weightless, as if it weren't there at all. Unconsciously, his running speed had increased significantly compared to usual. The breakthrough to the first layer of internal force had already begun transforming his physique and strength, and it would gradually change his life as well. But at this moment, Lu Cheng had no time to dwell on this. If he missed the mealtime, he would go hungry. In truth, Lu Cheng hadn't noticed that he didn't feel hungry at all right now. His frantic dash back was merely force of habit. Yet even at his fastest speed, by the time he reached the kitchen, there was no food left. Lu Cheng had no choice but to resign himself to fate. After delivering the firewood to the storeroom, he had to turn back and head to Datong Mountain once more. Lu Zhong, who had no daytime duties, came to fetch Lu Cheng in the evening. It was only upon arriving at the servants' quarters that he heard the news. Today, Lu Cheng had been punished. What's more, Lu Cheng had missed lunch and was now chopping firewood on Datong Mountain on an empty stomach. The news clenched Lu Zhong's heart with worry. He knew Lu Cheng must have sensed his disappointment last night, and now being punished for tardiness today, the boy was surely feeling quite dejected. This filled him with guilt and self-reproach. As a father, failing to take proper care of his son was truly dereliction of duty. But this time, Lu Zhong had misjudged. Right now, Lu Cheng's heart was brimming with exhilaration. Though he had to cut an extra bundle of firewood today, he actually felt lighter than ever. The chopping knife in his hand seemed to have gained a soul. His thoughts directed its movements, striking wherever he willed. In barely the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he'd completed his task. However, Lu Cheng had no intention of returning early. He had his own little scheme. Going back ahead of time might just earn him more menial chores from Song Ping. Only when dusk began to blur the horizon did he shoulder the final bundle of firewood and head back to the Song family estate. "Dad, why did you come again?" Lu Cheng spotted Lu Zhong from afar. Given yesterday's torrential rain, his father fetching him had been understandable, but there was no need for it today. "Your two godfathers have already ordered dishes at Baoqing Tower. Today we're treating you to a fine meal," Lu Zhong said with a smile. At noon, he had met with Xian Axin and Zhao Xian to discuss Lu Cheng's situation. The three brothers ultimately agreed that since Lu Cheng wasn't suited for martial arts training, they shouldn't force it anymore. Making Lu Cheng practice internal energy every day would only impose a tremendous psychological burden on him. Although all three of them had hoped Lu Cheng could become a master of internal energy, such talent couldn't be forced. If they continued pushing him, not only would it weigh heavily on Lu Cheng, but it would also leave the three of them plagued by guilt. They decided they would not only stop forcing Lu Cheng to train in martial arts, but would also never mention it in front of him again. Though Lu Cheng might not be able to master martial arts, this might not be a bad thing. While masters of internal energy may seem glamorous, their lives often hang by a thread. Sometimes, being an ordinary person isn't necessarily a misfortune. "That's great, Dad. There's something I haven't told you yet about internal energy," Lu Cheng said excitedly. He had broken through to the first level of internal energy, though somewhat late. It was still a great joy for him. With the eagerness of youth, he couldn't wait to share this happiness with his father. "Chenger, regarding the matter of internal energy, your two adoptive fathers and I have discussed it and decided we won't require you to practice martial arts anymore. Actually, being an ordinary commoner is perfectly fine." A flicker of despair flashed through Lu Zhong's eyes as he comforted Lu Cheng this way. Though in truth, wasn't he also comforting himself? Practicing martial arts may involve facing dangers, but does abstaining from it mean one can avoid dangers altogether? With internal energy, not only can you protect yourself, but also strengthen your body. If one could reach beyond the 5th level of internal energy, they'd be formidable enough to walk sideways through the Datong Mountains. But since they had unanimously decided, as the eldest brother, he naturally had to firmly carry out their decision. "I actually already," Liu Cheng stammered in shock. never expecting them to forbid his cultivation practice right after he had achieved the first layer of internal energy. From now on, don't mention cultivation in front of your father again. Lu Zhong knew his son was filial and would persist through gritted teeth just to avoid disappointing him. Rather than see Lu Cheng carry this burden, it was better for both father and son to find release sooner rather than later. Seeing the resolve in his father's eyes, Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said nothing more. He mused to himself that he would find another opportunity to tell his father later. If they wouldn't let him cultivate openly, couldn't he simply practice in secret? The Baoqing Pavilion was the tallest and grandest restaurant in Song Family Village, standing 3 stories high. From its top floor, one could overlook the entire village. Of course, dining on the 3rd floor was prohibitively expensive. Even someone like Lu Zhong, a village guard, would need 2 months' wages for a single meal there. So today, they had to settle for the 2nd floor. Yet even this modest choice would cost them a hefty sum of 1 tael of silver. When Lu Zhong and Lu Cheng arrived on the 2nd floor of Baoqing Tower, Xian Xin and Zhao Xian were already there. Lu Zhong was their sworn brother, the eldest at 62 years old. Xian Xin ranked 2nd at 59, while Zhao Xian, the youngest of the trio, was 55. Greetings, respected foster fathers. Lu Cheng immediately bowed slightly upon seeing them, speaking respectfully. Cheng'er, I heard you were punished with an extra load of firewood today? Xian Xin asked with evident concern. That Song Ping brat, just because he used to be 2nd master's lackey, runs amok in the estate. I've long been fed up with him. Zhao Xian, tall and thin, with a somewhat pallid complexion, looked like someone who'd make your knees knock if encountered at night. Let's not dwell on such gloomy matters today. Eat first, Lu Zhong said, feeling deeply remorseful. Though Lu Cheng was his son, he couldn't provide him a better life. The only thing he'd managed was a few years of schooling for the boy. Yet now, Lu Cheng remained just a servant, who knew when this would ever end. Before the Lu brothers arrived at Song Family Village, they were wandering souls who relished drinking from large bowls and eating generous portions of meat. Naturally, when they dined at Baoqing Restaurant, they ordered only meat dishes. Lu Cheng, having gone a full day without food, watched with voracious eyes glowing green. His chopsticks flew like lightning until his belly was round and taut. Only then did he stop. Little Cheng, why are you eating so much today? Zhao Xian knew Lu Cheng loved meat, but today it was unusual. He had practically devoured every dish on the table. I don't know either. I just feel especially hungry today, Lu Cheng replied. Having just reached the first level of internal energy, his body naturally demanded more nourishment. What Lu Cheng didn't realize was that the internal energy he cultivated was acquired internal energy refined from breath and the essence of food and drink. Today, not only had he just attained the first level of internal energy, but he had also exerted his sensory force extensively, depleting enormous amounts of energy. Thus, he needed copious amounts of meat to replenish his strength. Cheng'er didn't eat at noon today. Lu Zhong explained for him, while inwardly letting out a heavy sigh. Zhao Xian and Lu Zhong exchanged glances, their eyes clouded with gloom. Lu Cheng hadn't enjoyed much comfort following them, and now he wasn't even able to cultivate inner strength. Moreover, Song Ping from the miscellaneous courtyard often bullied Lu Cheng. Lu Zhong had already made up his mind. He must properly teach Song Ping a lesson. Lu Cheng focused solely on eating and didn't notice their silent communication. As he neared fullness, he finally slowed his pace of eating. Conversations between elders weren't something he could participate in. Having nothing better to do, Lu Cheng began playing with his sensing ability again. Extending his perception, he first scanned his father to the left, finding only a small piece of broken silver, some copper coins, and a copy of the Vajra fist manual apart for what he normally carried. Lu Cheng had seen this martial arts manual before, though he'd never practiced it. He simply hadn't expected to see it again through his sensing ability now. Concentrating his perception on the manual, fragments of its contents began flashing through his mind. Being familiar with the manual already, he recognized some passages as coming from the beginning sections while others came from later parts. Lu Cheng found it quite fascinating. Slowly, he controlled his sensing power, starting with the book pages, meticulously releasing it bit by bit. Soon, he could see the contents of the first few pages, but they all appeared merged together. These pages of the martial arts manual seemed transparent to him. However, if all pages were transparent, distinguishing which content belonged to which page became extremely difficult. He realized this was caused by his poor control over the sensing power. After dozens of attempts, Liu Cheng finally grasped a trick. Initially, he would always release the entire burst of sensing power from his brow all at once. In truth, the sensing power could also be adjusted in intensity. Just like how a person approaches tasks, if one always exerts full strength, not only would they quickly exhaust themselves, but the efficiency of their work would also diminish significantly. When he could see the pages of the Vajra Fist manual one by one, a look of triumphant joy appeared on his face. Zhao Xian, sitting across from Liu Cheng, noticed his unusual behavior and asked what was wrong, but Liu Cheng brushed it off with vague excuses. Since Liu Cheng hadn't even mentioned the internal energy matter to his father, he certainly wouldn't bring up his sensory perception ability. Moreover, he now treated this sensory power as his personal plaything. If word got out, he might face scolding. After examining the items on his father's person, curiosity piqued, Liu Cheng redirected his sensory perception towards Sienna Xin on his right. Sienna Xin also carried a small booklet, along with a few copper coins. The booklet bore 3 characters: body shrinking technique. This was Sienna Xin's signature martial skill. Chapter 5, Daily Refinement. After finishing his meal, Liu Cheng went home alone, while the 3 Liu brothers, Liu Zhong and his sworn siblings, stayed behind to drink. They still had night duty later. By the time they finished drinking, it would likely be nearing high hour, 9 to 11 p.m. Once Liu Cheng left, Zhao Xian remarked, "Big brother, that brat Song Ping treats Cheng-er this way. We ought to teach him a proper lesson." "Forget it, Cheng-er still works under him. Song Ping has a fondness for minor gains. Just throw him some petty benefits," Liu Zhong replied. Currently serving as a guard for the Song family manor, he ate their rice after all. Song Ping used to be Song Eri, second master Song, Yichun's subordinate. If they angered Yichun, their lives wouldn't be easy. Now that they're all older, getting expelled from Song family village would make survival a struggle. Besides, after years of comfortable living, their once ambitious spirits had long been worn down into worldly pragmatism. "Brother, we've already stooped low enough by working as estate guards here. Now we have to endure the insolence of a petty man like Song Ping. It infuriates me to no end." Sienna Xin slammed the table, his face dark with anger. "You still haven't managed to control that fiery temper of yours. Now that we're estate guards, we must completely abandon our old ways," Liu Zhong admonished. "Big brother, you didn't ask Cheng-er about inner strength today. I noticed he looked quite happy." Zhao Xian also changed the subject. "Indeed, the stone that's weighed on his heart for years is gone. No wonder he's all smiles now. Let me remind everyone again, from now on, nobody is to mention cultivation in front of Cheng-er. Even if he brings it up himself, don't engage," Liu Zhong said with grave seriousness. Liu Cheng had no idea that his 3 fathers had once again reached a consensus. They wouldn't speak to him about cultivating inner strength ever again. After returning home, he lay on his bed, using his sensory perception to observe the situation in the house. Liu Cheng felt his control over sensory perception had improved further today. Starting with objects nearby, he gradually extended his awareness outward. But achieving complete freedom in contraction and expansion would require more effort. Suddenly, Liu Cheng realized that using sensory perception to read books might be the best training method. However, apart from the Vajra Fist manual Liu Zhong kept in his robe, the Liu family only possessed those old primers from Liu Cheng's childhood private school days. Thinking of the Vajra Fist, Liu Cheng suddenly recalled Sienna Xin's shrinking technique. Although Liu Cheng had never seen Sienna Xin use it, his father had described it as truly miraculous. Once employed, the technique could shrink Sienna Xin's entire body to the size of an infant. Liu Cheng thought how amusing it would be if he could do the same. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Liu Cheng followed the instructions from the shrinking technique manual. He leaned his body forward as if about to topple, simultaneously stretching his spine fully. His hands rested naturally in front of his lap, his entire body relaxed. His feet stood slightly wider than shoulder-width apart to steady himself, his gaze fixed on the floor ahead, maintaining a completely natural posture. Next, Liu Cheng performed slow inhale-exhale tension-release exercises in the seated position. Gripping the front edge of the bed with both hands, he alternately pulled and relaxed to assist his body in opening and closing movements. He inhaled during the contraction phase and exhaled while relaxing during the forward extension. As he practiced, Liu Cheng naturally activated his internal energy. When executing the shrinking techniques, postures, and movements, his inner force circulated along specific meridians within his body. Originally, Liu Cheng found this movement quite uncomfortable and strenuous. But once his inner strength began to circulate, he suddenly felt the energy flowing through other meridians. Although the posture was somewhat peculiar, it no longer felt strenuous. Then he proceeded to the second movement, gripping the front edge of the bed frame with both hands, lifting upwards to stretch his elbows horizontally while allowing his shoulders to sink downward. At the same time, his body followed the upward pull of his hands by drawing inward, arching his back outward. At this moment, he sensed a subtle inhaling sensation within his body. By now, Liu Cheng's body was completely relaxed. His current posture involved a concave chest, what is called containing the chest, while his back naturally arched outward, forming a curved shape. At this stage, Liu Cheng didn't need to exert any force. It came naturally. If someone were standing beside him, they would clearly see that the top of his head and the tip of his tailbone were perfectly aligned in a straight line. If Xian Naxin were to witness this, he'd be utterly astounded, unable to believe his eyes. Although the body shrinking technique isn't some advanced martial skill, mastering its basics without guidance is nearly impossible. Yet here was Liu Cheng, having merely perceived Xie's manual with his sensory ability, practicing alone at home with such proficiency. If word got out, no one would believe it. As the first light of dawn crept across the sky, Liu Cheng concluded his meditation and arrived punctually at the compound. Today's task required him to gather 2 bundles of firewood. Upon reaching the foothills of Datong Mountain, he merely took a brief moment to chop his first bundle. Having now reached the first layer of inner strength, though untrained in martial techniques, he could channel this internal energy into his chopping knife. Combined with his heightened perception, the work became effortlessly efficient, having the effort while doubling the result. After chopping the firewood, he didn't bother to bind it. Instead, he climbed up a tree and sat sideways on a branch, practicing the art of body shrinking. 3 days later, Liu Cheng had already managed to shrink his body by 3 inches. If Xian Naxin knew of such progress, he would surely be utterly ashamed. Bear in mind that Xian Naxin had trained since childhood, yet still took him 5 years, only after his inner strength reached the second layer, to achieve his current level of mastery. Yet Liu Cheng accomplished it in just 3 days. Even if Xian Naxin had witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. After all, Liu Cheng was only at the first level of inner force. This simply shouldn't have been possible. Liu Cheng had no idea that the body shrinking technique would be incredibly difficult to master. For him, it wasn't too hard. As for his inner energy, that didn't seem like much of a challenge either. Just 3 days ago, he was still at the first layer of inner energy, but even as he devoted every spare moment to practicing the body shrinking technique, he hadn't neglected his inner energy cultivation. Now, he had already reached the peak of the first layer. Song Kai-Xian was the most outstanding disciple among the 3 generations of the Song family village. At just 18 years old, he had already reached the 4th layer of internal strength, a feat unparalleled in the entire Datong County. Yet, it took him a full year to progress from the first layer to the peak of internal strength. By contrast, Liu Cheng achieved this in merely 3 days, an unprecedented speed not only in Datong County, but likely across the entire Tianhua Kingdom. Internal strength forms the foundation of all martial techniques, and the body shrinking technique also relies on it. While practicing this technique, his internal strength grew continuously. Though moving from the early stage of the first layer to the peak was swift, breaking through the barrier of the first layer was far from easy. Moreover, each subsequent breakthrough would become increasingly difficult. Like a pyramid, only a select few can ever reach the summit. Of course, the reason for Lu Cheng's rapid growth and internal strength was primarily due to his sensory power. This power, gained from a decade of gazing at the starry skies, possessed unimaginable capabilities. Now, Lu Cheng had mastered its use with ease. Unlike internal strength, this sensory power had no tangible form, yet it was far more profound. However, since it had only manifested a few days ago, many of its functions remained undiscovered. At present, he only knew two things. First, his sensory power dramatically accelerated the growth of his internal strength. Second, it could extend outward, allowing him to perceive everything within a 3-meter radius. Though the range wasn't vast, its effectiveness satisfied him. His progress in the body shrinking technique filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. Whenever he was chopping firewood in the mountains or alone at home, he kept making himself shrink and grow. It should be noted that each shrinking consumed a great deal of inner strength, but Lu Cheng couldn't help himself. He delighted in it every day. 10 days later, Lu Cheng had mastered the art of shrinking to perfection. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. The votes are too few, and it's really affecting my mood. Chapter 6. Turtle Breath Technique. After reaching the peak of the first layer of inner strength, Lu Cheng deeply experienced the benefits it brought him. Chopping firewood felt effortless now. What used to take him a whole morning to gather a load now only required the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, his appetite had also grown significantly during this time, especially his craving for meat. However, Lu Zhong assumed he was just going through a growth spurt and didn't dwell on it further. As a menial laborer, Lu Cheng received no monthly allowance, making it impossible for him to eat meat at every meal. Lu Zhong's monthly stipend wasn't high either. While he could afford the occasional meal with meat and drink, even a foreman at the manor couldn't sustain daily visits to Baoqing restaurant. With less time spent chopping firewood, Lu Cheng had more free time on his hands. He had always gathered firewood at the foot of the mountain, where there were no wild beasts to speak of, but once he ventured into the hills, even just the lower slopes, small animals began to appear. Song Village had quite a few hunters, and they often returned with plentiful game from the areas below the mountainside. Lu Cheng was no hunter. He simply grabbed a wooden stick and ventured into the mountains. At first, lacking experience, his mere approach startled the prey long before he got close. His footsteps and the rustling of branches against his body sent them fleeing in all directions. Lu Cheng quickly realized it was the noise he made that frightened the animals away. Watching others effortlessly return with game slung over their shoulders made hunting seem simple. But once he entered the woods, he understood how difficult it truly was to secure any catch. After repeated failures, Lu Cheng learned that the key to success lay in concealing himself and moving without a sound. Lu Cheng discovered this was far harder than he imagined. Even when he shrank his body using contraction techniques, avoiding all sounds proved nearly impossible. Prey were everywhere, yet he could only watch helplessly. Swallowing his frustration, he suddenly thought of a clumsy solution. Closing his eyes, gripping his stick, he lay behind a shrub and extended a thread of his sensory awareness, scanning the surroundings. Soon, a hare crept softly into range. Though Lu Cheng couldn't see it, his senses saw it clearly. Without rising, he swung his stick with a whoosh through the air, striking the hare squarely on the head. The hare was big and plump, weighing over 3 jin. Lu Cheng held the hefty hare with a face full of smiles. Originally, he thought his sensory ability could only help him perceive things within a 10-foot radius, but now it seemed it was pretty good for satisfying his appetite too. That evening, Lu Cheng returned home early, skinned the hare, gutted it, chopped it into large pieces, and stewed them in a pot. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the pot. The moment Lu Cheng stepped into the courtyard, the tantalizing smell of meat filled the air, making one's mouth water. "Chinger, what's this?" Lu Zhong, seeing his son at home, lifted the pot lid and swallowed hard before asking. "It's a hare I caught today, Dad. Should I call the uncles over?" Lu Cheng said. Xian Xin and Zhao Xin occasionally went hunting too, and whenever they caught something, they would share a portion. "Go on, and bring back a jug of wine on your way back." Lu Zhong took out a few copper coins and reminded him. Lu Cheng had previously used his perception ability on both Lu Zhong and Xie Naxin. This time, when Zhao Xian arrived, Lu Cheng had a small scheme in mind. He sat right next to Zhao Xian. While the others drank, Lu Cheng ate his meal and quietly directed a strand of his perception toward Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian carried nothing of note apart from a pamphlet on the art of turtle breathing and a handful of copper coins. Neither Xie Naxin nor Zhao Xian had families. Their monthly stipends were spent on food and drink, with the occasional gamble. This art of turtle breathing greatly intrigued Lu Cheng. The so-called art of turtle breathing involved making one's breathing resemble that of a turtle, taking a deep breath and slowly releasing it in intervals underwater. Turtles were long-lived creatures, and mastering this art could not only extend one's lifespan, but also allow a person to achieve internal breathing. By the end of the meal, Lu Cheng had silently committed Zhao Xian's entire art of turtle breathing to memory. Half an hour before midnight, the three brothers, Lu Zhong and his companions, finally dispersed. Worried he might forget, Lu Cheng returned to his room and wrote down the art of turtle breathing. The skill was neither overly difficult nor extremely simple. Besides requiring inner strength, the most crucial factors were insight and diligence. The new cultivation technique was like a newfound toy for Lu Cheng. As soon as Lu Zhong and the others left, he eagerly began practicing it immediately. And this timing happened to align perfectly with the optimal period for turtle breathing technique practice, the hour of midnight. Only after Lu Zhong departed did Lu Cheng finally have time to devote himself to cultivation. Lu Cheng sat cross-legged on the bed, his left thumb curled to press against the tip of his left middle finger, while his right thumb inserted itself through the circle formed by his left thumb and middle finger to press against the base of his left ring finger at the Z position. His right middle finger pressed against the outer side of his left ring finger in opposition, forming a seal with both hands resting before his lower abdomen. Embracing his navel, he calmed his mind and focused inwardly, maintaining unwavering concentration. As time passed, Lu Cheng felt as though his head and hands had disappeared. Only an ethereal breath flowing in and out from his navel remained perceptible. Even if he wanted to move, he found it impossible. Gradually, this breath grew stronger and more abundant, until even the sound of his own breathing seemed inaudible. Unbeknownst to him, this precise state marked the first step of turtle breathing technique mastery, deep immersion and meditative trance. When Zhao Xian first obtained the turtle breathing technique, she had spent a full 3 months merely to reach this initial stage. Had she known that Lu Cheng achieved it in little over 2 hours, she likely would have been dumbstruck, her eyes popping out of her head in astonishment. The posture for the second step is the same as the first. Extend the neck and flare the nostrils, drawing breath into the abdomen until it is about 80% full, never completely. Once the breath reaches the navel and abdomen, shift the focus of the mind downward, diving deep into the true abyss. Calm the heart and gather awareness, holding the breath as long as possible. In the beginning, you may count breaths or contemplate emptiness, but over time, let it flow naturally. At first, the second step is quite challenging. The breath keeps rising, and you must repeatedly bring it back down. But with practice, it will become second nature. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lu Cheng felt his breath was insufficient, his abdomen burning unbearably. When it became truly intolerable, he gently inhaled a small breath by stretching his neck. Then, as before, he held his breath again. When the abdominal breath reaches its utmost intensity, you can slowly release it. At first, exhale just a tiny amount, then hold the breath again, pressing the remaining air deeper into the lower abdomen. When you're close to the limit, exhale a little bit more. Only when it becomes utterly unbearable should you fully exhale. Adjust your breathing evenly, and then begin anew, inhaling and holding the breath. Closing and releasing once is called one breath cycle. Cultivation may last as few as 1 cycle or as many as 49 cycles. Lu Cheng continued like this, incessantly drawing in breath, slowly moving it down to his lower abdomen, and only exhaling gently when he could hold no longer. After 81 breath cycles, he had already adapted to this breathing pattern. No matter what, he no longer felt hurried or stifled, and thus could naturally remain tranquil. This, in fact, marked the stage where breath submerges into the abyss, signifying the completion of the second step. Zhao Xian took 3 months just to reach the first step of turtle breathing technique and another 2 years to master the second. Yet, Lu Cheng surpassed his 2 years and 3 months of effort in just one night. Had Zhao Xian known, he might have considered himself the true waste in martial arts. Chapter 7. Second Level of Internal Strength. Having mastered the second step of the tortoise breathing technique, Zhao Xian had already achieved a modest accomplishment. The third step required solidifying the foundation of the second step before further cultivation. Currently, Zhao Xian remains stalled at this third stage. The third step of turtle breathing technique is to subdue the breath, sinking the heart into the true abyss, guarding the awareness of the mind without letting it waver. Gradually, both mind and breath are forgotten, leaving only a single spark of awareness within the hollow cavity near the navel. After prolonged stillness, one gradually enters profound tranquility. This is the superior attainment of turtle breathing technique, exceptionally difficult to cultivate. While practicing the third stance, Lu Cheng's body had to lie flat on the bed with his palms stacked beneath his forehead, resembling a turtle lying still. This was called the turtle resting pose. The posture itself was easy to learn, but guiding the inner energy to achieve a state of complete absorption, where self and surroundings were forgotten, proved extremely difficult. Since Lu Cheng had begun practicing the tortoise breath technique, it was only natural that he wanted to master the third form. Every spare moment he had, he would train on Datong Mountain. As soon as Lu Zhong left at night, he would immediately start practicing the third form. However, mastering it proved extremely difficult. Achieving the state of great stillness and accumulating ever more internal energy within the navel was a formidable challenge. Little did Lu Cheng know that even Zhao Xian hadn't mastered the third form of the turtle breathing technique. She had practiced for over 20 years, while he had only been at it for a few days. Half a month later, Lu Cheng still hadn't made any progress when he suddenly wondered if the cultivation of the tortoise breathing technique could be combined with his perceptual force. After all, it was precisely because of his perceptual force that he had successfully achieved the first layer of inner strength. When Lu Cheng attempted to use his perceptual force to assist in cultivating the tortoise breathing technique, something miraculous occurred. Previously, the most challenging aspect of the third posture had been guiding the inner strength forward while concealing the heart and gathering breath. But with the aid of his perceptual force, the inner strength swiftly began directing qi to gather within his navel. Slowly but steadily, that qi accumulated more and more within the navel. When Lu Cheng opened his eyes, he found that the sky had completely darkened. He had been sitting cross-legged in the tree, practicing the third posture of turtle breathing technique all morning, so engrossed in his cultivation that he hadn't noticed nightfall. Nights in Datong Mountain were not to be taken lightly. Even at the foot of the mountain, one might encounter fierce beasts. Since childhood, he had been sternly warned never to leave Song Village after dark, or his survival would be uncertain. But before Lu Cheng could even feel alarmed, he immediately realized he had already entered the grand stillness state of turtle breathing technique. The so-called grand stillness was actually about breath holding and energy regulation. He could sustain himself without breathing, or rather, without external respiration. Though he hadn't calculated how long he'd held his breath, by the time he finished chopping 2 bundles of firewood, tied them together with rope, and carried them to Song Family Village, he had neither exhaled nor inhaled. When Lu Cheng returned home, he happened to run into Lu Zhong, who was about to leave. Naturally, Lu Zhong had been worried since Lu Cheng hadn't returned so late. Seeing Lu Cheng walking with light steps and his complexion unchanged, the weight in Lu Zhong's heart finally lifted. But when questioned, Lu Cheng merely brushed it off. "Chinger, you must come back earlier in the future. The nights out there are perilous. Not just you, even I or your 2 sworn uncles wouldn't dare linger outside lightly," Lu Zhong cautioned. He had been about to head to the courtyard to look for Lu Cheng, knowing danger could arise if he didn't return before sunset. Lu Cheng gave a half-hearted acknowledgement, though inwardly he paid no mind. While the forests of Datong Mountain teemed with wild beasts at night, the foothills were relatively safe. Besides, with his heightened perception, even if there were beasts, he could sense them well in advance. At night, while Lu Cheng cultivated his internal energy, he also activated the tortoise breathing technique. His breathing became extremely slow, with each inhalation and exhalation lasting at least the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Lu Cheng realized that his sensory perception not only allowed him to detect everything within a 3-meter radius, but also enhanced his cultivation. For half a month, he had been unable to break through the third layer of the tortoise breathing technique. Yet during the day when he employed his sensory perception, he instantly reached the mastery level. Lu Cheng had mastered the body shrinking technique and the turtle breathing technique to perfection. However, with only the first tier of inner strength, no matter how refined his skills became, he couldn't exert their full potential. Take the body shrinking technique, for example. Xian Axin could shrink from an adult to the size of an infant, whereas Lu Cheng could only reduce his stature by a few inches, at best, reverting to his size 5 years prior. As for the turtle breathing technique, Zhao Xian was still practicing the third stage, while Lu Cheng had already mastered it completely. Yet, due to his mere first-tier inner strength, his actual breath-holding duration fell short of Zhao Xian's. Lu Cheng knew full well it was because his internal energy was too weak. If he could reach the second level, the situation might be entirely different. For ordinary people, advancing from the first to the second level of internal energy typically took 5 years, but Lu Cheng was no ordinary man. Having spent 10 years cultivating his perceptive abilities, he had indeed sharpened his axe before chopping wood. Lu Cheng had only entered the first layer of internal strength a little over a month ago. For an ordinary person, advancing from the early stage to the intermediate stage would already be considered genius-level talent. Yet, Lu Cheng progressed from the initial stage to the peak in just slightly more than a month. During that time, he even practiced 2 martial techniques, the body shrinking art and the turtle breathing art. If it were anyone else, not only would their internal strength remain stagnant, but their progress in these 2 auxiliary techniques would also be negligible. The energy within his body grew increasingly intense. Lu Cheng pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, channeled his breath down to the dantian, causing his lower abdomen to swell, then guided the energy further down to the perineum, where it split into 2 streams. These streams flowed along the inner sides of his thighs and calves, descending all the way to the Yongquan acupuncture points at the soles of his feet. Slowly inhaling, Lu Cheng contracted his lower abdomen, pressed his tongue against the upper palate, and willed the energy to rise from the soles of his feet, moving along the outer sides of his calves and thighs back to the perineum. Next, he tightened his sphincter, guiding the energy upward through the governing vessel, past the 3 critical barriers and up to the crown of his head. From there, it branched downward along the front of both ears, converging at the tip of his tongue. At this moment, the inward breath merged seamlessly with the outward exhale, completing a continuous cycle from the Bai Wei point at the crown of his head to the Yongquan points at the soles of his feet, circulating endlessly. After 36 full rotations of the grand celestial cycle, Lu Cheng suddenly trembled violently. He knew his internal strength had reached the second level. Now, Lu Cheng could feel the energy circulating faster within his body, and his meridians had grown stronger and wider. If his meridians were once as narrow as a goat's trail, they now resembled a small country path. The internal energy in his lower dantian, which had once been wispy like a thin mist, had now thickened into dense fog. But the most noticeable change was in his sensory perception. He realized his sensory range had doubled, and he could now project 2 strands of perception simultaneously. His internal sensory energy also seemed to have increased significantly. Guided by this heightened perception, the circulation of his internal energy accelerated even further. In short, reaching the second level had brought an all-around enhancement to his abilities. Overjoyed, Lu Cheng immediately activated the turtle breathing technique and found he could now hold his breath for at least 2 hours without issue. This was immensely helpful for hunting. Many prey animals would flee at the slightest whiff of human scent. Meanwhile, the body shrinking technique allowed him to shrink to the size of a child. Though it still fell short of Sienna Xin's unnerving infant form, the improvement delighted Lu Cheng beyond measure. P.S. Just a quick update on the schedule. Generally, there are updates at midnight, 2 p.m., and 8 p.m. In special circumstances, there might be one fewer chapter. If there's no update past the scheduled time, it means there's a special situation. Chapter 8, Advanced Miniaturization Technique. Lu Cheng kept transforming himself into a child and then reverting back, thoroughly enjoying the constant shifts as if reliving the past. At the same time, he was practicing the tortoise breathing technique, suppressing his qi while executing the miniaturization technique. Both Sienna Xin and Zhao Xian would undoubtedly be astonished if they saw him now. Sienna Xin and Zhao Xian were sworn brothers who shared their martial manuals without reservation. Yet despite this, neither demanded that the other practice their respective techniques. They understood that mastering a martial skill wasn't something achievable in just 3 to 5 years. Rather than splitting their focus, they preferred to concentrate on cultivating their inner energy. Of course, if everyone were like Lu Cheng, able to grasp the basics in just an hour or two and master a skill within 10 days to half a month, then learning multiple martial techniques would hardly be an issue. Besides, these were just supplementary skills. Sienna Xin, for instance, had a lean physique, making him naturally suited for the body shrinking technique, while Zhao Xian was born apt for the turtle breathing technique. Lu Cheng attempted to employ both the turtle breathing and body shrinking techniques simultaneously. But since the mind cannot multitask, when he shrank himself down to a child size using the body shrinking technique, his face suddenly appeared distorted. Horrified, he touched his cheeks only to find one side larger than the other. Realizing this was due to his concurrent use of the turtle breathing technique, he promptly abandoned it and restored himself to normal. Though his face returned to normal, Lu Cheng still felt a dull ache in his right cheek. Initially, he had treated the body shrinking technique as a mere toy, but now that the toy was broken, he naturally had to fix it. He experimented with using the technique alone, and no issues arose. However, whenever he combined it with the turtle breathing technique, while the latter remained stable, the former occasionally malfunctioned. His face might contort, or his limbs wouldn't shrink proportionately in time. Lu Cheng tried incorporating his sensory power. When his cheek deformed again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could guide his internal energy with his sensing ability to mend the distortion. The initial repairs, however, left him looking even more grotesque. In the end, he fetched a basin of water and, studying his reflection, finally restored his appearance to normal. This was actually because Lu Cheng's internal energy was insufficient. If he had been a 3rd layer or even 4th layer master, such issues wouldn't have existed at all. Of course, with the assistance of his sensory power, Lu Cheng could avoid making mistakes every time he performed the body shrinking technique. Facing his reflection in the water, Lu Cheng noticed a peculiar phenomenon. When the body shrinking technique malfunctioned and caused facial distortions, he could use his sensory power to guide his internal energy and make timely corrections. At first, being unfamiliar with controlling this sensory power, he often ended up with grotesquely deformed faces. Sometimes he had to wait until he returned to his original appearance before attempting to restore himself by following his natural features. Initially, Lu Cheng only used his sensory power to channel internal energy through facial meridians to maintain his normal appearance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he could repair distortions in his facial features, perhaps he could deliberately alter them. When an unfamiliar face appeared in the water's reflection, Lu Cheng felt both astonishment and delight. Once he discovered he could alter his appearance, Lu Cheng became unstoppable. The body shrinking technique naturally changed one's features, but only proportionally. What Lu Cheng could do was completely transform his face. While it sounded difficult, in practice it wasn't hard at all. Guided by his sensory power, he could control internal energy to reshape facial tissues. Theoretically speaking, Lu Cheng could modify any part of his body this way. However, Lu Cheng's internal energy had just reached the second level, and it was still in the early stages. Even if he could alter his appearance, it would only last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Once that time was up and the internal energy on his face could no longer hold, his appearance would revert to its original form. Lu Cheng could now clearly perceive that, although his internal energy had reached the second level, it was still far from sufficient. He had mostly mastered the turtle breathing technique, but occasionally mishaps occurred with the body shrinking technique. Additionally, altering his appearance also required the support of internal energy. Cheng'er, how did you manage to bring back 2 rabbits today? Lu Zhong now enjoyed meat every night, pheasant or hare. Today, Lu Cheng had brought home 2 large, plump hares, the kind even seasoned hunters might struggle to catch. I just had particularly good luck today, Lu Cheng replied. He no longer relied on the passive wait-by-the-tree method for hunting. By channeling his internal energy into his legs, those rabbits simply couldn't outrun him. Moreover, his sensory abilities alerted him in advance. Sometimes, even if a rabbit tried to dart away, he could anticipate its path. Lu Cheng's sensory range now extended to Zhang, about 6 meters, which might not be sufficient for other tasks, but was more than enough to hunt a hare or pheasant daily. At the foot of the mountain, large beasts were scarce, but small game was certainly plentiful for Lu Cheng now. As a servant of Song Manor, his daily duty required him to chop 2 bundles of firewood, a task he could complete in no time. What he needed most now was to consume large quantities of food to replenish his energy and accelerate the growth of his internal strength. It's often said that scholars thrive in poverty while martial artists flourish in wealth, and Lu Cheng was now experiencing this truth firsthand. Cultivating internal strength required extracting energy from breathing and diet. Without a daily intake of meat, it was difficult for his internal strength to grow rapidly. Especially since Lu Cheng's cultivation speed was unusually fast, his demand for meat had naturally increased significantly. In the past, a single 2 or 3 gene, about 1 to 1.5 kilograms, hare would have been enough for Lu Cheng and his 3 fathers to share for 1 meal. But now, with his internal strength at the peak of the second layer, not only did he need to intensify his training, but he also had to ensure proper nutrition. Unlike the youths of Song Manor, who could focus solely on cultivation while living comfortably, Lu Cheng had to manage his servant duties while worrying about food every night. The 3 taels of silver Lu Zhong earned each month were barely enough for a few meat-based meals. 2 hares stewed in a pot yielded a full, bubbling cauldron of meat. Soon, the rich aroma wafted through the entire courtyard, making everyone's mouths water. As usual, Lu Cheng went to fetch wine first. By the time he returned, Xian Naxin and Zhao Xian had already arrived. Though they could have dined at the manor in the evening, the servants' meals contained only scraps of meat, nothing compared to a hearty pot of hare stew. Big brother, with meat on the table every day here, neither of us wants to go dine at the estate anymore. Xian Naxin sniffed the air eagerly, mouth watering. Ever since Lu Zhong stopped insisting on Lu Cheng's internal energy cultivation, they'd often been able to enjoy meat here. Then come here to eat every day. Your Cheng'er's sworn fathers, eating the game he hunts is only right. Lu Zhong chuckled. He hadn't expected Lu Cheng to bring back prey almost daily. Second brother, Cheng'er is at the age where he's growing quickly. You should gamble less from now on and show some gratitude too. Zhao Xian carried a jar of wine. Eating meat here nearly 20 days a month, even if Lu Cheng was their sworn son, was starting to feel awkward. Xian Naxin had a gambling addiction. The moment he received his monthly allowance, he would rush to the gambling den and wouldn't leave until he'd lost every last coin. Once broke, he'd simply wait for the next month's allowance. Chapter 9. Gambling Money. Last month, the Lu Zhong brothers were on night shift duty, but this month they switched to daytime duty. That evening, Zhao Xian also brought wine, and they drank for over 2 hours before calling a night. Lu Cheng finished early, but with Lu Zhong at home, he couldn't practice cultivation and could only meditate. Cheng'er, your adoptive father has drunk too much. Escort him back to the estate. Lu Zhong pushed open the door just as Lu Cheng was lying on his bed, staring boredly at the ceiling, when a sudden, inexplicable pang struck his heart. If he were a martial artist, wouldn't he be meditating and cultivating with fervor at such a moment? Yes, Lu Cheng replied. But no sooner had he helped Xia Naxin out the door than Xia Naxin halted, his eyes now sharp and bright, showing not the slightest hint of intoxication. Adoptive father, you're not drunk? Lu Cheng was utterly stunned. It had never crossed his mind that adults could deceive other adults. Cheng, go on ahead first. Xia Naxin gazed at the square gambling den with its hanging signboard and smiled faintly. Moments ago, he'd felt rather embarrassed by Lu Zhong and Zhao Xian's remarks. After all, he'd been freeloading meals at Lu Cheng's place far too often lately. He pretended to be drunk to save face, but the moment he stepped outside and saw that gambling den, all his earlier discomfort vanished like smoke. Father, my dad told me to escort you home. I won't return until you reach yours securely, Lu Cheng said stubbornly. All right then, Godfather will take you to experience the most wonderful thing in this world, Xia Naxin said with a smile. Neither he nor Zhao Xian had ever married in their lifetimes. Zhao Xian favored spending his time at the House of Blossoms, where the majority of his monthly earnings went. As for Xia Naxin, his passion lay at the Four Corners Gambling Denver. Though he lost more often than he won, compared to Zhao Xian, at least there was still a chance he might get some of his money back. The Four Directions Gambling Hall was bustling with activity. Lifting the door curtain and stepping inside, the place was packed to the brim, an overwhelming hive of noise and movement. Several large tables were set up, each surrounded by a dense crowd. Xia Naxin led Lu Cheng through the throng until they reached one of the gambling tables. The moment they arrived, Xia Naxin seemed to transform, his energy vibrant, his demeanor electrified. Watching from the side, Lu Cheng could barely contain his own excitement, feeling almost lightheaded with anticipation. After just a brief glance, Lu Cheng understood the rules. It was actually quite simple, just betting on big or small. With 3 dice, if the total points added up to between 4 and 10, that was small. Between 11 and 17, that was big. If all 3 dice showed the same number, that was a leopard and the dealer would win. Despite its simplicity, the players were frenzied. Xia Naxin had originally warned Lu Cheng not to wander off, but once he reached the gambling table, he completely forgot about it. He pulled out all the copper coins he had and began placing bets. It was already late in the month, and Xia Naxin had lost nearly all his money. This handful of coins was his last. As he pulled them out, one coin slipped from his hand, rolling to Lu Cheng's feet. Lu Cheng swiftly picked it up and tried to hand it back to Xia Naxin. Use it to buy yourself something to eat, Xia Naxin laughed. Since the coin had landed before Lu Cheng, it was rightfully his. As a gambler, he firmly believed in such traditions. Thank you, foster father, Lu Cheng said happily. Although he often went to fetch wine, he had never had any pocket money of his own. Lu Cheng didn't place any bets and just stood by watching. He had hoped Xia Naxin would win more money, but unfortunately, Xia Naxin's luck was terrible. A handful of copper coins was quickly lost. Cheng, after losing everything, Xia Naxin rummaged through his clothes, but couldn't find a single copper coin. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Cheng still had one left. To a gambler, even a single coin meant boundless hope. Foster father, this one is mine, Lu Cheng said, pulling his hand back with a pained expression. It was only natural he'd be reluctant to part with the money he had just received. Consider a loan from your adoptive father. I'll pay you back as soon as I get my monthly allowance in a few days. Xia Naxin's eyes were bloodshot from gambling. Guard Xia, can a single copper coin turn your luck around? You'd better go home and sleep, sneered the middle-aged dealer upon seeing Xia Naxin actually borrowing money from Lu Cheng. Adoptive father, let me place the bet for you, Lu Cheng suddenly suggested, noticing Xia Naxin's grim expression. Xia Naxin squandered nearly his entire monthly wages at the gambling den with rare wins. But this posed no difficulty for Lu Cheng. Moments ago, he had inadvertently released a strand of sensing power and could see the dice numbers inside the cup with crystal clarity. Fine, you do it. Xia Naxin didn't care who placed the bet as long as gambling was involved. What he truly loved was the moment when the dice cup was lifted after the wager. I bet on small. After the dice cup came to a stop, Lu Cheng placed his copper coin on the area marked with a large character for small. Cheng, I think we should bet on big. It's been small 3 times in a row, Xia Naxin reminded him. Though there was no real probability involved, he felt that after 3 consecutive small results, the odds of another small outcome were slim. But Lu Cheng remained unmoved. Xian Naxin relied on gut feeling, whereas he trusted his perception. Xian Naxin's hunches often proved wrong, but his own perception had never failed him. When the cup was lifted, sure enough 2, 3, 3, 8 points small. "Cheng'er, you really are my lucky charm," Xian Naxin said with delight. Though they'd only won back a single coin, the feeling was different. After losing several rounds in a row and running out of money, Lu Cheng's bet had turned things around immediately. He felt his luck was about to change for the better. Next, Lu Cheng made 5 consecutive bets, doubling his stake each time from 2 coppers to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, 16 to 32, and finally 32 to 64. Winning 6 times in a row was exceptionally rare even for Xian Naxin, who had decades of gambling experience. Not only Xian Naxin noticed this, even Lu Cheng became aware that everyone at the table was staring at him, while people from other tables started gathering around. "Come on, Cheng'er, place your bet." Xian Naxin, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, kept urging Lu Cheng to wager. "Big." Lu Cheng grabbed a fistful of coppers and placed them on the big side. Seeing his move, the others quickly followed suit, piling their money on the same spot until the small side was left completely empty. The dealer grew nervous. Despite working at the casino for decades, he had never encountered such a one-sided situation. He shot Lu Cheng a resentful glare. If this kid's luck held up any longer, the casino would be hemorrhaging money today. "Open it. Hurry up and open it." Under the crowd's urging, the dealer reluctantly lifted the dice cup. As soon as he raised the cover, gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. When he looked down 1-2 for 7 points small, after a stunned pause, he realized this 7-point outcome was like hitting the jackpot, sweeping all the bets. The crowd had initially treated Lu Cheng like a lucky charm, but after this miscalculation, they immediately saw him as just another gambler. Lu Cheng knew he'd anger them this time, though he couldn't exactly be blamed. As a mere servant, drawing attention was the last thing he wanted. Xian Naxin would pretend to be drunk during these games at home. Appearing to slip up occasionally came naturally to Lu Cheng. From then on, he deliberately alternated wins and losses, eventually winning back over 100 copper coins for Xian Naxin. "Cheng'er, thank you. This is your reward." Xian Naxin grabbed a handful of copper coins and stuffed them into Lu Cheng's arms. He had originally expected to lose everything, but winning dozens of coins now was an unexpected delight. "Thank you, foster father." Lu Cheng felt that a handful of copper coins was already a small fortune. Since it was given by his foster father, he gladly accepted it. He had long wanted to buy some meat to eat. Though wild rabbit and pheasant meat were edible, pork, mutton, and beef tasted much better. During festivals, even servants could enjoy a meal with meat, far more delicious than the wild rabbit stew he cooked himself. But the next day, when Lu Cheng went to the meat stall and inquired, his small sum wasn't even enough for a single pound of meat. 1 pound of pork cost 20 coins, but he only had 15. Considering his and Lu Zhong's appetites, they could easily devour 2 or 3 pounds in one meal. If Xian Naxin and Zhao Xian joined, eating 3 to 5 pounds at once would be perfectly normal. Chapter 10: The Bodyguard. The next day, when Lu Cheng arrived at the compound, Song Ping called him over. The most outstanding disciple of the Song family manor, Song Kaixian, was preparing for a spring outing to Datong Mountain and needed him, the laborer, to assist. Since it was a spring outing, they naturally intended to stay out all day, and if Song Kaixian was in high spirits, they might even spend the night. For cooking lunch, they would need Lu Cheng, the laborer, to gather firewood and tend the flames. When Song Kaixian traveled, he naturally couldn't go on foot, and even lowly servants like Lu Cheng benefited from it. There were 3 carriages, one for Song Kaixian and his 3rd and 5th brothers, one for the 4 bodyguards, and another for Lu Cheng, Song Ping, and other servants like Ma Shaoan. Though Lu Cheng had worked as a servant in Song Manor for 5 years, this was his first time riding in a carriage, and the destination was far from the manor. The moment he boarded, excitement bubbled up inside him. The Datong Mountain outside Songjiazhuang stretched for over 100 miles, with only a portion lying within Datong County jurisdiction. The mountain range was shared by several surrounding counties and prefectures. Every day, Lu Cheng would gather firewood in his designated area. But this time, he ventured into completely unfamiliar territory. After riding in the carriage for over half an hour, the road ahead became impassable, forcing everyone to disembark. Lu Cheng and Ma Xiaoan had to carry many supplies on their backs. Led by Song Kai-Xian, the group advanced deeper into the Datong Mountains. They walked for about the time it takes to eat a meal before reaching a small stream. The stream babbled gently, bordered by lush green trees, verdant grass like a carpet, and exotic flowers in full bloom. Following the stream upward, one soon arrives beside a waterfall. This is precisely the source of the stream, where beneath the pounding cascade lies a fathomless pool. The spray kicked up by the waterfall obscures the view, leaving only the impression of an abyss-like depth. This was already the foot of Datong Mountain, where the surroundings were tranquil, with birds singing and flowers blooming. If one didn't have to work, it would indeed be an ideal place for an outing. As soon as they arrived, Song Ping led Lu Cheng, Ma Xiaoan, and the others to chop trees and build shed. Inside the shed, they spread soft, dried grass and arranged items unloaded from the carriage: tables, chairs, and several quilts. Naturally, cooking pots, bowls, and utensils were not missing either. While Lu Cheng and the others were building the shed, the Song brothers took the guards into the mountains. Song Ping inspected the shed to ensure it was sturdy, while he and Ma Xiaoan divided tasks, one responsible for chopping firewood, the other for boiling water. At the foot of Datong Mountain, Liang Hao, serving as a guard, held a broadsword and spoke with an ingratiating smile to a tall, slender, and handsome young man. "Second young master, let me lead the way." He had once been Lu Cheng's classmate. At the age of 8, he reached the first layer of internal strength, and by 14, he had advanced to the second layer. Now, he was one of the youngest guards in Song family village. Lu Cheng and Ma Xiaoan were about the same age as him, but could only work as laborers. Earlier, when he saw Lu Cheng on the road, he had ignored him. Even when Lu Cheng's gaze fell upon him, he lifted his chin indifferently. A guard like him had no need to acknowledge mere laborers. Be careful not to scare off the prey." Song Kai-Xian nodded gently. Among the third-generation disciples of the Song family village, he ranked second in seniority, but first in inner strength cultivation. At just 18 years old, he had already reached the fourth layer of inner strength last year and was now at the mid-stage of the fourth layer. Among the third-generation disciples of the Song family village, he was the only one to achieve the fourth layer. His cousin Song Lisin, who was 20 this year, had only reached the peak of the third layer. In all three major clans of the Datong Mountain region, he was the sole third-generation disciple to attain the fourth layer of inner strength. "Lu Cheng, have you noticed? Liang Hao sure is smug these days." Ma Xiaoan, a kitchen hand, had been classmates with both Lu Cheng and Liang Hao. Like Lu Cheng, he couldn't cultivate inner strength and remained a laborer, while Liang Hao, having reached the second layer of inner strength and benefiting from his father's position as a guard, was now a guard himself. "I actually think being a laborer is better," Lu Cheng said. Before coming to Datong Mountain, he had thought being a guard was quite prestigious, doing little work, drawing a monthly allowance if skilled, and enjoying far better meals than laborers. But when he saw Liang Hao groveling and fawning before the Song family's disciples with an ingratiating expression, he felt it was still better to remain a servant. Although he had to endure Song Ping's temper, chopping wood outside every day at least spared him from having to please others. What's so good about being a servant? Toiling all day without even a single coin as monthly allowance. Ma Xiaoan was quite envious of Liang Hao, who didn't have to do much, just strolling around the manor daily, yet earned 2 taels of silver every month. If he kept it up for 3 to 5 years, he could even afford to take a wife. But if Ma remained a servant forever, he might never have the chance to marry or raise a family. Just as Lu Cheng was about to speak, he spotted Liang Hao sprinting from afar with a wild hare in hand. As Liang Hao reached them, he tossed the hare forward and said haughtily, "This was hunted by the second young master. Clean it thoroughly and stew it. Wonderful. We'll have wild hare meat to eat." Ma Xiaoan grabbed the hare's long ears excitedly. Though he worked as a kitchen servant, meat wasn't something he could enjoy every day. The kitchen in the compound mainly cooked for the guards, who couldn't even guarantee meat in every meal, let alone a lowly laborer like him. Of course, he still fared better than Lu Cheng. Even without meat, he at least got to eat his fill. Sometimes Lu Cheng, delayed by woodcutting, would miss meal times altogether and go hungry. This was hunted by the second young master. "You want meat? Consider yourselves lucky to get a sip of broth," Liang Hao sneered. A wild hare weighed only about 2 or 3 jin. The Song brothers ate first, followed by the guards. Only after they were done would the laborers get their turn. "Wild hare meat isn't even that tasty," Lu Cheng muttered, baffled. They ignored perfectly good beef and mutton, only to chase wild game in the mountains. In terms of flavor, the two weren't even comparable. "Lu Cheng, have you ever even tasted hare meat?" Liang Hao shot him a disdainful glance, irritated by Lu Cheng's persistently aloof attitude. Back at the private school, Lu Cheng had been the teacher's favorite, but now he still couldn't cultivate internal energy, whereas Liang Hao had already reached the second layer. Standing before Lu Cheng, he couldn't help but feel a surge of superiority. "I can't speak for other meats, but I've certainly eaten wild hare before." Lu Cheng had been consuming hare meat for over a month now, and the scent of it no longer made his mouth water. Liang Hao thought to himself that Lu Cheng was still desperately clinging to what little dignity he had left. As a menial laborer, being able to fill one's belly was good enough. Dreaming of eating meat, let alone wild hare, was pure fantasy. "Ma Shaoan, focus on doing your job well. After we return, I'll treat you to a meal at Baoqing Restaurant." Liang Hao paid no more attention to Lu Cheng. As a security guard now, it was beneath him to argue with a mere servant. It would be undignified. "Thank you, Brother Liang." Just the thought of Baoqing Restaurant's braised lion's head, meatballs, and crispy duck made Ma Shaoan's mouth water uncontrollably. "Lu Cheng, why do you have to make things difficult for Liang Hao? He's a guard now," Ma Shaoan said. Although he and Lu Cheng were friends, Liang Hao was a guard. Not only did he receive a monthly salary, but he was also a martial artist. As a second-level internal strength expert, he could easily overpower ordinary people like them with just a single finger. "I'm not the one making trouble. I really have eaten rabbit meat. Just last night, in fact," Lu Cheng said. He didn't see anything particularly impressive about Liang Hao being a manor guard. After all, they were both working for the Song family manor, just in different roles. If being a guard meant groveling like Liang Hao, he'd rather stick to being a laborer. "Lu Cheng, go cut another load of firewood," Song Ping said as he approached. In his eyes, the hierarchy was clear. Liang Hao was a guard, while Lu Cheng was just a laborer. "Isn't there enough already?" Lu Cheng asked. A pile of firewood was already stacked by the fire pit, more than enough to cook lunch. "We might stay here overnight," Song Ping said. Since they rarely got to venture out, Song Kaixian naturally wanted to make the most of it, even if Song Kaixian decided to return later. Making Lu Cheng chop an extra load of firewood wouldn't be a big deal. "Steward Song, staying here overnight?" Ma Shaoan asked in alarm. Though Datong Mountain appeared tranquil and beautiful during the day, it became fraught with danger after nightfall. Even staying at the foot of the mountain was perilous. "With the second young master here, what are you afraid of? Besides, we've got plenty of guards," Song Ping replied dismissively. As Lu Cheng chopped wood, he glanced up at the sky with a worried expression. Based on his experience, a heavy storm was likely coming today. Chapter 11, The Art of Leaping. Lu Cheng stacked the firewood he had chopped in the shed where he lived. After working all morning with Ma Shaoan and Song Ping, they had built 4 simple small sheds. One was for Song Kaishan alone, another shared by Song Kaiga and Song Ligong. A third housed the 4 guards together, and lastly, one for the miscellaneous laborers including Song Ping. During that time, apart from a hare delivered by Liang Hao, only one other guard brought in a roe deer. Song Kaixian had originally hoped to hunt a bear or a tiger, but his wish went unfulfilled. Although he was a young genius renowned throughout Datong County, that hardly made him a skilled hunter. The animals surviving in Mount Datong all had their own ingenious ways of staying alive. Even when faced with opponents like Song Kaixian, they could always manage to escape. In this regard, Song Kaixian couldn't even match an ordinary hunter. Only when everyone had returned to the stream side did Lu Cheng begin to observe the members of this outing. Song Kaixian was graceful and elegant, treating their group of laborers with kindness and gentleness, leaving a rather favorable impression. Song Kaiga was Song Kaishuan's younger brother, a 16-year-old prodigy at the early stage of the third layer of inner strength. Song Ligong, meanwhile, was Song Kaishuan's cousin, the son of his uncle, age 17 and at the mid-stage of the third layer of inner strength. Apart from these, among the four guards, Liang Hao was only at the early stage of the second layer of inner strength, making him the weakest of the group. The other three included two at the late stage of the second layer and one at the third layer. In Datong County, reaching the third layer of inner strength was already considered quite formidable. The entire Song family manor had only about a dozen guards at the third layer and a single one at the fourth layer. Yet, this level of guard strength was already unrivaled across the entire Datong Mountain region. Now, among their current group, there were three at the second layer of inner strength, three at the third layer, and one at the fourth layer, an undeniably formidable force. As long as they didn't venture beyond the mountainside of Datong Mountain, no one could touch them. This was precisely why Song Kaixian felt so carefree once they entered the mountain. His enthusiasm was palpable, even preparing to spend the night here. Yet Lu Cheng's focus was elsewhere. From Xianaxin, he had learned the art of body contraction. From Zhao Xian, he had mastered the tortoise breath technique. Now, standing before him were three warriors at the third layer of inner strength and one at the fourth. Could they possess something valuable as well? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Cheng thoroughly scrutinized each of them with his sensing ability. Song Kaishuan's idea was excellent, but he had only considered the human aspect. In reality, plans can't keep up with changes. Just as Song Kaixian finished his meal, a sudden clap of thunder rumbled across the sky. Immediately after, raindrops as large as beans poured down like strands of severed pearls, flooding the heavens and the earth. The rain came fast and furious. Song Kaiga and Song Ligong, clutching bowls of venison in their hands, scurried into the makeshift shelter in a flash. However, the thatched shed was far from sturdy. While a storm raged outside, a drizzle leaked inside. This left them both drenched and frustrated. They had come out for a pleasant spring outing, not to suffer. Second young master, the rain won't stop anytime soon. Should we return to the estate? Song Ping dashed through the heavy rain in a Song Kaishuan shelter. Mountain rains were unpredictable, sometimes arriving swiftly, but leaving just as quickly. However, earlier when they entered the mountains, he had already sent the carriage back with instructions to return only by evening. If they tried to return to Song Manor now, they would have to traverse the distance on foot, and without oil paper umbrellas, they'd surely be soaked to the bone. No need, this rain will pass soon. Song Kaixian frowned deeply. He had made great effort to come to Datong Mountain. He simply couldn't bring himself to trudge back home drenched. Since childhood, he had been the pride of his family. The thought of slinking back to the estate in such a pathetic state was utterly unacceptable to him. Our shed is too close to the creek. We must move it up the hillside, Song Ping said. Since he couldn't persuade Song Kaixian, he had to do his best with his own tasks. He hadn't considered the sudden change in weather earlier. With such heavy rain, the water would rise quickly, and soon it might flood their shed. In his youth, he had been a follower of Song Kaishuan's father, Song Yichun. All these years, he had always regarded himself as Song Yichun's most trusted aide. Song Kaixian was Song Yichun's son and the most outstanding young man among the three generations of the Song family. In his heart, he had long seen Song Kaixian as the future master of Song Family Village and the one he would serve for the rest of his life. It's pouring rain now. How are we supposed to move? Song Kaixian felt his situation was already miserable enough, sheltering from the rain in the thatched shed. The thought of going back out into the downpour was absolutely unthinkable. Song Ping seemed to understand Song Kaishuan's reluctance. He instructed Lu Cheng and Ma Shaoan to move their own shed up the hillside first. Neither Lu Cheng nor Ma Shaoan had eaten yet. Ma Shaoan had been fantasizing about a hearty meal of meat, but this sudden storm had dashed his hopes. Apart from the Song family descendants, who had barely finished their share, none of the four guards had gotten any meat from the pot, let alone a lowly menial like him. Elder Song, I'm afraid the three of us alone won't be enough. Lu Cheng wiped the rain from his face and glanced at the four guards who were watching idly, speaking loudly to Song Ping. He now had the strength of the second layer of internal energy, so even after working all morning, he could still hold on. But Ma Xiaoan clearly couldn't. Under the relentless downpour, he had fallen several times, his face already bruised and battered. "We'll manage even if we can't." Song Ping believed they should at least set up a thatched shelter on the hillside. A flash flood was no joke. If they weren't careful, everyone here could be swept away. Though he was an elder, he was of the same rank as the guards. Without orders from the Song family's young masters, he had no authority to command them. Lu Cheng, despite being at the peak of the second layer of internal energy, couldn't possibly move the thatched shelter to the hillside alone under the heavy rain. Yet, by the time the three of them managed to drag it there, the storm had gradually eased into a drizzle. Earlier, only the three Song brothers had eaten any meat, while the four guards and Lu Cheng's group hadn't even gotten a sip of broth. The pot was now full of rainwater, and they had to start stewing the meat all over again. Meanwhile, Song Ping took Lu Cheng to add more branches to Song Kaishuan's thatched shed. The earlier downpour had also drenched Song Kaishian, which weighed heavily on Song Ping's conscience. As an errand boy, Lu Cheng followed Song Ping's instructions without question. Being able to get close to Song Kaishian pleased him even more. Earlier, when he had approached Song Kaishian, he had already sensed through his perception that Song Kaishian carried a martial arts manual on him. As for Song Kaiga and Song Ligong, they only had a few pieces of broken silver and 2 small knives, while only Song Kaishian carried a secret manual. While helping to add branches to the thatched hut, Lu Cheng discovered that this was a scripture capable of enhancing one's abilities in running, jumping, dodging, and maneuvering. It even allowed one to stand or move on objects unable to bear weight, and, by channeling inner energy, to use lightweight objects to propel oneself into the air with leaping techniques. The leaping technique is a form of lightness skill, but it requires the 4th layer of internal energy to perform. In truth, many martial arts techniques demand internal energy support. The disciples of Song Manor have a rule. They must reach the peak of the 3rd layer or enter the 4th layer of internal energy before they can practice martial techniques. Otherwise, since cultivating martial techniques consumes one's energy, it could hinder the development of internal energy instead. Internal energy is the foundation of all martial techniques. Without refined internal energy, even the highest level techniques would be useless. Of course, for bodyguards like Lu Zhong, Xian Xin, Zhao Xian, or Liang Hao, mastering martial skills was the first necessity to earn a living. Not everyone could cultivate the 3 layers of inner strength. Only in prestigious clans like the Song family manor could one afford to disregard survival concerns and dedicate themselves entirely to inner strength cultivation first. Thus, at present, brothers Song Kaiga and Song Ligong were still unqualified to train in martial techniques. This vertical leap technique was something Song Kaishian had only begun learning less than half a year ago, and he was still at the beginner level. But even as a novice, with the support of his 4 layers of inner strength, his training progress was remarkably fast. He had already reached minor mastery. The recent rainfall left the mountain paths wet and slippery. Even for seasoned fellows like Song Kaiga and Song Ligong, venturing back into the mountains now would prove arduous. Yet if Song Kaishian were to enter the mountains at this moment, he likely wouldn't have a single speck of mud on his clothes. Lu Cheng recognized this as a rare opportunity. As the future pillar of Song family village, Song Kaishuan's martial techniques were naturally extraordinary. While helping reinforce Song Kaishuan's thatched shelter with branches, Lu Cheng strained to memorize every detail of the vertical leap technique. Chances to stay close to Song Kaishian didn't come often, and Lu Cheng was determined to etch this technique into his mind at all costs. Chapter 12, Rescue. The sudden downpour had left everyone thoroughly soaked, everyone except Song Kaishian, who merely got damp. But the rain came and went quickly. In the aftermath, the air around Datong Mountain turned crisp and fresh, and the birds that had abruptly disappeared earlier now returned, chirping cheerfully in the rejuvenated landscape. Song Kaiga and Song Ligong's clothes had gotten soaked in the rain earlier. As soon as the rain stopped, they took them off. When they reached the edge of the clear, bottom-visible pool, they couldn't resist any longer. Throwing aside their clothes, they jumped right in. The pool is deep, Be careful not to swim toward the middle. Song Kai-Shian actually also longed to dive in and enjoy himself, but he held back out of concern for his status, unable to let loose. Second young master, I'm a great swimmer, no problem at all, said Liang Hao confidently. He loved playing in water since childhood. Outside Song Manor ran a river where he'd spend every summer soaking. This made him quite proud. Who knew being a strong swimmer would come in handy someday? Lu Cheng, if only I knew how to swim too, said Ma Shaoan. His and Lu Cheng's task was to restart the fire. Now that the earlier fire had been doused, naturally relighting it fell to laborers like them. Even if you can swim, it's not your turn, Lu Cheng said. He and Ma Shaoan were just laborers. If anything really went wrong, it would be up to the guards like Liang how to step in. Otherwise, what were guards even for? Yeah, Ma Shaoan seemed to understand as well, letting out a deep sigh. Though the rain lasted only 2 hours, the waterfall's flow had quietly increased and was still growing. While Song Kaiga and the others were playing in the pool, they suddenly heard an eerie sound, like thunder or, more accurately, the pounding of galloping horses. And the horses seemed to multiply, creating a thunderous roar like 10,000 steeds charging, shaking the earth. Before they could grasp what was happening, an immense torrent of water suddenly cascaded down from above. The rainwater in the mountains merged into a single force, plummeting from the sky at that very moment. The might of nature was simply beyond human resistance. The massive volume of water, carrying a torrent of sediment, came crashing down like 1,000 charging steeds. Though they were all third-level internal force experts, they stood utterly defenseless against this overwhelming current. Song Kaiga and Song Ligong bore the brunt of the impact and were immediately swept into the deep pool, vanishing without a trace. As for Liang Hao and the other guards, though they desperately tried to swim to shore, the tremendous force of the surging waves battered them mercilessly. 2 of the guards were directly flung onto the bank by the current, while Liang Hao and another guard were completely submerged. Though Liang Hao was a strong swimmer, the sudden catastrophe left him disoriented. After swallowing several mouthfuls of water, he struggled desperately before finally breaking the surface. The deafening roar of the water and the towering waves made it nearly impossible to stay afloat. Even with his exceptional swimming skills, he could barely keep himself alive. Emerging from the water, he felt a coppery taste in his mouth, and when he opened his lips, a spurt of crimson blood gushed out. The blood stained the surrounding water red as Liang Hao's face turned deathly pale. Only now did he realize how feeble his second-level internal force cultivation was in the face of nature's fury. His only thought was to reach safety. The idea of rescuing others never even crossed his mind. In his eyes, he was the one who needed saving. Song Kai-Shian had already rushed to the edge of the pool by this point, the spray from the waves splashing onto his face, snapping him abruptly awake. He didn't know how to swim. If he went into the water now to save his brothers, not only would he fail to rescue them, but he'd likely drown himself as well. Even if he could hold his breath and stay calm, he had no idea what the underwater conditions were like. Guards, why aren't you jumping in to save them? Song Kai-Shian roared in fury, his voice infused with inner energy. Though the waterfall's roar was deafening, his words still cut clearly through the noise and reached everyone's ears. At this moment, Song Kai-Shian was filled with bitter regret. Though he was a 4th-tier inner energy expert and the top disciple of the Song family's 3rd generation, he was utterly powerless against the raging currents. This feeling of helplessness left him seething with frustration, especially when he caught sight of Liang Hao, bedraggled and gasping as he surfaced from the water. His resentment burned even fiercer. Second young master, the current is too strong. No human could possibly resist it. Liang Hao finally swam back to the shore and slumped at Song Kai-Shuan's feet, unwilling to meet his gaze. Earlier, he had arrogantly assured everyone there would be no trouble, yet now, he had barely escaped with his own life. The irony was almost unbearable. Didn't you say there wouldn't be any problems? Song Kai-Shian glared fiercely at Liang Hao, wishing he could strike him dead with one palm strike right then. He was the one who had brought his 2 younger brothers out this time. If anything were to happen to them, the responsibility would fall squarely on him. Most importantly, If the two direct-line disciples of the Song family perished here, it would severely impact the succession of Song family manor. Second young master, talking more now, is pointless. Rescuing third young master and fifth young master is what matters most. Song Ping rushed over and shouted. The incident had happened too fast. Before they could react, Song Kage and Song Ligong had vanished. Send someone back to report immediately. I'm going into the water to save them. Song Kai-Shian swiftly made his decision. What are you all standing around for? Do you really expect the second young master to go into the water? Song Ping bellowed at the nearby guards. Several guards were not skilled swimmers, and facing the increasingly powerful currents, their lives would be in grave danger if they entered the water. Moreover, they were all more or less injured. Venturing into the water now would be no different from seeking their own demise. When it came to weighing their lives against their jobs, the choice was clear, and they made their decision without hesitation. Song Kai-Shian felt utterly desperate. These guards were hesitating in the face of danger. What use were they? He wanted to harshly reprimand them right then, but reason reminded him that saving lives was the priority now. Young master, let me try. Lu Chang suddenly stepped forward. His thought process was simple. He hadn't fully memorized the levitation technique yet, and sticking close to Song Kai-Shian was the only way to learn the rest. Song Kai-Shian gave Lu Chang a puzzled glance. The boy had left no impression on him at all. As the future master of Song Manor, how could an ordinary laborer hope to stand out in his memory? Lu Chang, are you out of your mind? Ma Shaoan grabbed Lu Chang's sleeve. Even the guards didn't dare enter the water. Was this mere servant not afraid to die? Besides, Liang Hao was both an excellent swimmer and a second-level inner force practitioner. Yet now he lay gasping on the ground like a dead snake. No problem. Lu Chang smiled faintly. With his turtle breathing technique, he could remain underwater without breathing. Even if he couldn't rescue Song Kaiga and Song Ligong, he could at least protect himself. Moreover, his true intention wasn't to show off. He just wanted to memorize all of Song Kai-Shuan's leaping technique movements during this opportunity. Song Kai-Shian would never have guessed that Lu Chang harbored such thoughts. Probably no one except Lu Chang himself would ever imagine this was his real motive. As soon as Song Kai-Shian entered the water, Lu Chang followed suit and dove in. Lu Chang disappeared beneath the surface instantly, leaving Ma Shaoan stomping his feet anxiously on the bank. Once Lu Chang went underwater like this, they might well be separated by the boundary of life and death. Was it really worth gambling with one's life just to stand out? Chapter 13, Dividing One's Attention. Ma Shaoan and Lu Chang were classmates. Neither could cultivate inner energy, so they both ended up working in the utility yard. It could be said that his relationship with Lu Chang was far deeper than with Liang Hao. Watching Lu Chang dive into the water, tears welled up in Ma Shaoan's eyes. He feared he might never see Lu Chang again. Ma Shaoan, you'll have to testify for me. Lu Chang jumped at himself. I didn't force him, Song Ping said, also convinced Lu Chang would never resurface. Looking at Liang Hao's half-dead state, even if Lu Chang did emerge again, he'd surely be nothing more than a corpse soaked in icy waters. Song Ping suddenly remembered Lu Chang's 3 foster fathers, all captain-level guards with third-tier inner energy. If they got the mistaken idea that he'd forced Lu Chang to dive in for the rescue, he'd undoubtedly face terrible consequences. Steward Song, why didn't you stop Lu Chang earlier? Ma Shaoan gazed at the surging waters of the pond, his face full of regret. Just that morning he had drawn water from this very pond, when its waters were still crystal clear. Who could have imagined it would now become the palace of Yama that devours men? How could I have stopped him? Song Ping was startled. This Ma Shaoan truly lacked sense. Here he was trying to absolve himself of responsibility while carelessly shifting blame onto others. If Lu Zhong were to hear of this, wouldn't he come demanding blood? Lu Chang hardly felt like he was courting death. Before diving into the pond, he had already activated the turtle breath technique. Once submerged in the turbid waters where visibility was poor, he simply closed his eyes and extended his sensory perception. With 2 strands of awareness now, he could sense everything within a 2-zhang radius, far clearer than what his physical eyes could discern. As his body sank deeper, Lu Chang focused his mind and swiftly detected Song Kai-Shian. On land, Song Kai-Shian cut an aloof figure. After all, as the foremost young master of Song family village, he carried himself with quiet reserve. But underwater was an entirely different realm. Here, Song Kai-Shian could no longer maintain that same composure and steadiness he displayed on solid ground. After entering the water, Song Kai-Shian also held his breath. As a fourth-level internal force practitioner, he could endure for a considerable time. However, lacking sensory perception, he could only rely on his vision. But the pool had been flooded with a massive amount of muddy water, and no matter how wide he opened his eyes, his visibility remained extremely limited. Moreover, after diving several meters deeper, the light gradually dimmed to the point where it was almost pitch black, so dark that he couldn't even see his own hand in front of him. Lu Cheng remained close to Song Kai-Shian. Though he didn't open his eyes, everything within a 2-meter radius appeared vividly in his mind, as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. Before entering the water, Song Kai-Shian hadn't removed his outer robe, and once submerged, the soaked garment became nothing but a hindrance. The rushing water caused his clothes to billow outward underwater. The deeper he went, the stronger the buoyancy became. At this moment, his focus was entirely on his two brothers, so he failed to notice that the leather pouch containing the Lightfoot technique had detached and was rapidly floating upward. Lu Cheng had been waiting for precisely this opportunity. He swiftly swam over, snatched the pouch, and tucked it into his robes. For Song Kai-Shian, after descending to a certain depth, the surroundings became completely engulfed in darkness. Unable to see anything, he could only grope blindly with his hands. Naturally, his effectiveness paled in comparison to Lu Cheng's sensory perception. With the pouch secured, Lu Cheng multitasked, absorbing the contents of the Lightfoot technique while searching for Song Kuei-je and Song Ligong. This divided attention was quite uncomfortable for Lu Cheng at first, but soon he found a solution. He now had two strands of sensory awareness. One focused on the lightness skill manual in the leather pouch, and the other used to search for the Song brothers. Initially, Lu Cheng thought his efficiency would decrease, but when he actually put it into practice, he realized the two tasks didn't interfere with each other. Song Kai-Shian was currently flailing his hands blindly, completely unaware that the pouch was already missing. Of course, even if he had noticed its absence, he wouldn't have cared at this moment. Rescuing people took priority. But if he had known Lu Cheng's earlier thoughts and current actions, he might have coughed up blood in frustration. While rapidly memorizing the lightness skill from the manual, Lu Cheng simultaneously used his sensory awareness to search for Song Kai-ge and Song Ligong. Suddenly, he detected Song Ligong, who remained unconscious but clung desperately to a rock on the pool wall. Swimming over, Lu Cheng tried to pry him loose but found the grip unbreakable. With no other choice, Lu Cheng struck Song Ligong's nape with his palm. When the first blow failed to loosen his grasp, Lu Cheng channeled internal energy into a more forceful strike. Knocked unconscious by the second blow, Song Ligong's hands finally released. Gripping his collar, Lu Cheng pushed off the pool wall with his feet, shooting upwards like an arrow from a bow, with Song Ligong in tow, swiftly breaking the water surface. Steward Song, third young master is here, catch. After emerging from the water, Lu Cheng noticed Song Ping standing nervously by the poolside. Remembering Song Ping's past attitude toward him, a mischievous impulse took hold, and he hurled Song Ligong straight at Song Ping. Seeing a human figure hurtling toward him, Song Ping was terrified. Though his instinct was to dodge, the thought of Song Ligong's status prevented him. Just as he attempted to scream for help, it was too late. Song Ligong's figure loomed larger in his vision, and before he could even open his mouth, bang, Song Ligong's body collided with him. Song Ping lacked internal strength, whereas Song Ligong's body carried Lu Cheng's force. The impact nearly knocked Song Ping unconscious. Though Song Ping ended up as a cushion, Song Ligong actually benefited. After hitting Song Ping and knocking him to the ground, Song Ligong's buttocks landed squarely on Song Ping's face. Song Ping was left dazed and disoriented, while the pressure on Song Ligong's abdomen forced the stagnant creek water in his belly to gush violently out of his mouth. Lu Cheng missed the sight of Song Ping being knocked senseless. As soon as he threw Song Ligong, he dove back underwater. Dipping deeper, he soon passed Song Kai-Shuan, who remained oblivious to Song Ligong's rescue, still fumbling blindly below. Without disturbing him, Lu Chang steadied his breath, sinking with such sudden weight that it seemed as though he were carrying a lead block, accelerating swiftly into the depths. After diving down several dozen feet, Lu Chang suddenly felt an upward surge of water current. The pond's water all came from a waterfall. How could there be a current pushing up from below? Moreover, they were now dozens of feet underwater, and the tremendous downward cascade from above should have no effect at this depth. Descending a few more feet, Lu Chang finally realized there was another inlet in the pond wall. Though the opening wasn't large, the volume of water gushing through was immense. When he passed by it, the force nearly swept him away. Curiosity gripped him. Where could such a powerful rush of water be coming from? Yet the passage was too narrow for him to squeeze through easily. He considered using his body-shrinking technique, but dismissed the thought. Song Kaiga still hadn't been found, and he wasn't about to risk a man's life to satisfy his own curiosity. Near the pond's bottom, Lu Chang finally spotted Song Kaiga, unconscious. Checking closer, he detected faint pulses. Song was barely alive. Thankfully, Lu Chang's sensory abilities had located him, for had Song Kai-Shian continued his sluggish search, he might only have retrieved the corpse. Chapter 14. The Janitor Who Didn't Want to Be a Bodyguard. As Lu Chang carried Song Kaiga past Song Kai-Shian, he didn't alert him. There was still one last page of the diving technique that Song Kai-Shian hadn't finished reading. He needed to seize these final moments to keep Song Kai-Shian submerged in the water a little longer. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find another chance to get so close to Song Kai-Shian again? Yet Song Kai-Shian's senses were sharp. Even though he didn't see Lu Chang and Song Kaiga, he could still detect the sudden change in the water currents nearby. Song Kai-Shian was focusing intently on searching for his brother when he felt a shadow-like figure swiftly pass by. Having held his breath underwater for so long, he needed to surface for air. When he broke through the water, he just caught sight of Lu Chang dragging Song Kaiga ashore, while Song Ligong, who had been rescued earlier, stood anxiously nearby. Third brother, fifth brother, are you all right? Song Kai-Shian rushed over and grasped Song Kaiga's wrist. Feeling the faint pulse beneath his fingers, his heart finally eased with relief. Second young master, don't you worry. Song Ping had lost one of his front teeth. Though the pain was excruciating, the thought that he had contributed to saving Song Ligong brought him a strange calm. When he looked at Lu Chang, there was no resentment in his eyes, only a hint of gratitude. Hurry and escort the two young masters back, Song Kai-Shian glared at the guards. They hadn't dared to dive in earlier for fear of risking their lives, but now it was their duty to safeguard Song Kaiga and Song Ligong on their return journey. Song Kai-Shian was soaking wet from head to toe. Normally a cautious and reserved man in both speech and action, he'd been forced to leap into the water today to save his brothers. Now back on land, he felt thoroughly uncomfortable in his drenched clothes. But when his eyes fell on Lu Chang, he suddenly remembered. Had it not been for this servant boy, not only would his brothers have been lost, but he himself might have suffered severe internal damage. Holding his breath underwater, he'd felt the pressure intensify with every foot of depth. Had he persisted longer, he would undoubtedly have incurred serious internal injuries. At 20 years old, Song Kai-Shian had already reached the fourth layer of inner strength cultivation, a prodigious achievement in Song family manor's history. Sustaining internal injuries at this critical juncture could have disastrous consequences for his cultivation progress, potentially trapping his inner strength at the fourth layer indefinitely. You're called Lu Chang. Song Kai-Shian regarded the servant with profoundly mixed emotions. This nameless menial, whom he'd never bothered to learn before, had somehow managed to rescue both his brothers where others had failed. Young master, he's Lu Zhong's son, Song Ping quickly interjected. Lu Chang's remarkable performance today had also reflected well on him as the steward. With this achievement, his standing in Song Manor would surely rise. As for Lu Chang, it was like he'd stumbled upon good fortune. With the Song brothers backing him now, even Song Ping wouldn't dare raise his voice at him anymore. At the mention of Lu Zhong's name, Song Kai-Shian immediately pictured the elderly man in his mind. Although Lu Zhong possessed third-level internal energy, he was already 62 this year, probably wouldn't advance to the 4th level in this lifetime. And his son being merely a laborer clearly indicated no internal energy either. Lu Zhong only had a few more years left as a guard before retirement, after which their family situation would likely become dire. I see. You've done well. If you wish to become a guard, you may report directly to Sun Boyong, Song Kai-Shian said, knowing Lu Cheng lacked internal energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working as a laborer. But given today's performance, there'd be no issue letting him serve as a guard in Song Manor, drawing several taels of monthly silver. With that steady income, their family could sustain themselves even after Lu Zhong retired from guard duty. Thank you, young master, but I'd prefer to remain a laborer, Lu Cheng replied after a moment's consideration, his voice firm and deliberate. He only needed to chop 2 bundles of firewood each day, a task that could be completed in no time with his current 2nd-tier internal strength. The rest of his time could be devoted to cultivation. But if he became a guard, he would lose this convenience. At the very least, the daily 4-hour shifts would be unbearable for him. Lu Cheng, are you dumb? Ma Shaoan nudged him secretly with his elbow. This was a golden opportunity. Becoming a guard meant a lifetime without worries about food and clothing. Lu Cheng just smiled without responding. His current goal was cultivation, and he was only at the 2nd tier of internal strength. If he were to become a guard, he would at least aim to be the top expert in Song Village, or perhaps even the greatest in Datong Mountain. As for making money, with his sensory abilities, he had no need to worry about silver. As long as the Four Directions gambling house stood tall, the Lu family would never have to fret about their livelihood. What exactly does a servant do here? Song Kai-Shian couldn't hide his curiosity. It was beyond his comprehension that someone would choose to be a servant over a guard. Lu Cheng's daily task is to chop 2 bundles of firewood. He has brute strength now. After finishing his chores, he can still play on the mountain, Song Ping said. Having just been pinned down by Song Ligong, he naturally realized this kid, Lu Cheng, had been holding back. Song Ligong weighed at least several dozen pounds, and tossing him out of the water like that would take nothing less than brute force. If you want to be a servant, then be one with a monthly salary. Song Ping notified the accountant to assign Lu Cheng a wage of 2 taels of silver each month. Also, from now on, don't assign him any other tasks. Song Kai-Shian took it for granted that Lu Cheng was just being mischievous. Thank you, 2nd young master. Lu Cheng hadn't expected Song Kai-Shian to be so considerate. It seemed his reputation as the top figure in Song family manor wasn't unwarranted. All right, the water's about to rise. Let's head back. Song Kai-Shian noticed the stream had already swelled, flooding the grassy banks. As they neared Songjia village, Song Kai-Shian patted his waist and abruptly changed expression. He immediately ordered the carriage to halt. His vehicle was at the front of the procession, so when it stopped, the escort carriages and servants' carts behind it all came to a standstill as well. My skin pouch is gone. Song Kai-Shuan's face turned pale. If it had just been the silver inside, it wouldn't have mattered much. But that pouch contained a manual of leaping art, the prized secret technique of Song Manor. Although it was merely his own handwritten copy, such texts were exceedingly rare in this world. The skin bag? Could it have fallen into the pool? Song Ping said. Nothing on Song Kai-Shuan's person would disappear without a reason. The only possibility was that it was in the water. Song Kai-Shian didn't know how to swim. His earlier dive had been an act of desperation. In the end, both Song Kaiga and Song Ligong had to be rescued by Lu Cheng, which showed how panicked Song Kai-Shian must have been underwater. 2nd young master, if it fell into the pool, it would certainly float. I'll follow the stream upwards now. I'm sure I'll find it, Lu Cheng said. The leather pouch was currently on his person. He had already seen everything inside it earlier and had been looking for the right moment to return it to Song Kai-Shian. Unexpectedly, Song Kai-Shian had already discovered it. Fine. If Song Kai-Shian knew Lu Cheng's thoughts, he might have swatted him away with one palm. Lu Cheng had just saved Song Kai and Song Ligong. Why would he even think of coveting the leaping technique? Besides, Lu Cheng had no inner strength. Even if he obtained the leaping technique, it would be nothing more than worthless junk to him. If it were any other guard going after it, he might have been worried instead. P.S. Yesterday's recommendation votes were significantly fewer, leaving Date quite sad. Before the official release, every click, recommendation vote, and bookmark touches the author's heart deeply. Even the slightest click from you can send Ake into a frenzy of excitement. Once again, I humbly ask for your recommendations and bookmarks. Chapter 15. The Genius Servant. After waiting for the 3 carriages to disappear into the distance, Lu Chang found a secluded spot and began practicing the leaping technique as instructed, standing with legs slightly bent, feet shoulder-width apart, toes gripping the ground in a slight inward curve. Simultaneously, his tongue lightly touched the roof of his mouth, his head poised as if suspended, neck straight, chin slightly tucked, chest relaxed and back erect, shoulders down and elbows loose. He lifted his perineum, relaxed his abdomen, and let his arms hang naturally by his sides, all while maintaining full body relaxation, focusing his mind on the dantian and embracing emptiness with humility. At the same time, his eyes gazed straight into the distance or lowered to behold the tip of his nose. Lu Chang faced the massive Datong mountain ahead, further obstructed by a dense forest, forcing him to lower his eyelids and intently focus on the very tip of his nose. This was the foundational stance of the leap technique, requiring the coordinated flow of inner strength. Lu Chang, now at the second layer of inner strength cultivation, had already formed a nascent sea of qi in his dantian. Though still faint, it was sufficient for practicing the leap technique. While the Song family manner stipulated that one must reach the 4th layer of inner strength to begin learning combat techniques, in truth, these techniques could be cultivated even at the 1st layer. However, if one begins practicing martial techniques without deep internal energy, it will scatter their focus, making it even harder to make progress in cultivating internal energy. The rules of Song Family Village ensure that its direct disciples typically reach the 3rd level of internal energy before the age of 20, and the 4th level between 30 to 35. With the 4th level of internal energy as a foundation, practicing martial techniques becomes twice as effective with half the effort. Take 2 individuals, for example, both at the peak of the 2nd level of internal energy by age 20. One chooses to focus on martial techniques, while the other concentrates solely on internal energy. By age 30, the one practicing martial techniques might still linger at the peak of the 2nd level, whereas the one dedicated to internal energy would undoubtedly ascend to the 3rd level. After a few more years, once the latter reaches the 4th level and then begins practicing martial techniques, not only will they quickly catch up to the former, but their deeper internal energy will also ensure the former can never surpass them again. But Lu Chang's case is somewhat different. His internal energy originally emerged through the guidance of his sensory perception, a unique ability unmatched in this world. His perception enhances the cultivation of his inner techniques and the growth of his internal energy. At the same time, the advancement of his internal energy further promotes the expansion of his perception. From developing internal energy to reaching the 2nd level, Lu Chang took only about a month, unlike someone like Liang Hao, who spent a full 7 years achieving the same. Lu Chang clenched his fists tightly and brought them to his back, pressing the knuckles of his index fingers against the Shunshu acupuncture points on either side of his spine. Gradually, he increased the pressure until the points throbbed with pain and swelling, only then slowly easing off the force. Then, he began swaying his waist and abdomen, first twisting left, then leaning forward, twisting right, and finally bending backward, forming a clockwise circle. At first, Lu Chang's movements were not very wide, but gradually he increased their range. Moreover, the internal energy in his dantian began to flow through the acupoints and meridians in his body as he moved. As his range of motion increased, the speed of his internal energy flow also accelerated. As Lu Chang became more familiar with this movement, his speed grew faster and faster. If someone had been near Lu Chang at that moment, they would have seen his torso seemingly forming a perfect circle. Lu Chang himself didn't even know how many circles he had swung, but suddenly he slowed down and began swaying counterclockwise. Had Song Kaixian been present then, his jaw would surely have dropped in shock. When he first practiced the leaping art, he had a master guiding him. Even so, he didn't start by swaying only his waist and abdomen like Lu Chang. Instead, he moved his head to lead the motion in his waist. After just a few dozen circles, he would feel dizzy and lightheaded, even experiencing reverse qi and blood flow. He had no choice but to follow the rules strictly, moving little by little until, after 10 days or even weeks, he barely mastered the skill. Yet here was Lu Cheng, practicing for the very first time, not only mastering the technique with ease, but also maintaining focus on his dantian, allowing his internal energy to surge swiftly through his meridians. If Song Kai-Xian was considered a genius, then wasn't Lu Cheng a genius among geniuses? Indeed, martial arts demanded innate talent, and Lu Cheng's current pace of cultivation was something rarely seen in this world. After rocking back and forth for the duration of a meal, Lu Cheng focused his intent on his dantian and once again used the tips of his fists to massage the two Shinshu acupoints. Only when the acupoints produced a sensation of soreness, swelling, and heat did he gradually stop. Then, he transformed his fists into palms and moved them forward from the Shinshu acupoints along his flanks, pressing tightly against his lower abdomen. His thumbs pressed firmly on the upper edge of his lower abdomen, while the remaining fingers pointed downward, pressing tightly against the lower edge. With the tiger mouths of both hands facing each other and the dantian area protruding in the middle, he then flicked his lower abdomen up and down several dozen times. Lu Cheng focused his intent on his dantian, sinking his qi into his lower abdomen. Only when he felt the qi in his dantian growing increasingly vigorous did he slowly come to a stop. The mental technique of the leaping skill had been grasped by Lu Cheng, marking his initiation. However, cultivating lightness skills wasn't just about mastering the mental techniques. The leaping skill was a martial technique requiring extensive practice, such as running, practicing on posts, running on bricks, and mastering the top skill. Although Lu Cheng possessed extraordinary talent and a remarkable capacity for understanding, it didn't mean that geniuses didn't need to train. In fact, in many cases, geniuses had to put in even more effort to make others marvel at their brilliance. Unfortunately, time was already running short. Otherwise, he would have gladly spent more time refining the foundational exercises of the leaping skill. Only with a solid foundation could the achievements of the leaping skill reach their full potential. Lu Cheng took hold of Song Kai-Xuan's exquisite leather pouch, examining it carefully. He discovered an extremely intricate knot on it, which piqued his curiosity. He initially considered opening it to take a look, but the moment his fingers touched the knot, he immediately withdrew his hand. Why bother with such a pointless act? The knot bore the mark of the Song family manor. Once undone, it could never be restored to its original state, inevitably arousing Song Kai-Xuan's deep suspicions. Seeing it was getting late, he turned and hurried towards Song Manor. Upon learning that Lu Cheng had returned with the leather pouch, Song Ping immediately escorted him to the inner courtyard. Song Kai-Xian had instructed before leaving that, whether Lu Cheng found the pouch or not, Song Ping should bring him for an audience. Aside from visiting once during the Manor Lord Song Haoran's grand 70th birthday celebration 2 years prior, this was only Lu Cheng's second time entering the inner precincts of Song Manor. Compared to his previous timid and nervous self, Lu Cheng now strode in with composed ease. He surveyed the finest building in Song Manor. Even the open courtyard at the front was paved with solid bluestone slabs. Moving onward to the main hall, the soaring 30-foot roof ridge exuded magnificent grandeur. 2 rows of chairs were arranged in the center, each pair connected by tea tables. Directly facing the main entrance stood 2 stately officials' armchairs flanking an 8 immortals table. The vast, empty spaces elsewhere created an almost suffocating atmosphere. Yet this very oppressiveness instilled an instinctive awe in anyone who entered. Stop gawking around. Wait here, I'll fetch the second young master. Song Ping tugged lightly at Lu Cheng's sleeve and whispered. Chapter 16, The Iron Chest. Truth be told, the lighting in the hall was rather dim, and even if Lu Cheng had wanted to see clearly, he wouldn't have been able to. While Song Ping went to fetch Song Kai-Xian, Lu Cheng found himself bored in the hall. Not daring to sit on the chairs, he amused himself by playing with his sensing ability. Now able to perceive his surroundings within a 2-zhang radius, he decided to extend his senses downward into the ground. Lu Cheng had always believed his sensory range to be 2-zhang, but as soon as he directed his perception underground, he immediately felt the distance shrink by more than half. Though he didn't take precise measurements, he could sense that it extended no more than 1 zhang at most. Beneath Lu Cheng's feet lay solid blue bricks. The very use of such bricks for flooring spoke volumes about the lavishness of Song Manor. And beneath these blue bricks rested another layer of blue stone slabs, whole and unbroken like those found in the front courtyard. For ordinary households, crushed stone flooring would already be considered quite refined. Blue stone pavers were a mark of true wealth, something utterly beyond the means of common folk. As for using blue bricks underfoot, that was purely the domain of the privileged and powerful. And to use blue stone slabs beneath the brick layer, that went far beyond what even ordinarily wealthy families could achieve. Beneath the blue stone lies yellow earth. Lu Cheng waited idly, and since sitting wasn't an option, he could only pace back and forth in the reception hall. With no one around, and no one to restrain him, Lu Cheng released 2 strands of sensory force, extending them from beneath his feet and piercing downward through the ground. Though it was only his sensory force that penetrated the earth, to Lu Cheng, it felt as though he himself had burrowed into the soil. Like the mythical earth traveler from legends, he now felt as though he had become one. This sensation was utterly marvelous. As he paced around the hall, he reveled in the delight of being an earth traveler. When Lu Cheng reached the hall's entrance, he suddenly detected something beneath his feet. This startled him. He had practically traversed every inch of free space in the hall, and beneath the blue stone, apart from yellow earth and scattered rocks, there had been no anomalies. Yet now, he had stumbled upon something substantial. Carefully sensing it, he gradually pinpointed its exact location. When he had first entered, Lu Cheng hadn't noticed it at all. Beneath the threshold, specifically beneath the bluestone bricks under the threshold, lay an iron chest. There, beneath the bricks, and separated by nearly 10 feet of yellow earth, the bluestones enclosed a small cavity, perfectly sized to accommodate the iron box. This iron chest had likely been sitting here for many years, its surface now covered with rust. Perhaps it had been buried beneath the ground when Song Family Village was first established. Lu Cheng was eager to see what was inside, but when his sensing power extended underground, it was suddenly halved. Faced with this iron chest, he could only stare at it in helpless frustration. Lu Cheng, what are you doing? Song Ping shouted angrily upon returning to find Lu Cheng standing at the main gate with his head bowed, as if studying intricate carvings on the bluestone pavement. Was this any way for a servant to behave? Even if he had saved 2 young masters of the Song family today, that didn't give him license to disregard all decorum. No matter what, Lu Cheng remained a servant. That fundamental fact hadn't changed. Steward Song, where is the second young master? Lu Cheng asked. Now that he too could receive monthly allowance silver, in this regard at least, his status equaled Song Ping's. Come with me. The second young master wishes to see you. Song Ping suddenly recalled Song Kaishuan's instruction to invite Lu Cheng to his courtyard. The direct disciples of the Song family compound each had their own private courtyard. Lu Cheng had only heard about it before, but following Song Ping, he realized these individual courtyards were far larger than his own home. Song Kaishuan's courtyard had 2 sections. The front housed servants dedicated to serving him, while the rear was his personal residence. It boasted a dedicated training hall and study, and the courtyard's total area was enormous, easily a dozen times larger than Lu Cheng's family home. Gazing at such a fine courtyard, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel envious. He wondered when he'd ever get to live in a place like this. The moment he entered, his sensory perception had already detected 2 hidden rooms beneath the ground. One was a meditation chamber, and the other a training room. For Song Kaishian to occupy such an expansive courtyard all by himself was truly wasteful. Second young master, Lu Cheng has arrived. Song Ping led Lu Cheng into Song Kaishuan's study and said respectfully, Second young master, the pouch has been found. Is this the one? Lu Cheng promptly took out the pouch and handed it to Song Kaishian with both hands. Song Kaishian took the pouch and examined it carefully. This pouch of his was specially made, with a unique knot tied at the opening that only Song disciples could untie, let alone tie. After inspecting it, he was certain Lu Cheng hadn't opened it. Lu Cheng, thank you. Song Kaishian carefully tucked the pouch into his robe. Inside was the leaping technique he was currently cultivating. If this were to leak, the consequences would be disastrous. For Lu Chang to help him recover, it was truly an immense favor. If Song Kaixian knew that Lu Chang had not only seen the contents of the agile movement technique within the pouch, but had also practiced it, one wonders if he would still be so sincerely grateful to Lu Chang. More likely than not, he would not only withhold gratitude, but would instead hunt Lu Chang down. "It was my duty," Lu Chang quickly replied. This time, he had taken great advantage of Song Kaixian, but mastering the agile movement technique promised to bring more excitement to his life. "Lu Chang, I've already reported to my father about how you saved my third and fifth brothers today. Since you don't wish to join the inner courtyard as a guard, we won't insist. Should you ever change your mind, you can inform Song Ping anytime. Also, here are 10 taels of silver as your reward." Song Kaixian took out a pair of gold ingots, still shaken by the day's close call. "Thank you, second young master." Lu Chang sighed inwardly. He had discovered another martial arts manual in Song Kaichuan's study. Given the choice, he would have preferred to linger there for a couple more hours rather than take the 10 taels of silver. But with the reward in hand, he had no choice but to leave, and who knew when he'd have another chance to return. "Steward Song Manor is so vast. The founding master who first built it must have been immensely wealthy, right?" Lu Chang asked as they stepped outside, his thoughts still lingering on the iron chest beneath the threshold of the front courtyard's main hall. His perception wasn't yet keen enough to discern its contents, yet the mystery only deepened his curiosity. "You're mistaken," Song Ping replied. "The founding master first built the inner courtyard, simple and humble, yet it has always been the residence of the manor's master. Only 60 years after the manor's founding was the front courtyard added. Song Manor grew gradually, brick by brick, though the hardships endured during those years are not for outsiders to know." He explained that upon arriving at the foot of Datong Mountain, the founding master had first constructed a thatched cottage. The manor's grand scale today was the cumulative achievement of successive lords. Lu Chang fell silent, his gaze drifting toward the distant hall threshold as he nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 17. Marrying and Starting a Family? On his way home, Lu Chang stopped by the silver shop and exchanged a gold ingot for smaller pieces of silver. At Baoqing Tower, he bought 2 roasted chickens, 3 caddies of braised lion's head meatballs, and 5 caddies of cooked beef. Passing by the wine shop, he also picked up 10 caddies of fine wine. When he arrived home, Lu Zhong, Xian Xin, and Zhao Xian had indeed already arrived. "Chinger, we heard you saved the third and fifth young masters today," Zhao Xian said with a face full of pride. When he first heard the news, he simply couldn't believe it. Lu Chang was just a lowly servant, while Song Kaiga and Song Ligong were third-level internal strength experts. How could Lu Chang have possibly rescued them? But seeing the meat and wine in Lu Chang's hands, the news simply couldn't be false. "It was sheer luck," Lu Chang replied humbly. It truly had been luck. Without his sensing ability and turtle-breathing technique, he wouldn't have been able to save the Song brothers. "Quick, tell us how it happened," Xian Xin eagerly urged. Rescuing the Song brothers at a critical moment was an achievement that even they, as guards with decades of experience, had never encountered. Yet Lu Chang had not only encountered such an opportunity, but actually succeeded in saving Song Kaiga and Song Ligong. "What's the hurry? It's not going anywhere." Lu Zhong glanced at them, saying with feigned annoyance. Today, Lu Chang's actions had made him proud. So what if he was just a servant? He could still do the job of a guard. "Let's eat first, and we can talk while we eat." Lu Chang deftly arranged the meat and wine, inviting them to sit before recounting the day's events. Naturally, he didn't mention his extrasensory perception or tortoise-breathing technique. Having worked as a servant since the age of 10, especially with firewood chopping as his main task in recent years, it was only natural for him to have learned how to handle himself in water. "Chang'er, did you say the second young master agreed to let you be a guard?" Zhao Xian asked in astonishment. The rumors he'd heard weren't half as detailed as Lu Chang's explanation. For Song Kaixian to actually offer Lu Chang a guard's position. If true, it would mean Lu Chang had landed a respectable job at last. "I didn't agree," Lu Chang replied instantly. How could being a guard compare to the freedom of being a servant? As a mere servant, once he reached Datong Mountain, the place was his to command. If he had his way, He wouldn't even be his servant, but that was just a fleeting thought. Lu Zhong would never allow it. "You're crazy," Lu Zhong exclaimed in shock. Even as a low-ranking guard, one could earn 1 tael of silver per month, enough for Lu to marry, start a family, and support his household. Second young master has agreed that even if I don't become a guard, he'll give me a monthly allowance. 2 taels, Lu Cheng said. "Good, very good. Elder brother, Cheng can earn money too." Xian Naxin laughed heartily. They had been considering finding some work for Lu Cheng to ensure his livelihood wouldn't be a worry. Now that Song Kaixian promised him a monthly allowance, it meant Lu Cheng would never have to worry about food and clothing again in his lifetime. As always, Lu Cheng finished eating first. He returned to his room, closed the door, and began contemplating the night sky. There were people outside. If his inner energy cultivation were interrupted, it would surely affect his practice. But merely contemplating the night sky wouldn't be impacted even if someone disturbed him. Gazing into the night sky granted Lu Cheng a newfound sensory ability. With its aid, he not only cultivated internal energy, but rapidly advanced it to the peak of the 2nd tier in a short time. As he concentrated, focusing on the darkest patch of the starry expanse above, the sensory power nestled between his brows seemed to stir again, eager and restless. Suddenly, a surge of this sensing force erupted from his body, shooting toward the night sky. Having experienced this once before, Lu Cheng remained unperturbed. The burst of sensory energy streaked unerringly toward the void's deepest shadows. Though this force carried his awareness, even after the time it takes incense to burn halfway, he still perceived nothing in return. Surrounding his probing sense stretched only endless darkness. Cheng, after seeing off Xian Naxin and Zhao Xian, Lu Zhong pushed open his son's door to find the room plunged in such darkness he initially assumed Lu Cheng was asleep. "Father!" Lu Cheng immediately snapped back to awareness. The moment he closed his eyes, that outward-bound sensing force instantly withdrew, settling back into the space between his brows. "Are you asleep?" Lu Zhong lit the oil lamp and asked. "Not yet." Lu Cheng had just been focusing all his attention on the night sky, oblivious to everything around him. Although he had sensory abilities and could perceive within a 10-foot radius, all his awareness had been directed upwards toward the heavens. "I've discussed with your 2 adoptive fathers, and we've decided to arrange a marriage for you," Lu Zhong said. Since Lu Cheng couldn't cultivate internal strength, marriage and children naturally became the next priority. For cultivators, remaining unmarried at 30 was quite normal. But for ordinary people, 15 or 16 was the usual marrying age. If Lu Cheng were still just a mere servant, Lu Zhong wouldn't have considered this matter. But now that Lu Cheng drew a monthly stipend of 2 taels of silver, even if he remained in service, he could afford to marry. In Song Village, without internal strength, no 15-year-old could possibly earn 2 taels every month under normal circumstances. Getting married? Lu Cheng had never given it any thought. Growing up, he'd had little contact with the opposite sex. Aside from the kitchen maids and the servants' quarters, he'd never had the chance to meet another woman in his entire life. "Yes, I've already discussed it with your 2 godfathers. Since you're able to earn money now, you should marry and have children as soon as possible. We're all waiting to become grandfathers," Lu Zhong said with a smile. He wouldn't be able to work as a guard for much longer. Song Estate didn't keep idle hands. At 62, he would typically retire by 65. Even as a 3rd-layer inner force practitioner, 70 was the absolute limit, though it still seemed a few years away. In truth, the time would pass in the blink of an eye. "But I don't want to get married yet." Lu Cheng imagined the portly figures of those kitchen maids, who often cracked crude jokes that filled him with panic. Moreover, he had never interacted with the opposite sex before. The mere thought of living with a stranger filled him with boundless dread. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. "This isn't up to you. Besides, don't squander the silver young master gave you. Save it for marrying a wife later." Lu Zhong believed that only by seeing Lu Cheng married with children could he consider himself a proper father. Originally, Lu Cheng had been quite happy lately. His inner strength had reached the peak of his 2nd layer, and he had mastered shrinking technique, turtle breath technique, and had just begun leaping technique. He believed that with enough time, he would surely catch up to and surpass his father. Even Song Kai-Xian, Song Manor's publicly acknowledged martial arts prodigy, was beneath his notice. How long had it taken him to reach the peak of inner strength's second layer? And how long had it taken Song Kai-Xian? After Lu Zhong left for duty, it should have been Lu Cheng's usual cultivation time. But today his mind was restless, a great taboo for cultivation, not daring to practice inner strength. He could only return to his old habit of meditating under the starry sky. This was something he had done for 10 years, and it always helped him quickly shut out external distractions. When Lu Cheng concentrated his mind intensely, that sensing power at the center of his brow involuntarily surged outwards once more, as if some mystical force in the night sky was irresistibly drawing it in. Yet Lu Cheng only perceived boundless darkness surrounding him, infinite, endless, stretching beyond all horizons. Only when a slender ray of light suddenly pierced the darkness did he jolt awake. From last night until now, he hadn't even blinked once. The arrival of dawn also swiftly drew Lu Cheng's sensing power back between his brows. The freshly returned energy seemed excited, quivering with anticipation at its focal point. Abruptly, Lu Cheng channeled the sensing power to guide his internal energy once more, poised to break through the barrier to the second layer of inner force. P.S. Recommendation votes still aren't coming strong enough. Friends with votes, remember to vote daily. Chapter 18. Third Layer of Internal Force. Lu Cheng pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, guided his breath downward to the dantian, causing his lower abdomen to swell slightly. Then he directed the qi further down to the perineum before splitting it into two streams. These flowed along the inner sides of his thighs and calves, descending all the way to the bubbling spring points on his soles. Gradually, he inhaled again, his abdomen contracting as his tongue touched the upper palate. With focused intent, he led the qi upward from the soles, tracing the outer paths of his calves and thighs back to the perineum. He tightened his pelvic floor, channeling the breath along the governing vessel through the three gates until it reached the crown of his head. From there, it branched down past the front of his ears, reuniting at the tip of his tongue, just as he exhaled, seamlessly connecting the cycles. Thus, the energy coursed in an unbroken loop, from the crown's 100 meetings point to the bubbling spring points on his soles, revolving endlessly. One cycle, two cycles, the inner energy coursing through Lu Cheng's body moved faster and faster. Though daylight had long since broken, Lu Cheng paid it no heed in that moment. He couldn't tell how much time had passed when he finally opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with astonishment. Yes, his inner energy had broken through yet again, reaching the third level. The third level of internal energy was markedly different from the second. The qi in his dantian had grown denser, and his meridians had expanded significantly. When he activated the turtle breathing skill and the shrinking body technique, he immediately noticed the abundance of internal energy, making the techniques far more effortless to wield. He even experimented with altering his facial features and soon realized not only could he reshape his appearance in less time, but his control over facial muscles had also become far more precise. The early stage of the third level of inner strength and the peak of the second level may seem separated only by a thin barrier, but in reality, the difference is vast. The power of a warrior at the early third level is at least equivalent to 3 at the peak of the second level. In other words, breaking through this barrier had multiplied Lu Cheng's strength by at least 3-fold. But now, Lu Cheng had no choice but to report for duty. No matter that he was an expert at the third level of inner strength, he was still just a servant. And as a servant, he had to behave like one. Realizing he was running late again today, he threw on his clothes and dashed toward the servant quarters. The moment he stepped outside, Lu Cheng suddenly recalled the essentials of the leaping technique. Running was one of the foundational skills for mastering it since it involved the alternating movement of the legs, one leg pushing backward while the other swung forward, with both actions synchronized. The key to the forward swing was maintaining a straight trajectory while engaging the hips to propel the body forward. Initially, the movements felt awkward, but he quickly grasped the knack of it. As Lu Cheng's rear leg pushed off the ground, his body soared into the air. During this airborne phase, his movements were relaxed, allowing momentum to carry him forward. Throughout the running motion, the muscles of the driving leg actively contracted, while during the landing cushion and airborne phases, the muscles relaxed as much as possible. This technique allowed him to run more effortlessly, swiftly, and over greater distances. When running, the foot typically lands in one of three ways: forefoot strike, heel strike, or flat-footed landing. Except for a small percentage of people with flat feet, most have an arched foot structure known as the foot arch. The arch, composed mainly of bones and ligaments, resembles a bridge in structure, capable of bearing immense pressure, sturdy yet elastic. The foot also contains numerous joints, where cartilage and ligaments provide elasticity, absorbing shock during running and protecting the body from injury. Landing on the heel first while running requires a rolling motion from the heel to the forefoot for propulsion, creating a delay that slows forward movement. Moreover, heel striking prevents the arch from effectively cushioning impact, generating stronger vibrations that can damage the knees. These vibrations may also harm the brain and internal organs. Therefore, heel striking is generally not recommended for running. Forefoot striking is the preferable method. Among all parts of the foot, the bones and ligaments are concentrated in the midfoot and forefoot. The forefoot is broad and thin, offering better elasticity. Landing on the forefoot first helps maintain balance and absorbs external shocks and resistance. Though it may initially feel more strenuous, Liu Cheng, supported by 3 layers of internal energy, found it worthwhile if it advanced his agility training. Moreover, Liu Cheng knew that forefoot running was only the first step in mastering agility. The best running method involves landing on the toes, where the preliminary characteristics of Qigong, lightness skill, training emerge. Landing on the soles provides stability, and stability enhances lightness. Landing on the toes, though initially unstable, eventually makes the body nimble. However, this requires gradual progression, and running on tiptoes might seem oddly unconventional within Song Village. Although Liu Cheng rushed to the utility yard as quickly as possible, he was still late. But today, Song Ping neither scolded nor punished him. Liu Cheng had just saved the Song brothers yesterday, and even Song Kai-Xian had personally received him. Song Kai-ji and Song Ligong were still recovering from their injuries and would likely come to thank Liu Cheng in the future. Because of this, Song Ping's attitude toward Liu Cheng had undergone a complete transformation. Liu Cheng, second young master, rewarded you with 10 taels of silver yesterday. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Song Ping's monthly allowance was only 2 taels. As a steward in charge of the utility yard, his treatment was similar to that of an ordinary guard. But Liu Cheng was merely a servant, yet his treatment had already matched Song Ping's. Moreover, Song Kai-Xian had already made it clear that Liu Cheng could become a guard anytime he wished. Although Song Kai-Xian hadn't stated it explicitly, the implication was obvious. Liu Cheng's status in the utility yard was no longer below Song Ping's. No problem. Tonight at Baoqing Tower, Liu Cheng said. His father had reminded him just yesterday that this money should be saved for marriage, but he resisted the idea from the bottom of his heart. He was eager to spend every last bit of it as soon as possible. Maybe then the marriage plans could be stopped. Excellent. I'll call your 3 fathers and a few of the other servants. Make sure to come back early. The firewood in the shed still needs chopping. Song Ping couldn't hide his delight. Just the thought of Baoqing Tower's dishes made his mouth water. Whatever you arrange is fine. I'll just cover the costs, Liu Cheng replied with a smile. It wasn't often that Song Ping was so accommodating, and he felt confident that even if he didn't make it back in time for lunch, the kitchen would still save him a portion. Liu Cheng picked up his axe and rope and headed once more to Datong Mountain. The moment he left Song Manor, he broke into a sprint. Today, his main task wasn't to gather firewood, but to cultivate, to secure a quiet environment for himself. He ventured much farther from Song Manor this time. With the support of his 3rd-level inner strength and his perceptual senses, he had no need to fear danger even tens of miles away from the estate. Mount Datong was vast, and the foothills sprawled wide, with many areas untouched by human presence. precisely the kind of place Lu Cheng sought for his training. Practicing the leaping technique required not only the right mental discipline, but also the perfect terrain. After running for nearly 2 hours, he finally found an ideal spot. Chapter 19. Stance Running. Lu Cheng chose a sloping area dense with trees, a place rarely visited by people, where most trees were relatively small. The thickest trunks no wider than a bull's mouth, the thinnest no larger than a teacup. He picked this spot not only for its seclusion, but also because it was an ideal training ground for his acrobatic leap technique. Lu Cheng ran nonstop for over 2 hours. Initially, he landed on the balls of his feet, but soon transitioned to sprinting on tiptoes. For most people, shifting from forefoot running to tiptoe sprinting requires 6 months of practice. Even Song Kai-Xian, the martial arts prodigy of Song Manor, needed a full month to adapt. Yet, Lu Cheng accomplished this in less than 2 hours. He had run from home to the servants' courtyard on the balls of his feet and maintained this form for the first half hour after leaving Song Manor. Then effortlessly, he began gliding across the terrain on tiptoes. In essence, he achieved the transition in barely over an hour. Had Song Kai-Xian known, he might have banged his head against a block of tofu in frustration. At this moment, Lu Cheng wasn't contemplating how Song Kai-Xian might react. His immediate task was to fashion a training ground. Previously, for turtle breath and body shrinking techniques, simply perching cross-legged on a tree sufficed. But now, he needed to specially prepare an arena for his acrobatic leaps. Previously, when Lu Cheng gathered firewood, he would only chop branches from trees, especially those yellow dead branches that would fall with the slightest touch. Moreover, while gathering firewood, his axe would descend diagonally from top to bottom. But today, Lu Cheng aimed his axe at the trunks of trees, and when he swung downward, his strokes weren't angled, but parallel to the ground. Yet when felling trees, he didn't cut them flush to the roots, but left stumps about 2 feet tall. Lu Cheng worked swiftly, channeling his inner strength into the axe. Using 3 layers of internal force just to chop firewood was surely a luxury no other aristocratic family, besides the Song estate, could afford. Lu Cheng moved with remarkable speed. Though his axe wasn't particularly sharp, bolstered by his inner strength, it cut through like a hot knife through butter. Starting from the base of the hillside and moving upward without pause, he felled all trees in his path regardless of size. Soon, he had carved a several 100-meter-long clearing up the slope, leaving behind over a dozen tree stumps exactly 2 feet high, precisely as he intended. Yet Lu Cheng didn't stop. The extensive use of inner strength showed no signs of exhausting him. Instead, it filled him with an exhilarating sensation. Starting again from the hilltop, he worked his way downward parallel to his previous row of stumps, sparing no tree in his path. Strangely, his speed seemed to increase as he progressed, where he initially paused for several seconds at each tree. His growing familiarity with harnessing inner strength soon allowed him to run while swinging the axe single-handedly. Cutting uphill from the base of the slope took Lu Cheng 3 hours, but descending only required half that time. The tree stumps he left behind were neatly leveled, their heights remarkably uniform. Surveying his handiwork, Lu Cheng felt deeply satisfied. From a distance, the 2 rows of stumps he'd created were nearly invisible. The densely wooded hillside showed scarcely any alteration despite the felled trees. Glancing at the sky, Lu Cheng realized he'd missed mealtime. Still, he swiftly bundled a load of firewood and raced towards Song Family Manor, this time carrying the load on his back rather than balancing it on a shoulder pole. Only upon nearing the estate did he shift to tiptoeing. As anticipated, the kitchen staff had left him a meal despite no one being present. Lu Cheng grabbed 2 steamed buns before departing, but not before stopping at Baoqing Tower to purchase 2 jin of spiced beef for himself. When Lu Cheng returned to the hillside this time, he didn't cut any more trees, but instead prepared to practice the leaping skill. Apart from the mental cultivation method, the leaping skill also required running, followed by post-running. Post-running came in various forms, including horse posts, plum blossom posts, and 9 palaces posts. Within the inner courtyard of the Song Family Manor, Lu Cheng had seen both the 9 palaces posts and the plum blossom posts. The so-called 9 palaces post consisted of just 9 wooden stakes, numbered 1 through 9, arranged in 3 rows from north to south with 3 posts in each row. The plum blossom posts, on the other hand, were wooden stakes driven into the ground in the shape of 5 plum blossom petals, with groups of 5 stakes each, sometimes 6 or 7 groups, other times just 3 or 4. The horse posts were the simplest, a straight row of wooden stakes. Generally, 20 or 30 stakes were considered quite substantial. Lu Cheng had unexpectedly created several hundred tree stumps, and in double rows at that, something even a prominent family like the Song household couldn't manage. In this respect, Lu Cheng's ability to source materials from nature gave him a distinct advantage. For those accustomed to running only on flat ground, stepping onto the posts initially proved extremely challenging. The surface of each post was very narrow, requiring one to run on tiptoe with minimal contact space. The slightest misstep could easily lead to a missed footing. Therefore, beginners were advised to start by practicing walking on the posts, transitioning from slow to fast walking before moving on to running. Likewise, starting slow and gradually building up speed in a progressive manner. At the beginning, Lu Cheng also started with walking. It's simply impossible to run before learning to walk. Initially, Lu Cheng carefully observed the tree stumps beneath his feet. These stumps were harvested from nature, lacking any discernible pattern. In terms of difficulty, they were far more challenging than homemade wooden horse stakes. Even compared to Nine Palaces stakes or plum blossom stakes, these proved even more formidable. Though Lu Cheng moved with extreme caution, he still slipped through the gaps several times while traversing from bottom to top. After all, his eyes were on his head, not his feet. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How wonderful it would be if he could grow eyes on his feet. Abruptly, Lu Cheng recalled his sensory perception. Since his inner energy had ascended to the 3rd tier at dawn, he hadn't yet employed his sensory abilities. The moment he projected his senses outward, he immediately realized they had improved alongside the advancement of his inner energy. Previously, his perception could only span a radius of 2 zhong, but now it extended to 4 zhong. In other words, with each tier his inner energy ascended, the range of his sensory perception doubled. Lu Cheng mused that if his inner energy ever reached the 10th tier, his sensory range might expand to a terrifyingly vast scope. Of course, this was merely speculation. Perhaps there was an upper limit beyond which his perception would no longer grow. Nevertheless, he could now simultaneously release 4 streams of sensory awareness. This excited Lu Cheng immensely. With the aid of his sensory ability, it was as if his feet had truly grown eyes. Beginning his descent from the hillside, he no longer needed to look down at his steps thanks to this newfound perception. Eventually, Lu Cheng outright closed his eyes. Yet despite this, the speed of his feet only increased, and before long, he had transitioned from walking to running. P.S. A new month begins. Votes of recommendation would be much appreciated. Dake frequently refreshes the book page, and seeing the numbers rise fuels endless motivation. Many thanks. Chapter 20, Borrowing Money, Recommendations, and Ads Welcome. Transitioning from walking to running on wooden stakes is an extremely challenging process. For an average person, it takes about a month of diligent practice just to walk steadily and swiftly across them with some familiarity. But to be able to run without missing a step requires at least half a year of training. Some people with poor body control may not even manage to run confidently without misstepping even after a whole year of practice. As for closing one's eyes while doing so, even the most seasoned practitioners among ordinary folk would need at least a year to achieve it. Song Kai-Xian only began training in the leaping technique after reaching the 4th layer, and even now, he wouldn't dare claim he could run the stakes blindfolded. Yet, Lu Cheng achieved this after just 1 day of practice. If Song Kai-Xian were to witness Lu Cheng closing his eyes and dashing swiftly up and down the hillside, he would scarcely believe his own eyes. Lu Cheng tirelessly sprinted across the stakes. At first, he had to extend his arms to maintain balance, but soon he could retract them freely. From the base to the top of the hill, Lu Cheng counted. 1 row of stakes had 219, another 204. Before employing his sensory ability, traversing the course took him the duration of a meal. But with his heightened perception, he could sprint through it in mere moments. As he grew increasingly adept, Channeling inner force into his toes made his feet spin like wheels of wind and fire, allowing him to reach the end in an instant. Later, Liu Cheng raised the difficulty by crossing his arms behind his back. Yet he soon mastered this stance too, running the entire course with the same speed and stability as when his arms were loose at his sides. Liu Cheng suddenly wondered, what if he tried incorporating other martial techniques? After all, the leaping art was fundamentally just a footwork technique meant to be combined with other skills. He activated the tortoise breathing technique and initially struggled as his internal energy had to simultaneously sustain both the leaping art and the breathing method. During his first lap around the posts, his speed noticeably dropped. But after 3 laps, he found the perfect balance. He could maintain both the tortoise breathing technique smoothly and keep his post running stable and swift. Next, Liu Cheng employed the body shrinking technique. When his body transformed into a child's size, his shortened legs presented new challenges at first. The posts Liu Cheng had cut weren't spaced uniformly. Without his perceptual abilities, adapting to these irregular distances might have taken months. Yet for Liu Cheng, these weren't true obstacles. Given a little time, he could close his eyes again and dash back and forth with lightning speed. This training method of his was something no one else could replicate. The difficulty levels he imposed on himself would take others months or even years to achieve. In essence, each of Liu Cheng's post-running sessions equaled 10 or even 100 of others' attempts. His rapid progress stemmed not just from natural talent, but also from these self-imposed, extreme challenges. When Liu Cheng simultaneously activated the turtle breathing technique and the body shrinking technique while running the stakes at an unusually rapid pace, he finally began to slow down. It was already late in the day, and he still had to treat everyone from the miscellaneous courtyard to a meal in the evening. If he returned too late, they might think he had no intention of hosting the feast. When Liu Cheng arrived at Song Family Manor with a bundle of firewood on his back, Song Ping was already waiting outside the woodshed. Seeing Liu Cheng appear, the anxious expression on his face immediately turned into a smile. That evening, he had planned to order an entire feast. If Liu Cheng, his master, didn't show up, he'd be left scrambling. Liu Cheng went with Song Ping to Baoqing Tower, where Liu Zhong, Xian Xin, and Zhao Xian had already arrived. For Song Ping, Liu Zhong, and the like, the essence of dining lay in indulgence, and meat was their greatest delight. Song Ping had ordered the dishes, and the braised lion's head, a signature dish of Baoqing restaurant, was called for in 4 generous portions. 2 roasted lamb legs arrived at the table, alongside 10 full pounds of spiced beef. As for chicken, duck, fish, and an array of game meats, the spread was nothing short of lavish, covering the entire table. Don't assume the table laden with meat dishes would go to waste. By the time Liu Cheng went to settle the bill, nearly every plate had been wiped clean. Ma Xiaoan was especially exaggerated. He was so stuffed he could only slump back in his chair, momentarily unable to move. The chefs at Baoqing Hall truly excelled at their craft. Even ordinary diners could feast heartily here, let alone these laborers who seldom tasted meat. They naturally indulged with abandon, eating their fill and then some. This meal cost Liu Cheng 6 taels of silver. Though he thoroughly enjoyed it, his heart ached upon hearing the sum. He had initially believed 10 taels to be a substantial fortune, only to realize how quickly it dwindled when actually spent. Just yesterday, purchasing meat and wine had cost him nearly 1 tael, leaving him with only 3 taels and a handful of copper coins remaining. Chinger, come here. There's something I need to discuss with you. Xian Xin beckoned to Liu Cheng and led him into a narrow alley beside Baoqing Pavilion. Godfather, what is it? Liu Cheng promptly followed him. This matter is truly difficult to mention, but I simply must speak of it, Xian Xin said with visible discomfort, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. Godfather, what could possibly be between us that you can't say outright? Don't tell me you're here to borrow money, Liu Cheng said lightly, but then it suddenly dawned on him. Xian Xin had a gambling habit and nearly lost everything last time. You hit the nail on the head. I won't ask for much, just 1 tael. I'll pay you back next month with an extra 100 coppers. Xian Xin inwardly despised himself. Liu Cheng had always been filial toward him, yet here he was scheming against the boy just to feed his gambling addiction. But I only have 3 taels left. Lu Cheng sensed that no matter how much he lent Xie Naxin, it would vanish without a trace, destined for the gambling den's coffers. Lend me one tael, and you'll still have two. Don't you trust your own godfather? Xie Naxin pretended to be offended. When consumed by gambling, a man's skin grows thicker than a city wall. Don't you trust your godfather? I'll lend you the money, but you must do me a favor in return. Lu Cheng's eyes sparkled with mischief as he smiled. Bargaining with your own godfather? Out with it then. Whatever's within my power, consider it done, Xie Naxin replied. As long as he could secure the loan, he didn't mind striking a deal with Lu Cheng. I'm not ready to marry yet. If you can talk father out of arranging a match for me, I'll lend you not just one tael, but two. Lu Cheng laid out his terms. Truly, Xie Naxin beamed at the prospect of borrowing 2 whole silver taels. Only after the words left his mouth did he grasp the first half of Lu Cheng's statement. The three brothers had jointly decided that since Lu Cheng couldn't cultivate internal energy, he should settle down early, marry, and produce heirs post-haste. Of course, look, Lu Cheng promptly took out 2 taels of silver and waved them before Xie Naxin's eyes. All right, but I can only do my best. No guarantees it'll work. And even if you don't want to marry now, at most you've got 2 years left. You'll have to wed before 18. Mark my words. Silly boy, you don't know the joys of having a wife yet. Once you bring her home, you'll thank us. Xie Naxin chuckled. He, Lu Zhong, and Zhao Xian visited the flowery pavilion several times a month. If they had wives at home, why waste money there? Deal. Lu Cheng immediately placed the 2 taels into Xie Naxin's palm. With Xie Naxin persuaded, solving this vexing problem now only required convincing either his father or his third adoptive father. P.S. It's Monday. To secure a good spot on the charts, please consider voting for recommendations. Also, kindly add this book to your collections. Subscription numbers are core metrics for any novel. Chapter 21: Knowing When to Stop. The Fortune Square gambling house wasn't actually far from Lu Cheng's home. It happened to lie along the route back from Baoqing Tower. The moment Xie Naxin caught sight of its signboard, he seemed frozen in place. At that instant, nothing else existed in his eyes. With determined steps, he marched inside, completely oblivious to Lu Cheng following closely beside him. As soon as he entered the gambling den, Xie Naxin exchanged his silver for copper coins. He only had 2 taels of broken silver in total. If he guessed wrong, he'd lose it all in just 2 bets. Holding a bag of copper coins, Xie Naxin squeezed his way to a dice table betting on high or low. The moment he stepped into the casino, it was as if he had become a different person, his entire being buzzing with excitement. And when his eyes fell on the silver and coins piled on the table, they gleamed with greed. Place your bets now, big or small. Once it's down, it's final. Big. Xie Naxin took out a handful of copper coins and tossed them onto the big character. I'll bet small. Lu Cheng directly threw a tael of silver onto the small side. This kind of high-low dice game suited his taste perfectly. The dealer had already shaken the dice cup before letting them place bets. Wasn't this practically handing him money on a silver platter? Cheng, since when did you start gambling too? Xie Naxin knew his own addiction to gambling had ruined him. Over the years, not only had he failed to save a single coin, but he was also buried in debt. His entire life's accomplishments had been destroyed by this vice. Now Lu Cheng was gambling too, betting a whole tael straight away, which naturally worried him deeply. I want to win money, Lu Cheng stated matter-of-factly. Given Xie Naxin's gambling habits, expecting him to repay debts was utterly impossible. Lu Cheng had no intention of losing 2 taels of silver. He'd simply have to win it back at the Xifang gambling den. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Your money didn't come easy. Better hold on to it, Xie Naxin said, reaching out to take Lu Cheng's silver. This wisdom came from bitter personal experience. Yet even knowing the odds, he couldn't resist the urge to gamble when the itch struck. Guard Xie, have you forgotten the rules here? The dealer scolded, slapping Xie Naxin's hand with a smirk. Lu Cheng, unsophisticated as he was, had just placed a whopping 1 tael bet, and the dealer wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip away. Xie Naxin reluctantly withdrew his hand. Xifang Gambling House had powerful backing, and even as a third-level Inner Force guard, he had no choice but to abide by the casino's rules. Once all bets were placed, the dealer lifted the dice cup. 1, 2, 3, 6 points small. His gaze at Lu Cheng was a mix of regret and frustration. Had he let Xian'an take back that silver, he'd have saved a whole tael. Xian'an hadn't anticipated such a situation either. He had boldly wagered over 100 copper coins, yet Lu Cheng dared to bet an entire tael of silver, which truly astonished him. What shocked him most was that Lu Cheng actually won, turning that one tael into two. "Place your bets now. Big, big, once laid, hands off," the dealer shouted enthusiastically after shaking the dice cup. Lu Cheng casually pushed his two taels onto big, leaving Xian'an utterly stunned. What Lu Cheng was doing wasn't gambling with money. It was practically gambling with his life. But just as Xie reached to intervene, the dealer's sharp glance froze him, forcing him to sigh in helpless resignation. "Godfather, have you forgotten how I won last time?" Lu Cheng understood deep down that no matter how much he tried to help Xian'an, it would be pointless. A compulsive gambler like him was doomed to lose everything in the end. Xian'an murmured thoughtfully. Last time, Lu Cheng had won several rounds in a row, though he'd also experienced such lucky streaks before. But the fact remained, Lu Cheng had just won again. Xian'an pulled out a handful of copper coins and followed Lu Cheng's bet on big. When father and son unite their hearts, they can cut through metal, Xian'an declared with grand enthusiasm. Opening 4-5-6 big. The dealer wasn't particularly surprised this time. Winning 2 rounds in a row at the gambling table was nothing extraordinary. Yet what astonished people was Lu Cheng daring to bet such a large sum at his young age. The dealer made a point of studying Lu Cheng's face carefully, committing his features to memory. Xian'an stood utterly stunned. Lu Cheng had won yet again. 1 tael of silver had become 2, then 2 had become 4, as if by magic. Meanwhile, his own 2 taels had only earned him a few dozen extra coppers. Regret gnawed at him now. If only he'd bet all his copper coins earlier, wouldn't he be rich by now? "Godfather, I'll head back first." Lu Cheng wasn't greedy. He sensed people were already watching him. Winning twice in a row wasn't unusual, but combined with his previous streak of 6 or 7 wins, it would raise eyebrows. His extrasensory perception was unknown to others. Even Xian'an wasn't aware of it. If he wanted to keep winning at the quad gambling den in the future, he couldn't afford to draw attention. Very well, Xian'an simply thought Lu Cheng had remarkably good luck, and even rarer, the sense to quit while ahead. This was something he himself couldn't master, otherwise he wouldn't have sunk to borrowing money from Lu Cheng. Twice now, Lu Cheng had left the gambling den with substantial winnings, and the feeling was exhilarating. Part of him wanted to stay and play a few more rounds. With his extrasensory perception, games like big and small were practically free money. Yet he restrained himself. If he attracted suspicion, not only might he be barred from gambling dens in the future, but some of his secrets could also be uncovered. Right now, as a mere servant, his actions went unnoticed. But if someone were to tail him with ill intent, everything about him could be exposed. Lu Cheng concluded that even if he gambled again in the future, he couldn't afford to win outright. If he wanted to profit, he'd have to wait a long time or adopt a different appearance. Changing his features wasn't difficult for him. What he didn't know was how long the disguise would last. At the second tier of inner force, it held for only the time it took an incense stick to burn. Now at the third tier, he hadn't yet calculated its new duration. Returning home, Lu Zhong was already back. He had drunk quite a bit today. Lu Cheng's treat had given him face. A mere servant hosting a banquet at Baoqing Tower was likely an unprecedented feat by Lu Cheng. Still unable to drink, poor Lu Cheng naturally became everyone's toast target. In high spirits, Lu Zhong downed each cup as it came. Though a third-layer inner strength practitioner, even he couldn't withstand the alcohol coursing through his veins once home, soon collapsing onto his bed to sleep. After returning home, Lu Cheng propped the courtyard gate shut with a stone and lay on his bed, staring contemplatively at the night sky. Whenever Lu Zhong was home, he never practiced his inner energy cultivation. A single interruption could bring consequences he dared not risk. But staring into the night sky, that was something he could stop at any moment. After reaching the 3rd level of internal energy, Lu Cheng's perceptual sensitivity at his brow chakra increased significantly. He knew his sensory range could now detect within a 4-zhang radius. As he extended his perception outward, The original 2 strands of awareness instantly multiplied into 4. When he contemplated the night sky, 2 streams of energy now surged forth from his body instead of 1. One strand of perception stretched endlessly into the fathomless darkness, while the other circled around Lu Cheng like a loyal guard, ever vigilant of his surroundings. The distance from Lu Cheng's room to the courtyard gate measured less than 3 zhang, meaning he could detect anyone approaching his home at any moment. Though truth be told, ever since he could remember, no one had ever disturbed him after the lamps were extinguished at night. Chapter 22, Midnight Feast. Lu Cheng indeed sensed someone's presence, but the person didn't enter. After Lu Cheng left, Xia Naxin lost all 2 taels of silver within half an hour at the gambling table. Upon leaving the square gambling house, he lingered outside Lu Cheng's home, torn between the impulse to enter and the embarrassment of doing so, yet unwilling to simply walk away. Lu Cheng saw the dejected Xia Naxin and knew he must have lost everything. His own 1 tael of silver had turned into 4, yet Xia Naxin had squandered his 2 taels completely. It seemed he still refused to give up, wanting to borrow money to recoup his losses. But in the end, Xia Naxin did knock on the door. With a soft sigh, he turned and walked away. Although Xia Naxin didn't come inside, Lu Cheng's meditative visualization was still interrupted. He felt that he needed a quiet environment where he could cultivate without distractions. From the current situation, only that hillside far from Song family village would serve as his ideal training ground. The next day, Lu Cheng arrived at the utility yard early, retrieved his things, and then headed straight for Datong Mountain. Just like the day before, he began by simply running. With his current cultivation level, even without channeling his inner energy, his speed was already astonishing. Once he was certain no one was around, he infused his legs with inner energy while simultaneously activating the mental technique for the soaring leap skill. In an instant, his body became light and agile, and the speed at which he dashed forward increased immeasurably. Yesterday, Lu Cheng chopped down over 400 trees, ensuring he wouldn't need to worry about firewood for months. Once he reached the hillside, he immediately activated his tortoise breath technique and body shrinking technique to begin his stake running practice. Before even reaching the slope summit, he closed his eyes, using his sensory perception to navigate his surroundings while sprinting across the stakes at top speed, the wind roaring past his ears. This heightened awareness felt truly marvelous. After dozens of rounds, Lu Cheng suddenly wondered if he could increase the challenge. He found a puddle, channeled his internal energy through his facial meridians using his sensory perception, and with the aid of his body shrinking techniques, mental cultivation method, altered his appearance. Before reaching the second layer of internal energy, he could only maintain this for the time it took an incense stick to burn. Now, he wasn't sure how long it would last. If anyone had witnessed Lu Cheng's current state, they would have been astonished. Stake running alone was already an extremely difficult exercise for beginners. Yet Lu Cheng was doing it with his eyes closed, something even someone as skilled as Song Kai-Xian couldn't manage yet. But Lu Cheng wasn't stopping there. He had also activated his tortoise breath technique, meaning he had entered a state of internal respiration. Yet, that wasn't all. On top of the tortoise breath technique, he was simultaneously using the body shrinking technique. Executing 2 martial techniques at once while blindfolded during stake running wasn't just beyond Song Kai-Xuan's abilities. Even Song Haoran, the master of Song Manner and a top-tier expert at the 7th layer internal energy realm, wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a feat. Yet Lu Cheng still increased the difficulty. He actually disguised his appearance, and not by using makeup, but by guiding his internal energy through his sensing ability to alter the shape of his facial skin. Running on stakes, eyes closed, turtle breathing technique, body shrinking technique, and disguising. All 5 techniques performed simultaneously. Perhaps no one in the entire Tianhua kingdom could achieve such a feat. But Lu Cheng had just accomplished it. Though the first time he managed only half an hour, the second time he held on for most of an hour. Training with all 5 skills at once, he could maintain his disguise for the better part of an hour, unquestionably the first in Sangji Yazwang. By midday, Lu Cheng had restored his original appearance and stature. Strapping a bundle of firewood to his back, he ran back to Sangji Yazwang. Having treated the servants' quarters to a good meal the night before, he now received noticeably different treatment. Everyone who saw him wore a smile, and when he reached the kitchen, not only were 2 large steamed buns set aside for him, but there was also a bowl of soup. Lu Cheng was today especially tough. Song Ping noticed Lu Cheng drenched in sweat, his clothes seemingly soaked through. "It's nothing," Lu Cheng smiled. "If you can't take it, don't go out in the afternoon," Song Ping said quietly. Lu Cheng was now the second young master's favorite, and with his merits in saving the Song brothers, even if he did nothing at all, Song Ping couldn't punish him. If Lu Cheng wished, he could assign someone else to chop wood and let Lu Cheng take on lighter tasks. "That won't do," Steward Song. "Precisely because the second young master values me. I can't afford to be careless. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if I lose face. What's worse is the second young master losing his. How could Lu Cheng bear to give up such a great opportunity to train? You're more thoughtful than I am. I was too rash." Song Ping slapped his forehead, surprised that someone as young as Lu Cheng could consider things so thoroughly. If he didn't assign Lu Cheng any work, others might truly misunderstand Song Kaixian. If Overseer Song truly wishes to show favor, there actually is a matter I'd like to trouble you with. Lu Cheng took a bite of his steamed bun and said in a low voice, "Between us, what matter can't be spoken? Just say it directly." Song Ping had just enjoyed a fine meal at Lu Cheng's expense the day before, his belly still full with Lu Cheng's generosity, so naturally he couldn't refuse his request. "This is the situation. You know I receive 2 taels of silver each month, right? I'd like to purchase 3 caddies of meat daily and have the kitchen prepare for lunch. Then the 3 of us, you, me, and my 3 foster fathers, can enjoy it together," Lu Cheng explained. After dining at the Baoqing restaurant several times, he'd come to realize that though his own stewed meat was tasty, it couldn't compare to the restaurant's fare at all. Even the kitchen cooks were worlds apart in skill. 3 caddies of meat daily? That'd cost 60 copper coins. Your entire monthly 2 taels will be spent just on food. Song Ping had no real objections. Since he'd get to eat meat at lunch as well, why not go along with it? But 1 caddy of pork cost 20 coins, 3 caddies 60 coins. That'd amount to 1,800 coins a month. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, leaving Lu Cheng with only 200 coins each month. Besides, he still had to go back home for dinner at night. He found Lu Cheng's suggestion foolish. Instead of buying 3 caddies of meat at noon, wouldn't it be better to buy 3 caddies for dinner so the whole family could have a proper meal? Lately, I always feel like I can't eat enough. Why don't we try it for a month first? Here's 2 taels of silver. Consider the rest as a token of my appreciation. Lu Cheng didn't really mind the cost. Spending 1,800 coins per month might seem like a lot, and in the past, it would have been a huge sum to him. But now, he couldn't care less. Besides, if he ran out of savings, his father wouldn't pressure him to get married, which inadvertently worked in his favor. "Oh, you silly boy. Fine. You're at the age when you need to grow. More meat would do you good." Song Ping was overjoyed at Lu Cheng's sudden thoughtfulness. Instead of asking for the full 1,800 copper coins, he'd handed over 2 taels of silver. Not only would Song Ping get to eat meat every day, but he'd also pocket an extra 200 coins. In his eyes, Lu Cheng's image instantly rose to new heights. For Lu Cheng now, the most important thing was eating plenty of meat every day to ensure he stayed full and well-nourished. Ever since developing his sensory ability and starting to cultivate inner strength, he had felt an unusual hunger. If his nutrition wasn't guaranteed, he worried it might hinder his training. Chapter 23: Soaring to New Heights. Votes and favorites appreciated. Before leaving Song Family Manor at noon, Lu Cheng still made a trip to Baoqing Tower. Although the kitchen had left him an extra bowl of soup today, it still wasn't enough for him. He sliced 2 caddies of spiced beef for himself and bought 10 meat buns. Passing by the Sifong gambling den, he patted his pocket. Only 2 taels of silver remained. Beside Sifong gambling den was a narrow alley. Lu Cheng walked in and, seeing no one around, entered further. When he stepped into that alley, he was a green youth. When he emerged, he had become a young man. While his features still somewhat resembled Lu Cheng's, even Lu Zhong wouldn't dare claim this was the same person upon seeing him. There were no bronze mirrors or water surfaces in the alleyway. His transformation relied entirely on manual adjustments. He'd been quite nervous throughout the process, only letting out a soft sigh of relief upon entering the gambling den unnoticed. Business boomed at Sifong Gambling Den, bustling with crowds despite it being afternoon. Multiple big and small betting tables were completely surrounded by gamblers. Lu Cheng first looked for the dealer from last night, but after circling around, he found none. Clearly, the dealer who had noticed him wasn't on duty during the day, which eased Lu Cheng's mind slightly. In truth, Lu Cheng was being overly cautious. He had forgotten he was now disguised. Even if that dealer saw him again, they wouldn't recognize him as Xie Naxin's adoptive son. Ever since gaining his sensory abilities, Lu Cheng had become increasingly meticulous and cautious. To avoid drawing the casino's attention, he placed bets at 3 different tables. The first bet won, turning 2 taels of silver into 4. The second bet lost, but he had only wagered 1 tael. The third bet won again, turning 3 taels into 6. After 3 rounds, Lu Cheng left, knowing when to quit was undoubtedly the wisest move. In the afternoon, after returning to the hillside, Lu Cheng removed his oversized clothes. They no longer fit properly after he activated his body-shrinking technique. Concerned that the extra 4 taels of silver might attract Xie Naxin's scrutiny, he dug a hole beside a tree stump and casually buried the silver inside. For Lu Cheng, burying things underground was the best solution. Even if he couldn't remember the exact spot later, it didn't matter as long as others couldn't find them. All he needed was a rough idea of the location. Using his sensory perception to scan the area, he could instantly retrieve anything buried less than 20 feet deep. With Lu Cheng employing disguise, body-shrinking technique, turtle breath technique, closed-eye running, and stump running simultaneously, each round he completed was equivalent to dozens by others. His speed was astonishingly fast, over 200 tree stumps, and he could complete a round blindfolded in mere moments. Lu Cheng felt confident that 2 days of practice had made him thoroughly familiar with stump running. When Lu Cheng resumed his normal size and focused solely on stump running, the results of his 2-day training became fully apparent. As he dashed across the stumps, he moved like lightning, light as a swallow in flight. While using the body-shrinking technique, spanning the distance between 2 stumps had been somewhat challenging. But upon restoring his original height, his longer legs made it effortless. He practically floated across, merely tapping lightly to effortlessly leap between 2 stumps. The manual for the leaping technique had stated that stump running required precise foot placement and light, accurate body movements. Now, Lu Cheng personally felt he had essentially met these mastery requirements. Lu Cheng had no idea that if Song Kaixian had witnessed his footwork earlier, he would have been utterly enthralled with envy. Even Song Kaixian himself couldn't match Lu Cheng's agility. With his heightened perception aiding him, when it came to stump running, there were likely very few in the entire world who could surpass him. The more irregular the stumps, the more his advantage shone through. After stump running came brick running, which was divided into 3 stages. The first stage involved flat-laid bricks, 360 blue bricks laid flat on the ground, spaced a step apart, arranged in a long line. Training involved running back and forth over them. At first glance, this seemed easier than the plum blossom stakes, but demanded absolute silence with each step. No sound could be made when touching the bricks. The second stage was running on edge-standing bricks. Only once one could glide effortlessly over the flat-laid bricks without a single sound would the bricks be stood on their sides for practice. This demanded even greater precision and lightness and stability of movement, until one could dart across the edge-standing bricks in utter silence, without toppling a single one. Then, it was time to advance to the third stage. The third stage involved running on upright standing bricks. Bricks stood vertically. These were far more prone to falling, offering only the slimmest surface to land on. This step rigorously trained pinpoint accuracy in foot placement, as well as the lightness and steadiness of movement. Once mastered to the point of effortless running without toppling the bricks, thinner bricks could be chosen to further increase the challenge. With relentless practice and honing of skill, the art of brick running would then be considered mastered. Lu Cheng couldn't find any blue bricks for the moment, so he had to make do with tree stumps again. But this time, the stumps weren't buried in soil. they were simply placed on the ground. Having already felled over 400 trees on the hillside, cutting out 360 stumps proved to be an easy task. Finding a stretch of flat ground large enough on the hillside was hardly possible, so Lu Cheng had no choice but to make do with the slope, arranging the stakes on a patch of grass. Keeping the stakes steady on uneven terrain was tricky enough, but running across them made it all the more challenging. Stakes were far lighter than bricks, and their contact with the ground was minimal. Just the slightest nudge could send them toppling over. But when Lu Cheng employed the leaping body technique and ran across the arranged stumps, he realized the task was somewhat easier than expected. On his first attempt, only 20 of the 360 stumps toppled. By the second run, merely 8 fell. The third time, it was just 3, and after the fourth attempt, not a single one of the 360 stumps remained standing. At first, Lu Cheng followed a set pattern in his running. Once the tree stumps no longer toppled over, he increased the difficulty by switching to an irregular sprinting path. Satisfied with his training progress, Lu Cheng tested his enhanced agility among the sloped woodland after leaving the stump area. Indeed, his movements had become noticeably swifter. I wonder what level the second young master has reached in his leaping technique, Lu Cheng suddenly thought. If Song Kai-Shian knew Lu Cheng's thoughts, he'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. Currently, Song Kai-Shian was still at the stage of running on bricks, yet Lu Cheng had achieved mastery in just one afternoon, including crafting the wooden stakes and practicing the technique. The final exercise in the leaping technique was the skyward push. This so-called skyward push trained the explosive force of upward jumps. One simply needed to choose a flat area, stand upright with arms hanging naturally, legs together, and spring upward using the balls of the feet. During the jump, the knees must not bend, while the mind focused on lifting upward, imagining the head exerting force toward the sky, like a crane soaring into the heavens. As Lu Cheng stood on level ground, assumed the stance, and channeled inner energy to the balls of his feet, he pushed off with a forceful leap. His entire body shot into the air as if pulled by an invisible rope, resembling an immortal crane taking flight, soaring straight into the sky. Lu Cheng felt exhilarated. Again and again, he launched himself upward with the skyward push, clearing the treetops with ease. Once he combined it with the footwork of the leaping technique, he could twist and somersault midair. Though his training hadn't been long, his foundation was rock solid. Even Song Kai-Shian couldn't compare to him now. P.S. This week there are no official recommendations, so we can only rely on the support of our fellow readers. Currently, The Gifted Handyman is ranked 9th on the new releases chart, just a tiny step away from moving higher up. Perhaps your single click, one recommendation vote, or even adding it to your collection could propel The Gifted Handyman to a greater height. Chapter 24. Learning from others. Please add to collection. Lu Cheng returned home, carrying dozens of tree stumps. The remaining 360 stumps held no more value for him. Their final contribution would be as firewood for the kitchen. On his way back, he bought another crispy roast duck and 3 caddies of spiced beef. Money meant little to him now. As long as the square gambling house remained open, silver would keep flowing steadily into his pockets. Of course, winning big at the gambling house wasn't easy. If he suddenly won over 10 taels of silver at once, it would inevitably draw the square gambling house's attention. Though he could disguise himself, unfamiliar faces were uncommon in Song Family Village. Once the gambling house took notice of him, his money-making scheme would be over. When Lu Cheng returned home, Xian Axin and his teacher Zhao Xian were already there. Seeing the food in Lu Cheng's hands, Zhao Xian's eyes glittered with excitement. Ever since Lu Cheng had started hunting alone, they'd grown accustomed to eating meat every night. But today, seeing that Lu Cheng had brought prepared dishes instead, they were quite surprised. Big brother, you need to talk to Chenger. Even if he has money, he can't go spending like this. If he keeps throwing it around like this, how's he going to support a family later? Zhao Xian said. Lu Cheng only earned 2 taels of silver per month, plus Lu Zhong's 3 taels, making 5 taels total. Enough for them to be considered a well-off household in Song Family Village. For ordinary families, luxuries like fine clothes or extravagant meals aren't even part of the equation. Just having enough to fill their stomachs is enough. If Lu Cheng had brought home game, No matter how much, it wouldn't have dented the household income. If anything, it would have reduced expenses. But if he kept splurging like this, treating today at Baoqing Tower or bringing back takeout tomorrow, they'd soon run into hardship. If you really cared about Chung, maybe you shouldn't come freeloading off him anymore, Xian Naxin teased, though he himself was thoroughly enjoying the wild rabbit meat, his lips glistening with grease. And if it were food from Baoqing Tower, he wouldn't even need to taste it before his mouth started watering. Since both my adoptive fathers have come, Chung and naturally must treat you properly. Lu Cheng smiled as he spoke. There was another reason for his extravagance. He wanted to show Xian Naxin that he was practically broke now. Chung, yesterday you only had 3 taels left, didn't you? Today must have cost you over 300 coppers. Lu Zhong asked. The food at Baoqing Tower was indeed delicious, but the prices were steep. 80 coppers for a pound of cooked beef and 100 coppers for a crispy duck. That's right. Today I gave 2 taels to Song Ping, guaranteeing us extra portions at noon every day. 3 pounds of meat daily, Lu Cheng explained. Do you even understand how money is earned? Lu Zhong stamped his foot in frustration. What a spendthrift. Lu Cheng was truly a wastrel. How had he never noticed this before? 2 whole taels, just casually handed over to Song Ping. Given Song Ping's notoriously greedy nature, they'd be lucky if he spent even 1 tael on actual meat provisions. Xian Naxin wasn't surprised by this. Lu Cheng's behavior at the Sifong gambling den showed he was even more reckless than him when it came to gambling. For someone like that, nothing they did was out of the ordinary. He just felt it was a pity. Just last night, Lu Cheng had turned 1 tael of silver into 4, and now he'd given Song Ping 2 taels. He probably only had a bit more than 1 tael left on him. Xia had planned to shamelessly borrow another tael from Lu Cheng that evening to try and win back his losses, but now it seemed there was no point bringing it up. Chinger, even though we all get our monthly allowances, we still have to spend carefully. Look at this house. There isn't a single decent piece of furniture. Once you marry, you'll need to buy a few proper things, won't you? And this courtyard needs repairs too. None of this comes without expense. Your father, and I don't have much saved up. Surely you don't want your house to be stripped bare in the future. Zhao Xian spoke with grave concern. Lu Cheng had never had money to his name before, so she hadn't realized just how freely he spent it. If that was how he was, they'd have to think carefully about arranging a marriage for him. Then let's skip the marriage, Lu Cheng said, glancing at Xian Naxin. He'd handed over 2 taels. Surely there ought to be some payoff around now? Elder brother, in my opinion, we should take our time discussing Cheng'er's marriage. Xian Naxin spoke calmly, keeping his expression neutral. Since he'd taken Lu Cheng's silver, of course he had to put in a word for him. That said, deep down, he still believed Lu Cheng should eventually marry Lu Zhong, Zhao Xian, and he had long since given up on their grand ambitions. They didn't crave wealth or power, just peaceful, ordinary lives. We can't indulge him anymore, elder brother. I think from now on, Cheng'er's money should be kept by you. Zhao Xian immediately proposed a solution. Third brother, that doesn't seem quite right. After all, Cheng'er is already receiving a monthly allowance, Xian Naxin said with a bitter smile, still hoping he could occasionally borrow some money from Lu Cheng in the future. Zhao Xian's suggestion had effectively cut off his newly discovered income stream. I think it's a good idea. That boy simply shouldn't have money in his hands. Otherwise, he'll forget his own surname. Lu Zhong snorted coldly. Lu Cheng didn't mind this arrangement at all. As long as they stopped discussing marriage arrangements for him, he considered himself fortunate. Without hesitation, he handed over all the silver he had, a little over 1 tael. Since they didn't want to share delicious food with him, he'd simply enjoy it alone from now on. As for the wild rabbit meat, after getting used to the delicacies of Baoqing restaurant, he couldn't bring himself to care for it anymore. Big brother, you must go to Song Ping tomorrow to get the money back. If Cheng'er needs extra meals, we can buy some meat for him separately, Zhao Xian whispered once Lu Cheng had returned to his room. 2 taels of silver were no small sum. Only a naive young man like Lu Cheng would trust others with his money. All right, I'll go first thing tomorrow. Lu Zhong nodded in agreement. Though Lu Cheng had retreated to his room, his sensory range now extended 4 zhang, about 12 meters. Even without focusing, he could hear them clearly. The wall between them spanned barely 2 zhang, close enough for him not only to catch their words, but even perceive the subtlest shifts in their breathing. But Lu Cheng's attention wasn't on them. That afternoon, he had disguised himself to visit the Four Corners gambling den. Back then, he had relied on instinct for his disguise, unsure of how he truly looked. Now, summoning his memory, he recreated the same visage and finally glimpsed his altered reflection in a vessel of water. Although it was merely a simple change of appearance, even Liu Cheng himself could barely recognize any trace of his original features. At the same time, Liu Cheng felt that this new visage seemed somewhat familiar. Liu Cheng faced the water basin, continuously altering his own appearance. Though he possessed the skill of disguise, achieving a desired look still required effort. Whether transforming himself into a youth, middle-aged man, or elder, Liu Cheng could only draw inspiration from familiar faces he had encountered. Suddenly recalling the Noon's visage, Liu Cheng realized why it felt familiar. That countenance was actually a combination of facial features from Song Kai-Xian, Song Kai-Ge, and Song Ligong. This realization worried Liu Cheng slightly. He concluded that only by memorizing more people's faces could he possibly master the art of disguise more effortlessly. But Liu Cheng was unaware that the new faces he disguised himself with all borrowed features from people within Song family manor, making him even less likely to arouse suspicion. Whether he went to the Four Corners gambling den or Baoqing Tower, others would feel a vague sense of familiarity, as if they'd seen him somewhere before yet couldn't quite recall. Otherwise, a completely unfamiliar face would quickly draw unwanted attention. P.S. Watching everyone else rush ahead, I can't help but feel envious. I humbly ask for recommendation votes. Even just a single member click means a great deal right now. Chapter 25, Punishment. Being able to monitor his appearance at any moment allowed Liu Cheng to alter his disguise not only faster, but with greater precision. Yet every time Liu Cheng changed his face, there was always a faint trace of familiarity woven into it. Liu Cheng had mastered at least 20 different disguises he could use at will before he finally rested. Now, whenever he pleased, he could simply take and adopt any of them. Closing his eyes, he smiled with deep satisfaction. It was as if he had gained 20 new identities. This sensory ability was truly marvelous. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could use his sensory perception to observe his surroundings, could he also use it to perceive his own appearance? With a thought, his senses immediately extended outward. His eyes seemed to shift into midair, gazing down at a face that was both strange and familiar. Liu Cheng found it bizarre, but his adaptability was extraordinary. Under the direct gaze of his sensory perception, he soon began altering his features effortlessly. This method freed Liu Cheng from his dependence on mirrors. His home had never possessed an expensive bronze mirror, forcing him to use a basin of water as a substitute. But from then on, mirrors became entirely unnecessary for him. The next day, as the penniless Liu Cheng prepared to venture out with rope and a cleaver, Song Ping suddenly stopped him. Liu Zhong had already intercepted him early that morning at the meat stall, taking away every last tael of silver Liu Cheng had given him just the day before. "Steward Song, my apologies, but my father has forbidden me from taking extra meals." Liu Cheng thought Song Ping had come regarding this matter. "I understand Guard Liu's concerns, but your approach was indeed rather thoughtless." Song Ping chuckled, finding Liu Cheng's actions nothing short of astonishing. If Liu Cheng truly began eating meat with every midday meal, he would undoubtedly become the most extravagant laborer in Song family village. No, the most extravagant in all of Datong Mountain, perhaps even the entire Tianhua kingdom. To feast on meat at every meal was a privilege reserved only for the direct disciples of the Song family, and possibly the chief guard Sun Boyong. Yet even Sun Boyong merely had meat with each meal, not unlimited portions. "As long as Steward Song doesn't blame me, that's enough," Liu Cheng replied. Unbeknownst to him, ever since gaining his perceptual abilities and internal energy, he carried an air of quiet confidence. In the past, he would have spoken to Song Ping with timid deference, barely daring to breathe. Now, however, he regarded Song Ping as an equal, or rather, as something even lesser. Indeed, Song Ping had also noticed Liu Cheng's composed tone when speaking to him. But he arrogantly assumed it was simply because Liu Cheng had rescued Song Kai-Ge and Song Ligong and was now basking in his own accomplishments. "Why would I blame you? I called you here today because I want to assign you an assistant, Song Ping said meaningfully. An assistant for me? Lu Cheng's face showed clear astonishment, and he immediately grew inwardly vigilant. Having just reached the third layer of inner strength in his cultivation, no one had detected it yet. Could it be that his cultivation activities had been noticed by someone in the estate, prompting them to send someone to investigate? Liang Hao. Due to his failure in safeguarding duties, he's been penalized with 3 months' wage deductions and assigned to do chores in the utility yard during the day while still standing guard in the inner courtyard at night, Song Ping explained. Originally, according to Song Kaishuan's intention, Liang Hao was to be expelled from the guard captain position, but the estate master had the final say and issued this lighter punishment instead. As for the other 3 guards, each received 1 month's wage deduction and a demotion in rank. Liang Hao received the harshest punishment, which was only fair given his greatest responsibility. Were it not for Lu Cheng, Song Kaiga and Song Ligong might well have perished. Had that tragedy occurred, Liang Hao and the other 3 guards wouldn't have gotten off with mere disciplinary measures. The enraged Song family estate would undoubtedly have demanded their lives in return. Steward Song, since Liang Hao has been assigned to the service yard, why not just let him do menial tasks there? Why assign him to me? Lu Cheng asked. Song Ping might have meant well, thinking this arrangement, where Liang Hao, who once looked down on him, now served as a subordinate, would offer a chance to humble the man. But what Song Ping didn't realize was that this was interfering with Lu Cheng's cultivation. How is working within the estate considered a punishment? I've ordered him to chop 4 bundles of firewood daily. That way, you could take a break from the chore, no? Song Ping replied with a smile. His arrangement was, in a way, repayment for Lu Cheng's hospitality at Baoqing Tower. With Liang Hao handling the firewood, Lu Cheng would no longer need to. Thank you, Steward Song. Though inwardly displeased, Lu Cheng had no choice but to accept the arrangement. Liang Hao's expression was profoundly complicated when he saw Lu Cheng emerge empty-handed. Just days ago, he had still felt an immense sense of superiority over Lu Cheng, but now he had no choice but to obey Lu Cheng's directions and learn how to chop firewood from him. A second-level internal energy guard like himself actually forced to learn firewood chopping. The sheer ridiculousness of it all bordered on the farcical. But who could blame Lu Cheng for his good fortune in rescuing the Song family's 3rd and 5th young masters? Having been punished by the estate, Liang Hao could only swallow his resentment. Yet the thought of chopping firewood under Lu Cheng's command still left him seething with defiance. Let's go. Knowing Liang Hao had to chop 4 bundles of firewood meant Lu Cheng wouldn't have to exert himself anymore. Still, he found Liang Hao's appearance patently absurd, heading out to chop wood while dressed in his tight-fitting guard uniform, carrying his cherished plum blossom saber, and clutching ropes and a chopping knife. He nearly burst out laughing, but seeing the utter dejection on Liang Hao's face, he stifled his amusement, turning his head aside as his shoulders shook faintly. Just hack away here. Lu Cheng led Liang Hao to the spot where he himself had once chopped firewood. You're not going to chop? Liang Hao already knew the answer in his heart, but seeing Lu Cheng lounging against a tree with an air of arrogant authority, he couldn't help asking with dissatisfaction. If you chop, then I won't, Lu Cheng replied with a half-smile. Lu Cheng, do you believe I'll beat you up? Liang Hao caught the mockery in Lu Cheng's eyes. He raised his chopping knife, his face filled with a fierce glare. Lu Cheng was just an ordinary laborer, while he was a second-layer inner force expert with the inherited plum blossom saber technique at his disposal. Dealing with 10 Lu Chengs would be no trouble for him. I believe it, but you don't dare. Lu Cheng seemed wholly confident against Liang Hao. Although the martial techniques he'd learned were all supplementary, Liang Hao was only at the second layer of inner force. If it came to a real fight, he might not necessarily win. Moreover, Lu Cheng was certain that unless Liang Hao wanted to give up his position as a guard in Song Manor forever, he absolutely wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. Liang Hao didn't want to speak to Lu Cheng anymore. What was so difficult about chopping firewood? Was he afraid of this? But as Liang Hao swung the chopping knife, he realized there was a world of difference between it and his plum blossom saber. Ever since cultivating internal energy, Liang Hao had devoted himself solely to martial practice and seldom concerned himself with mundane tasks. Despite being at the second layer of internal energy, he was still far behind Lu Cheng when it came to chopping wood. Yet Liang Hao gritted his teeth and refused to ask Lu Cheng for advice. What did it matter if it took a bit more effort? He believed he could chop 4 bundles of firewood in just 1 hour. Channeling his internal energy into the chopping knife and even employing some plum blossom saber techniques, he soon began to get the hang of it. Lu Cheng appeared to be dozing nearby, but his sensory perception remained fixed on Liang Hao. The plum blossom saber manual on Liang Hao's person had particularly captured his intense interest. This was the second offensive martial arts manual Lu Cheng had encountered, the first being Lu Zhong's Vajra Fist. However, Lu Cheng had no intention of practicing Vajra Fist. Cultivating that technique would cause his palms to become thick, coarse, and unyielding, instantly recognizable to anyone. Since he hadn't yet decided to reveal his inner energy cultivation to Lu Zhong, naturally, he wouldn't train in Vajra Fist either. The plum blossom saber technique, on the other hand, was different. As long as he didn't use it openly, no one would ever know. P.S. Seeking votes. This week Shidian didn't give any recommendations. If we want good results, it'll rely entirely on everyone's support. Every click, every recommendation vote, every bookmark you give provides immense encouragement to Dake. Chapter 26. Teaching by Example. Seeking recommendations and bookmarks. Liang Hao had, after all, practiced blade techniques. After just a short while of chopping, he quickly grew more and more adept at it. He shot Lu Cheng a smug glance, thinking to himself, even as a guard, I can chop firewood better and faster than this servant Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng had been chopping wood for 5 years and seemed to think he was something special. But no matter how skilled he was at it, could it possibly challenge a martial artist like himself, who had reached the second level of internal strength? In truth, as far as Song family estate was concerned, Liang Hao the bodyguard was merely a regular hireling. Though he received monthly wages, the treatment provided by the Song family was only mediocre at best. His meals, for instance, were just enough to fill his stomach, a far cry from being truly satisfying. Ironically, Lu Cheng during this period enjoyed meat with every meal, eating far better than Liang Hao ever did. Chopping firewood posed no difficulty for Liang Hao, but bundling it truly stumped him. How to tie a proper knot with the rope and carry the load back to Song Manor using a shoulder pole became his most vexing challenge. You have inner strength, don't you? You could carry all 4 bundles of firewood back at once, Lu Cheng suggested. Liang Hao's Plum Blossom Saber manual contained numerous diagrams, each depicting a different stance. Memorizing them all would be incredibly difficult. Asking Liang Hao to return after cutting just 1 bundle would not only disrupt his memorization, but also waste time. You're quite the clever one. Liang Hao finally felt that Lu Cheng had said something sensible. With his inner strength, what was there to fear? Not just 4 bundles of firewood. Even 8 bundles could be carried back to the estate in one trip. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that Lu Cheng had set his sights on the Plum Blossom Saber manual tucked inside his robes. Liang Hao, back in school, I never realized you could be so bitter. Did becoming a guard make you think you're something special? How do you stack up against my foster father, against Sun Boyong, or even the young masters of the Song family? Lu Cheng scoffed mockingly. I'm a guard. You're a menial servant. We were never meant to be from the same world. Liang Hao stabbed his cleaver fiercely into the ground, as though dispelling all the resentment in his heart. Regular workers could perform menial tasks, but menial servants could never do the work of regular laborers. Then how come you, this high and mighty guard, are willing to listen to a lowly servant like me? Lu Cheng shot him a scornful glance. Ever since Liang Hao had become a guard, his eyes had wandered upward, practically reaching the top of his head by now. Even in desperate straits, he still refused to lower his gaze. A man like this, if he had no real skills to back it up, was doomed to face exclusion and oppression. It's only because you got lucky, Liang Hao said grudgingly. Liang Hao never expected Lu Cheng to be such a strong swimmer, emerging from the pool unharmed and even rescuing both Song Kaiga and Song Ligong. If only he had been the one to save them. Lu Cheng was just a servant, easily rewarded with silver. But as a guard, if the Manor Lord rewarded him with martial techniques or elixirs, he might even achieve a breakthrough. After all, guards also had their ranks. Take their chief, Sun Boyong, for example. His monthly stipend and daily provisions far surpassed theirs. What's more, son Boyong even lived in the inner courtyards, enjoying the same privileges as a core disciple. Lu Cheng found Liang Hao utterly unreasonable and ignored him, leaning back against the tree to feign sleep. Seeing this, Liang Hao nearly drew his plum blossom dagger in fury, itching to cut him down right there. But such thoughts remained just that. He didn't dare act on them, at least not for the next 3 months. Lu Cheng, just you wait. A gentleman takes his revenge, even if it takes 3 months. The moment his punishment ends will be the day Lu Cheng meets his downfall. Little did Liang Hao know that Lu Cheng was currently rehearsing the plum blossom saber technique in his mind. Had Liang Hao known of Lu Cheng's ability, he would never have carried the saber manual with him. After his last trip outside the estate with Song Kai-Xian, he was struck by the rushing water, spat blood, and suffered minor internal injuries. His father instructed him to avoid forcibly cultivating inner strength for now and focus on practicing saber techniques instead. The plum blossom saber technique consisted of 12 stances, but Liang Hao had only mastered the first 6 so far. His father had stumbled upon this saber manual by chance, and even he had only learned up to the 9th stance. The final 3 stances were immensely powerful, but even with his father's 3rd-tier inner strength, they proved impossible to execute. At the moment, Lu Cheng was mentally practicing the first 3 stances of the plum blossom saber technique. Without physical practice, he felt some aspects remained elusive. However, had he known Liang Hao spent a full month mastering just the first stance, he wouldn't have thought his own progress slow. Lu Cheng's indifference infuriated Liang Hao, who longed to assert his status as a guard over Lu Cheng's role as a mere laborer. Guard would always outrank laborers, even if Lu Cheng was one who earned a monthly wage. Secretly, Liang Hao wished Lu Cheng would become a guard. That way, during sparring sessions, he could openly give Lu Cheng a thorough beating. But Lu Cheng, wisely, had declined the promotion. After chopping 4 bundles of firewood, Liang Hao didn't immediately return. Instead, he drew his plum blossom saber and began practicing his techniques right in front of Lu Cheng. His intention was to make Lu Cheng take notice of his presence and firmly remember that he was a guard with internal energy and martial skills, while Lu Cheng was merely a menial firewood cutter. If Lu Cheng lacked internal energy, there would be an insurmountable gap between them, one that Lu Cheng could never bridge in his lifetime. Indeed, when Liang Hao started his demonstration, Lu Cheng's eyes widened, gleaming as he watched intently. Seeing the envy in Lu Cheng's gaze, Liang Hao felt even more smug. He practiced the plum blossom saber techniques repeatedly, channeling his 2nd-tier internal energy into the blade with astonishing force. The swirling energy even stirred the leaves around him. Lu Cheng was utterly captivated, one might even say intoxicated by the display. But if Liang Hao had known what was truly crossing his mind, he would have surely killed him on the spot. Lu Cheng had already memorized most of the breath techniques and stances from the Plum Blossom Saber Manual, and now Liang Hao was practically serving as a live tutorial right before his eyes. It was as if just when Lu Cheng needed sleep, Liang Hao had handed him a pillow. "Liang Hao, your moves are quite impressive," Lu Cheng remarked after watching him practice several times. However, he noticed discrepancies between Liang Hao's execution and the illustrations in the manual, clear signs that his skills were still unrefined. "Is this dancing to you?" Liang Hao suddenly halted his saber stance, his face flushing crimson with eyes blazing in fury. He had trained arduously, yet Lu Cheng actually thought he was dancing. This was utterly humiliating. "Honestly, I can't make sense of it," Lu Cheng admitted truthfully this time. It was his first time witnessing Liang Hao's saber practice, and his first exposure to saber techniques altogether. "If you could comprehend it, wouldn't that make you a guard too? Let me tell you, the Plum Blossom Saber has 10 essential techniques: lift, hook, brush, flick, chop, tense, hang, sweep, probe, and thrust." Liang Hao stood tall with pride, his anger flaring at Lu Cheng's teasing. As an inner strength second layer guard, being looked down upon by someone like Lu Cheng was simply outrageous. "And where lift, hook, brush, flick, chop, tense, hang, sweep, probe, and thrust?" Lu Cheng asked. He had seen these terms in the Saber Manual with brief explanations, but no detailed illustrations were provided. "Watch carefully. When the blade is held inverted with the edge to the left and the tip pointing downward, this is called lift when the blade is reversed with the tip slanting downward and the edge to the right, resembling a cunning hand. This is called clever, when the blade's tip points forward with the edge to the left, making vigorous horizontal sweeps. This is called feel, when the blade forcefully swings left and right, or slashes diagonally backward to the right. This is called fling, when the blade abruptly drives forward and downward. This is called hack, when the blade suddenly rises from below. This is called stretch, when the blade moves forward and forcefully sweeps outward and backward diagonally. This is called hook, extending the right arm straight. The blade surges from below forward and upward. This is called flourish, when the blade moves horizontally left and right. This is called search, when the blade's tip points straight ahead. This is called pierce. Understood. Liang Hao demonstrated the 10 essential techniques once through. After finishing, he felt a pang of unease. These were not to be taught to outsiders. Why had he just revealed them to Lu Cheng? Liang Hao secretly consoled himself, thinking it was fortunate Lu Cheng was merely a servant. Otherwise, this would have been disastrous. But what would he feel if he knew that his very demonstration had allowed Lu Cheng to immediately grasp the fundamentals of saber technique? Now, all Lu Cheng wanted was to find a quiet place to practice the plum blossom saber techniques he had learned from Liang Hao. P.S. The ranking on the new releases chart is precarious, and advancing even a single spot is proving difficult. Your recommendation votes would be greatly appreciated. Genius Servant needs your support. Dake bows and gratitude. Chapter 27. The Able Bear More Burdens. Actually, Liang Hao had only demonstrated the basic sword techniques just now. The plum blossom saber technique featured nimble movements and varied saber strokes, easy to learn but hard to master. Of course, this was only true for ordinary people. Watching Liang Hao perform the basic saber techniques gave Lu Cheng an intuitive grasp of the images in the Plum Blossom Saber Manual. Originally, he had been working behind closed doors, but now Liang Hao had effectively ushered him inside the gate. When Liang Hao resumed practicing his saber technique, he became much more cautious. Though he didn't avoid Lu Cheng, he no longer explained each move step by step. For someone at the second layer of internal strength like him, gathering 4 bundles of firewood indeed took only a little over 2 hours. The remaining time was perfect for practicing the Plum Blossom Saber technique. When he saw that Lu Cheng had climbed a large tree and was comfortably napping on one of its branches, his reservations vanished completely. He even deliberately practiced his saber skills beneath the tree, the whooshing sound of his swings serving as proof of his presence. Yet, the harder he practiced, the more indifferent Lu Cheng became. Little did Liang Hao know that Lu Cheng didn't even need to use his eyes. Even with his back turned, even with his eyes closed, even with Liang Hao just 3 meters away, Lu Cheng could perceive even the direction of Liang Hao's internal energy flow. Liang Hao noticed Lu Cheng's lack of reaction and promptly dismissed him from his thoughts. As a martial artist, he needed to cultivate himself at all times. Only by enhancing his strength could he secure his footing within the Song family estate. The hierarchy among guards was determined not by age or seniority, but by sheer martial prowess. Take Lu Cheng's 3 fathers, for example. They were all at the 3rd tier of inner strength, as was Liang Hao's own father, Liang Tian. If he could break through to the 3rd tier himself, he would immediately rise to the rank of a junior guard captain. Not only would his monthly stipend increase to 3 taels of silver, but he would also command a squad of 2nd-tier inner strength guards. Every time Liang Hao practiced his saber technique below, Lu Cheng's understanding deepened above. Unlike the leaping technique, Plum Blossom Saber Manual could not be cultivated alone. Without Liang Hao's repeated demonstrations, many of the stances would have been unimaginable to Lu Cheng. Of course, he wasn't passively absorbing Liang Hao's techniques. By cross-referencing the manual's diagrams, he realized that some movements weren't perfectly executed, likely due to Liang Hao's inner strength being only at the 2nd tier. Liang Hao was present, so Lu Cheng naturally couldn't practice the Plum Blossom Saber technique openly. Besides, he didn't even own a saber. Instead, he rehearsed every movement repeatedly in his mind. As noon approached, Liang Hao finally stopped. Glancing at the sky, he roughly bundled the chopped firewood with a rope, not even bothering to tie it properly. and forcefully grasped it in his hand. Then, effortlessly slinging it over his shoulder, he carried the load towards Song Manor without strain. Liang Hao knew Lu Cheng only needed to gather 2 loads of firewood daily, yet he had chopped 4. Though Song Ping had demanded he finish the task in one day, he had accomplished it in just the morning. This filled him with pride. Even as a mere laborer, a guard-turned-servant like him was far superior to someone like Lu Cheng. "Steward Song, I brought back 4 loads of firewood," Liang Hao announced smugly when he encountered Song Ping at the woodshed, tossing the firewood at the man's feet. "4 loads? Truly, Guard Liang is both sharp and capable. In that case, fetch another 4 loads this afternoon." Song Ping couldn't stand others acting high-handed in front of him. Though Liang Hao served as a laborer now, he lacked the humility expected of one. In truth, he fell far short of Lu Cheng in this regard. "Manager Song, this morning you only asked me to chop 4 bundles of firewood." Liang Hao's initial triumph froze on his face. He had been planning to devote the entire afternoon to practicing the plum blossom blade technique. Having mastered only the first 6 forms so far, he'd hoped to grasp the remaining 3 within these 3 months. Given Guard Liang's exceptional ability, naturally capable shoulders bear heavier burdens. "If you can chop 8 bundles a day, yet I assign only 4, the second young master would surely reprimand me for failing to utilize talent appropriately." Song Ping spoke impassively. His reasoning was ironclad. Even if Liang Hao complained elsewhere, justice would remain on Song Ping's side. As Liang Hao opened his mouth to protest, Lu Cheng sighed inwardly. Though Liang Hao had served as a guard for years, in matters of human relationships, he remained woefully naive. "Manager Song, Liang Hao exerted himself tremendously this morning. Those 4 bundles nearly drained all his strength. Might I suggest cutting just 1 bundle this afternoon? Out of respect for Lu Cheng, you may chop 2 bundles this afternoon." Song Ping shot Liang Hao an icy glance. After all, Liang Hao had been sent to the utility courtyard as punishment. Whether ordered to chop 8 bundles or even 80 per day, he had no choice but obedience. "Lu Cheng, you'll chop 4 bundles of firewood this afternoon." Liang Hao didn't want to owe Lu Cheng a favor. After all, those 4 bundles he'd chopped that morning had only taken him a little over 2 hours. His wood-cutting skills had improved considerably, enabling him to finish 4 bundles in under an hour now. "You can take that up with Steward Song. Or do you want me to tell him you'll chop 16 bundles tomorrow? Maybe 32. Lu Cheng was both annoyed and amused, wondering how Liang Hao managed to work alongside those guards at all. What Song Ping cared about was his attitude, not the exact number of firewood bundles he chopped. Of course, Lu Cheng wasn't speaking up for Liang Hao to lighten his workload. He wanted him to practice the plum blossom saber techniques more. If Liang Hao knew his real intention, he'd probably punch him right then and there. "I'm going to eat." Liang Hao genuinely didn't dare argue. 32 bundles a day? How could he still stay on guard at night if he had to chop that much? Seeing Liang Hao head off to eat, Lu Cheng suddenly realized he had forgotten something. He didn't have a single coin left on him. Going back to the hillside to fetch money now seemed impractical, as the round trip would take over 2 hours. Even if he used his leaping technique, it would still take nearly an hour. And in just 1 hour, he'd have to go chop firewood again with Liang Hao. "Liang Hao, lend me a little money." Lu Cheng grabbed Liang Hao's arm. "Lend money? No way." Liang Hao was already furious inside. Lu Cheng was just a servant, yet he had to work under him, take punishments, and even rely on Lu Cheng to plead his case. And now, Lu Cheng wanted to borrow money? Naturally, it would be a loan with no repayment. Calling it borrowing was practically robbery. How could he, a guard, tolerate being bullied by a mere servant? Enough was enough. "Don't worry, I'll pay you back this afternoon," Lu Cheng said with a faint smile, as if he knew exactly what Liang Hao was thinking. "Really don't have any." Seeing Lu Cheng's sincerity, Liang Hao couldn't lash out, but firmly insisted on being penniless. "If I've got no money on me, what can you possibly do about it?" "I think you do, not just some, but over 1 tael, nearly 2 taels." Lu Cheng gazed into Liang Hao's eyes with a knowing smile, curling his lips. He could count every hair on Liang Hao's body, having long mastered the plum blossom saber technique. He likely knew exactly how much money Liang Hao carried better than Liang Hao himself. "You, how did you know?" A chill shot up Liang Hao's spine from his tailbone to the base of his skull. every hair on his body standing on end. The realization that Lu Chang could pinpoint the exact sum he carried was utterly terrifying. "Didn't you boast to Ma Shaoan this morning about treating him to a meal at Baoqing Tower?" Lu Chang said with a laugh. "With only one tael of silver there, you'd hardly dare order anything extravagant. P.S. Seeking recommendations. Every single vote daily amounts to 365 votes annually. The genius handyman thrives on such sand grain accumulation into towers. Your support is profoundly appreciated." Chapter 28. The pupil outshines the master. Liang Hao's lingering doubts gradually dissolved after Lu Chang's explanation. Since Lu Chang had spoken up, and worse, seemed aware of the money in his pouch, refusal now felt impossible. "How much?" Liang Hao sighed helplessly. The Lu Chang before him bore no resemblance to his meek, scholarly classmate from the past. That gentle, guileless soul had somehow morphed into a cunning fox bold enough to demand loans. Never in his life had he been asked for money like this. "One tael," Lu Chang said calmly. "One tael," Liang Hao exclaimed in shock. This amounted to half a month's earnings for him. If Lu Chang failed to repay him, the loss would be substantial. "I promise to return it to you this afternoon, and I'll keep my word," Lu Chang replied impatiently. Though Liang Hao's arrival had spared him from chopping firewood, the interruption had disrupted his cultivation. Moreover, having just learned the plum blossom saber technique that morning, he was eager to find a quiet spot to practice. Reluctantly, Liang Hao handed over a tael of broken silver. Lu Chang snatched it and immediately left the compound. Now, brimming with confidence in his disguise, he swiftly transformed his appearance in a secluded alley beside the Four Directions gambling Denver. Having observed Liang Hao up close earlier that day, Lu Chang's altered visage bore a striking resemblance to the man. Lu Chang had to make the most of his time and played just 2 rounds at a gambling table, turning one tael into 4. After winning, he swiftly left the gambling den before the dealer could even notice him and headed to Baoqing Restaurant to buy 5 fragrant meat buns and 2 caddies of cooked beef. Though he always disguised himself when buying food at Baoqing Restaurant out of habit, preventing the staff from recognizing him. Over time, Lu Chang had memorized every attendant and even the manager. The manager was a woman whom he'd seen the last time he paid the bill. She was enchanting, charismatic, and greeted everyone with a smile. He ate while walking, and only after finishing did he find a secluded spot to remove his disguise. In the afternoon, Lu Chang took Liang Hao back to the spot where they had gathered firewood earlier. After returning the one tael of silver as promised, Lu Chang made up an excuse and left. Seeing that Lu Chang had kept his word and returned the money, Liang Hao heaved a deep, relieved sigh. As soon as Lu Chang left Liang Hao and spotted the 4 men around him, he immediately slipped into the woods and quickly altered his appearance. After racing through the forest with his Lightfoot technique for a while, he emerged once more. His destination was the hillside where he usually practiced the Lightfoot technique, a secluded spot perfectly suited for martial arts training. But Lu Chang didn't have a plum blossom saber, which didn't stop him. That afternoon, he deliberately brought a chopping knife and fashioned a makeshift wooden plum blossom saber for himself. Of course, this crude imitation was only vaguely similar. Lu Chang might be a genius in martial arts, but he was no master carver. The sword manual states, "Single saber watches the hand, double sabers watch the steps." This means when wielding a single saber with the right hand, the left hand must follow the right wrist to coordinate with it, either pressing against the blade spine or positioning above the head. The intention, naturally, lies in discerning the opponent's openings and preparing for grip changes. For instance, when engaged in combat with an enemy, use your blade to deflect their weapon, left foot forward, right foot backward. In this stance, your right-handed blade isn't suited for long-range strikes. Only by switching the blade to your left hand and thrusting forcefully can you effectively subdue your opponent. Originally, the spear reigned supreme among weapons, with proverbs like "the spear moves like a swimming dragon," emphasizing its dominance in martial arts due to the advantage of an inch longer, an inch stronger. However, the plum blossom saber technique excels at breaking spear formations with its self-sacrificial single saber style, and the principle of the saber moves stealthily, fierce as a tiger. The terms self-sacrificial and fierce as a tiger describe attacking with fearless determination, overwhelming the enemy with sheer momentum. Moving stealthily refers to striking from the opponent's vulnerable flank, exploiting openings, a blend of courage and tactical wisdom. Given these traits, the Plum Blossom Saber demands lightness, fluidity, swiftness, and unpredictability in footwork. Lightness ensures agility and vitality, akin to a lively dragon or tiger. Fluidity allows seamless transitions, as swift as lightning or a whirlwind. Swiftness enables rapid advances and retreats, fast as a flying arrow or meteor, and unpredictability means sudden shifts, elusive as a phantom's disappearance. To master this, practicing the Plum Blossom Saber requires envisioning an opponent, adhering to the principle of cutting form if visible, cutting shadows if invisible. Only then can one achieve the mindset of though the enemy shifts 1,000 ways, my focus remains unshaken, responding with effortless composure. Liang Hao had trained in the Plum Blossom Saber for 5 years, yet his footwork still fell short of the manual standards. Light, fluid, swift, and unpredictable. But Lu Cheng possessed an advantage Liang Hao couldn't match. His leaping skill had already reached minor mastery. In terms of footwork's lightness, fluidity, swiftness, and unpredictability, not only could Liang Hao not compare, but even his father Liang Tian, a third-layer inner strength expert who had practiced the Plum Blossom Saber for decades, was no match for Lu Cheng. The opening stance of the Plum Blossom Saber technique begins with raising the knee and presenting the palm. Although the manual depicted 3 illustrations, Lu Cheng would have found it truly difficult to grasp without Liang Hao's demonstration. He stepped his right foot sideways to the right, turned his body to the left, shifting his weight predominantly onto his left leg. Simultaneously, his right hand, palm facing upward, arced from below to the right and forward, raising to shoulder height with his arm extended straight, his gaze fixed ahead. Then, shifting his weight slightly backward while turning his body subtly to the right, his left hand cradled the saber, bending at the elbow as he lifted it and thrust it forward along his right arm, while his right hand, palm still upward, withdrew to his waist, eyes still forward. At this moment, shifting his weight back once more, he lifted his left knee while turning his body to the left. His left hand, holding the saber, hung downward, while his right hand arced from the right side upward in a sweeping palm motion. The entire motion of raising the knee and presenting the palm was now completed. Though the description sounds intricate, in reality, these movements flow together seamlessly, accomplished in the blink of an eye. Lu Cheng's aptitude was indeed remarkable. With just a manual and Liang Hao's demonstrations, he managed to grasp the technique. Though this stance was merely the opening move, mastering it without guidance would hardly have been so straightforward. Once Lu Cheng stabilized his footing, his left foot suddenly planted forward, followed by his right foot stepping ahead, while his right hand arced forward and withdrew palm up to his waist. His left hand, gripping the saber, bent at the elbow and thrust forward, arm straight, blade pointing upward, his gaze remaining fixed ahead. Then, pushing off with his right foot, he swung his legs upward alternately, propelling his body into the air. While airborne, his left knee bent and tucked inward, while his right leg extended straight, level with his chest. His right hand rose before striking downward against the instep of his right foot, while his left hand cradled the saber downward, his eyes still locked straight ahead. Lu Cheng had only seen Liang Hao perform this move once, and the manual contained just one diagram. If not for his formidable memory that allowed him to meticulously memorize Liang Hao's movements, relying solely on that Plum Blossom Saber manual would have made it impossible to practice the Plum Blossom Saber technique. At the same time, Lu Cheng's mastery of the leaping technique was now fully demonstrated. As he pushed off the ground with his right foot and his body soared into the air, it was only due to the foundation of this technique that he could even achieve liftoff. With Liang Hao's demonstration beforehand, Lu Cheng followed the instructions meticulously, practicing each stance and movement diligently. Back in the schoolroom, he had always been sharper than Liang Hao. Now, aided by his newfound sensory perception, his comprehension soared to extraordinary heights. From the first to the sixth dance of the Plum Blossom Saber technique, he trained with such precision that within just 4 hours, his movements already flowed with remarkable fluency. If Liang Hao had witnessed this scene, his jaw would surely have dropped in astonishment. After all, he had practiced the Plum Blossom Saber since the age of 12 and spent a full 3 years mastering the first 6 forms. Yet Lu Cheng had accomplished the same feat in just 4 hours. Though Lu Cheng's techniques still carried minor imperfections, his power, boosted by his third-tier inner strength, already far surpassed Liang Hao's. P.S. If you think this book is good, please remember to bookmark it. Bookmark numbers are a crucial metric, not only highly valued by readers, but also by editors. Thank you. Chapter 29. Slaying Rabbits with Plum Blossom Saber. Upon reaching the foot of Datong Mountain, Liang Hao first finished his task of delivering 2 loads of firewood, then intensified his practice of the Plum Blossom Saber technique. His family's Plum Blossom Saber manual was considered an advanced martial art, its power immense once mastered. The Liang family was modest, mere martial practitioners without the luxury of elixirs like the Song Manor possessed. Even their least talented, direct disciples cultivated far faster than ordinary folk. For martial families like theirs, skill was the only compensation. Were Liang how to master the Plum Blossom Saber, he might stand a chance against a third-layer internal force warrior. Time flew swiftly when he immersed himself in training. Unlike those with heightened perception, he failed to notice Lu Cheng standing beside him for quite some time. It's time to head back. Lu Cheng had gained practical experience that afternoon, and watching Liang Hao's drills brought him fresh insights. Still, he had no desire to discuss them, though several questions did linger that he'd like to ask. But were he to bring them up, Liang Hao would likely come at him with that Plum Blossom Saber without hesitation. Lu Cheng, where did you borrow money for at noon? Liang Hao had been following Lu Cheng all the way. He'd been pondering this question all afternoon. Lu Cheng had borrowed a tale of silver. No small sum, yet repaid it almost immediately. Making money, Lu Cheng chuckled, as if watching a curious hare cautiously approach him. Making money? How did you manage that? Liang Hao asked curiously. So, you want to go take a look? Lu Cheng teased with a sly blink of his eye. If Liang Hao got hooked on gambling, his meager monthly allowance wouldn't last long. No thanks. Liang Hao shook his head like a rattledrum. He was on night watch duty anyway, and money had never been a concern of his. With ample food, a place to sleep, and his monthly stipend always left untouched, worldly possessions were the least of his worries. He's a good kid, Lu Cheng nodded. That place was an absolute trap for the weak-willed and the insatiably greedy. What gives you the right to judge me? Liang Hao was seething with anger. Lu Cheng was about the same age as him, yet he dared to put on such a condescending air, calling him a good boy as if he were years older. Liang Hao, are you truly content chopping firewood like this every day? Lu Cheng's gaze flickered thoughtfully. Liang Hao had indeed helped him greatly today, lending him money and patiently teaching him the ropes. But accompanying Liang Hao daily for firewood duties would inevitably disrupt his own cultivation. While he could sneak off to the hillside to practice, as he'd done this afternoon, such arrangements were hardly sustainable in the long run. Worse still, if Liang Hao were to grow suspicious, the consequences would be dire. Rather than letting potential dangers take root, it was wiser to nip them in the bud, an act that would, in its way, repay Liang Hao's kindness. What can I do about it? Liang Hao said. As a guard assigned to chop firewood, he managed to complete his daily tasks, but he couldn't stand the mocking glances from the other guards. Here's a tip. Take something over to Song Ping's place tonight, Lu Cheng said, patting Liang Hao on the shoulder and speaking softly. The next day, Lu Cheng deliberately brought a bag and bought plenty of meat buns and other provisions from Baoqing Tower. That way, he wouldn't have to rush back for lunch. Today, it was the proprietress, Ding Yu, who served him. Though Lu Cheng's appearance wasn't memorable and he didn't visit Baoqing Tower often, Ding Yu remained exceptionally warm. She was a natural beauty, and when she smiled pleasantly while talking to you, it could make a man's bones melt. Yet, Lu Cheng didn't even spare her a second glance. After paying, he grabbed his things and bolted, leaving only the proprietress Ding Yu's clear, ringing laughter behind him. When Lu Cheng arrived at the miscellaneous courtyard, his face was still burning with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he greeted Song Ping, picked up his allotted 2 steamed buns, and decided not to return until noon. As he approached the woodshed, he was surprised to see Liang Hao still carrying his chopping knife and ropes. If you want to chop firewood, you should change into hemp clothes. Don't always wear this guard uniform. It's awkward. Lu Cheng frowned at the sight of Liang Hao still dressed in his guard attire. The uniform did look impressive, giving off a heroic aura, but wearing it to chop firewood just seemed out of place. What I wear is none of your business. Liang Hao snapped irritably. Didn't I tell you to go to Song Ping yesterday? Why are you still chopping 4 loads of firewood today? Lu Cheng asked. He had thought the wood chopping task would be his sole responsibility today, never expecting Liang Hao to show up again. How would I know? What gift did you bring? Lu Cheng asked. 2 boxes of pastries, Liang Hao declared righteously. Are you an idiot? Just 2 boxes of pastries? No wonder you're still stuck chopping firewood. Didn't you think to slip some silver inside? Lu Cheng retorted. Money in the box too? Liang Hao was truly dumbfounded this time. Do you think Song Ping would waive 3 months of your hard labor for just 2 boxes of pastries? Lu Cheng said with a bitter smile. It was true Liang Hao didn't understand social etiquette, but even if he didn't, Liang Tian should have known better. If I have to give money, I'd rather stick to chopping wood. Liang Hao preferred not to solve problems with money. He only earned 2 taels of silver a month, and every coin was hard-earned. All right, you've convinced me, Lu Cheng said helplessly. Upon reaching his destination, Lu Cheng climbed up the tree to enjoy his meal. He had never eaten breakfast before, but now that circumstances allowed it, he naturally made sure to fill his stomach. Last night, Lu Zhong had been on duty and left very early, so he practiced cultivation at home the entire night. Under the influence of his sensory perception ability, his internal energy grew rapidly, and he had now reached the mid-stage of the 3rd layer. The more diligently he trained, the hungrier he became. His inner energy needed to draw vitality from both breath and nourishment. Without a plentiful supply of meat to fuel him, the progress of his cultivation would inevitably slow. Watching Lu Cheng lounging on the tree while devouring freshly steamed meat buns and large chunks of beef, Liang Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. A breakfast like Lu Cheng's would cost at least 100 Wen coins, an indulgence Liang Hao simply couldn't afford. Given his monthly allowance, such extravagance seemed entirely out of reach. Lu Cheng finished half of his meal, feeling utterly content. After putting away his things, he prepared to rest. Although Liang Hao eyed the food with envy, he could only continue chopping his firewood. He knew that Lu Cheng had received a reward of 10 taels of silver and now earned a monthly allowance of 2 taels more, enough to live like a nouveau riche for quite some time. After chopping 4 bundles of firewood, Liang Hao still began practicing the plum blossom saber technique. Lying on the tree branch, Lu Cheng rested his head back in safety, yet a faint smile played on his lips. He had been waiting for Liang Hao all along. Since the man hadn't left yet, it was only natural to let him contribute some residual usefulness. You go back on your own later, I have some business to attend to. Lu Cheng had no intention of returning at noon. He couldn't afford to waste all his time on Liang Hao. Carrying his belongings, he headed toward the slope. After parting from Liang Hao, he immediately began altering his appearance. His movements were swift. After vanishing into the woods, he re-emerged wearing another man's face. Weaving through the forest a while longer, he exited from a completely different direction, ensuring no one could trace his origin. This disguise not only protected Lu Cheng's secrecy, but also served as a form of cultivation. Simultaneously, he activated the tortoise breathing technique while propelling himself forward with the leaping step skill. In his hand, he gripped a crudely forged winter plum blade. Tonight, he intended to bring home an extra meal, using the plum blossom saber technique to hunt wild rabbits. If Liang Hao found out, he might just spit blood in fury. For a martial artist, their signature techniques are held in the highest regard and not casually employed. Against larger beasts, perhaps they might resort to the plum blossom saber technique, but using it to kill rabbits? He'd sooner die than stoop to such a thing. P.S. If you enjoy this book, please be sure to bookmark it. Deku would be immensely grateful. Don't forget to vote with your recommendation tickets either. Every single one of your votes is absolutely crucial to Deku. Chapter 30. The Palm is Blade. Once Lu Cheng entered the forest, He fully unleashed his sensory perception while simultaneously activating the turtle breathing technique and the leaping technique. Unlike experienced hunters who needed to track prey trails, set up elaborate traps, or ambush game in frequented areas, his method of hunting was simpler. All he had to do was move swiftly, faster than the animals themselves. As Lu Cheng was advancing rapidly, his senses suddenly detected a hare hiding behind the grass ahead. Perhaps sensing danger, it trembled fearfully in its cover. Still at a distance, Lu Cheng raised his wooden plum blossom blade, and as he neared the herbs, he channeled his inner energy into the wooden weapon. The wooden sword imbued with inner force seemed to shimmer with a faint glow on its surface. As Lu Cheng swung it toward the hare, the blade sliced through the air with a terrifying hum. It merely parted the grass at first, but upon spotting the hare, he altered his strike into a thrust. With lightning speed, he drove the blade straight toward the paralyzed creature. Lu Cheng had already locked onto the hare with his sensory perception. The poor creature had long been paralyzed by the fierce aura radiating through the air. By the time Lu Cheng's wooden blade parted the grass and pierced its body, it hadn't even twitched. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Cheng sent the wooden blade whirling back, skewering the wild hare in its path. Catching the impaled animal in his free hand, he pressed onward. From spotting the hare to striking it down, the entire sequence flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds and flowing water. His sensory perception, his leaping techniques, and his plum blossom saber style came together with flawless harmony, filling Lu Cheng with an exhilarating sense of utter mastery. Though it was merely a hare he'd felled, the accomplishment sent a thrill of satisfaction coursing through him. Lu Cheng's sensory range was only about 40 feet, which within Song Village would have been ample for early warning. But in the sprawling expanse of Datong Mountain, this distance proved woefully insufficient, especially as he moved with startling speed, activating his leaping technique while his preemptive awareness cleared obstacles ahead. Even the densest thickets couldn't hinder his advance. Lu Cheng had no idea how long he had been running. Once he entered the woods, he completely lost his sense of direction. Of course, he didn't venture up the mountain, only darting swiftly through the trees at its base. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a waterfall ahead. Could it be the same spot where he had saved someone before? Surely, Datong Mountain had more than just one waterfall, but Lu Cheng decided to check it out anyway. The trees suddenly thinned out ahead, and abruptly, Lu Cheng sensed a dark figure charging toward him at breakneck speed. Lu Cheng's own sprint was already fast, and the oncoming figure moved just as swiftly. Their combined momentum seemed to double its ferocity. Only when the beast closed within 10 meters did Lu Cheng realize it was a massive brown wild boar. The boar was muscular, towering, and weighed well over 100 kilograms. Its stubby, powerful legs carried a robust body, its elongated head making up nearly a third of its frame. Its small, upright ears twitched, and its round, bulging eyes glared with savage brutality, sending chills down the spine. Coarse, brown fur covered its body, and from its snout jutted two razor-sharp tusks, each easily over 10 centimeters long, glinting ominously as if exuding an icy aura. A strip of coarse gray bristles ran along its back. Without even pausing as it neared Lu Cheng, the beast bared its tusks and lunged straight for him. Yet, Lu Cheng's heightened senses detected the truth. It wasn't him the boar wanted, but the hare clutched in his grip. This was a starving beast, driven wild by the scent of fresh blood. Lu Cheng threw the wild rabbit in his hand aside, and sure enough, the wild boar changed direction. Gripping his plum blossom dagger in his right hand, Lu Cheng pushed off forcefully with his feet, driving the blade forward with overwhelming momentum toward the boar. Once Lu Cheng's sensory awareness locked onto the wild boar, there was no escape for the beast within a range of at least 4 zhang. The boar seemed to sense the danger too. It suddenly halted, its eyes glaring at Lu Cheng, then kicked off with its hind legs, charging toward him with its tusks bared. Lu Cheng struck the boar's head with a forceful palm from his left hand, while his right hand swung the plum blossom dagger ruthlessly at its spine. The impact sent the boar stumbling backward, but the dagger in Lu Cheng's hand snapped in two. Wild boars love wallowing in mud, and males spend considerable time rubbing their flanks against tree stumps, rocks, and hard riverbanks, grinding their skin into a thick, armored layer. The one Lu Cheng faced now was a particularly aggressive male. Lu Cheng stared at the broken plum blossom blade in his hand and could only toss it aside. After all, it was just a makeshift wooden sword he had casually carved from a branch. If this blade had managed to seriously wound a wild boar, that would have truly been a strange thing. The wild boar snorted heavily. Although Lu Cheng's strike hadn't injured it, the beast recognized he wasn't an easy opponent. Yet this only further enraged its savage instincts. Although Lu Cheng had learned several martial techniques, none of them were offensive in nature. He had just picked up a few moves from the plum blossom saber style, but the saber itself was already broken. To be honest, Lu Cheng was somewhat uneasy. He remembered his father once mentioning casually that the wild boars of Datong Mountain were the most ferocious, with astonishing attacking power. Once provoked, they would fight to the death. The two stood in a stalemate when Lu Cheng suddenly remembered the machete strapped to his side. But just as he reached for it, the boar charged. With terrifying speed, its tusks flashing cold steel in the sunlight like twin daggers, it lunged straight at him. Trapped with nowhere to retreat, Lu Cheng channeled his leaping steps technique, twisting his body sharply to the right. At the same time, he funneled inner energy into his left palm and swung it down in a fierce chop aimed at the boar. The wild boar's fur was coarse and tough. Although Lu Cheng had mastered the third layer of inner strength, it didn't completely halt the beast's assault. With no time to think, Lu Cheng transformed his right palm into a blade, channeling the third stance of the plum blossom saber technique, and struck heavily at the boar's neck. Sensing the danger, Lu Cheng poured all his inner energy into his right palm, shaping it into a saber's form. The boar seemed to sense the impending danger. It suddenly turned to flee in the opposite direction. Lu Cheng's sweeping strike had already been unleashed, his heart guiding his motion, and he felt as though his right hand wielded an actual saber, slashing down with brutal force. The boar let out a harrowing shriek as Lu Cheng's strike landed. A spurt of blood erupted from its neck, followed by a gushing flow that stained both the earth and its own body crimson, making its ferocious form appear even more ghastly. Lu Cheng stood stunned for a moment, staring at his blood-soaked right hand, though of course the blood was the boar's. A sudden insight flashed through his mind. A palm could become a saber, and a saber could transform into a palm. Even without the plum blossom saber, one could still wield the plum blossom saber technique. The wild boar was only wounded, but having personally experienced Lu Cheng's prowess, it no longer cared about the tempting hare and immediately turned around, sprinting into the forest on its four short legs to escape for its life. Lu Cheng, emboldened by a successful strike, had no intention of letting it get away. Activating his leaping technique, he pursued it step for step. The boar fled in terror, no longer daring to attack, allowing Lu Cheng to fully focus on executing his plum blossom saber technique. To advance in martial skills, aside from diligent training, real combat was paramount, a principle clearly stated in the Plum Blossom Saber manual. Now that Lu Cheng had finally found an opponent, he naturally wouldn't let it slip. He transformed his palms into blades, honing each stance of the Plum Blossom Saber technique on the boar's body. The poor boar, all for the sake of a hare, not only had to forfeit its life, but also became Lu Cheng's whetstone for practice. Lu Cheng executed the sixth stance of the Plum Blossom Saber technique, rising to the skies, suddenly leaping into the air, his left hand converting into a blade. As he landed, he delivered a heavy slash towards the boar's nape. The severely wounded boar could no longer withstand such a devastating strike. Its body collapsed with a thud, its head cleaved clean off. After twitching a few times on the ground, it moved no more. P.S. Just a reminder, don't forget to vote, and if you haven't bookmarked yet, go ahead and do so. Chapter 31. Peak of the Third Layer. Lu Cheng was panting heavily. During the chase of the wild boar, he had focused all his energy, his mind solely fixed on killing the beast. The sensation had been both thrilling and exhilarating. But now that the boar lay dead, he felt as if every last ounce of strength had drained from his body. After resting for a while, Lu Cheng quickly sat cross-legged to meditate. His internal energy had been completely depleted, leaving only a trickle flowing through his meridians. Yet, he still let the sensing power from his brow guide the way. This awareness remained unaffected, and with its help, his inner energy gradually gathered within his meridians. With each full cycle of circulation, his energy grew richer, filling his pathways with an increasingly solid presence. Lu Cheng pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, sank his breath into the dantian, causing his lower abdomen to expand. Then he directed the breath downward to the perineum, where it split into two streams, flowing along the inner sides of his thighs and calves until they reached the Yongquan acupoints at the soles of his feet. Slowly inhaling, his lower abdomen contracted as his tongue touched the upper palate. With focused intent, he guided the breath upward from the soles of his feet, tracing the outer sides of his calves and thighs back to the perineum. Then, clenching his anus, he propelled the breath along the governor vessel meridian, passing through the three major gates, ascending to the crown of his head. From there, it branched down along the front of both ears and converged at the tip of his tongue. At this moment, it seamlessly connected with the exhaled breath, completing a cycle that repeated incessantly from the Baihui acupoint at the crown of his head to the Yongquan acupoints at the soles of his feet. Even more astonishing was that Lu Cheng maintained his disguised appearance throughout. What was unbearable remained bearable, as the saying went. Even after exerting his full strength, nearly exhausting his internal energy, his features showed no change, retaining their original form. Disguise required continuous infusion of internal energy, and the duration of his transformation directly reflected the intensity of Lu Cheng's inner strength. This was also part of Lu Cheng's cultivation. Only in a genuine life or death situation might he finally drop the disguise, for only then could he unleash 12-fold of his internal energy. Though his opponent in this confrontation was merely a wild beast, its level of danger was no less than that of a peak third-level internal energy master. Even Song Kai-Xian might struggle to kill such a boar if he encountered it. Yet here stood Lu Cheng, a mere servant who had only just reached mid-stage third-level internal energy, having barely learned a few combat techniques, including only the first 6 stances of the Plum Blossom Saber. Lu Cheng relied on his sensory perception. His heightened awareness allowed him to precisely track the wild boar's movements, ensuring his final strike landed accurately on its neck. Lu Cheng lost count of how many major energy cycles he had completed. He only felt his internal energy brimming over, surging through his meridians like an endless, roaring river, not only filling them to capacity, but seemingly inexhaustible. He knew this was the hallmark of reaching peak internal energy. Any further growth would break through the barriers, expanding his meridians to ascend to the 4th tier. Leaping directly from mid-stage internal energy past late stage to peak level was tied to Lu Cheng's unique experiences, yet inseparable from his relentless diligence. Take his vertical movement training. While Song Kai-Xian practiced on Plum Blossom stakes and 9 palace stakes, Lu Cheng drilled on 2 rows of over 200 wooden posts, a horse stake array totaling 400 posts. A single round for him equaled 10 repetitions for Song Kai-Xian. 1 hour of Lu Cheng's training matched at least 20, sometimes even 50 hours of Song's practice. Because beyond running across more posts for longer durations, Lu Cheng simultaneously trained in turtle breath techniques, body shrinking methods, all while keeping his eyes closed. Of course, this was possible through his extraordinary sensory perception, but his tireless dedication played no small part. Only then did Lu Cheng notice the already lifeless wild boar. The sky was growing dark, and he needed to hurry back. A single boar had nearly drained his internal energy. If 2 more appeared, or beasts even more aggressive than a boar came, he might not make it out alive. Lu Cheng could now clearly hear the sound of the waterfall. Gripping the boar's front and hind legs, he heaved it onto his shoulder with a powerful swing. Though foul blood dripped from the boar's neck, he paid it no mind now. The boar's head and the original hair had been abandoned. Hoisting the boar, he strode swiftly toward the direction of the waterfall. After walking for about the time it takes to smoke a pipe, Lu Cheng finally reached the pond's edge. He recognized it at once. This was the place Song Kai-Shien had visited during his outing. It was dozens of miles from Song Manor. The sky was dark, and with the hefty boar on his shoulder, he had no time to spare. Lu Cheng took out his cleaver, splitting the boar's belly open from the middle. He discarded all the entrails, then tossed the boar into the pond, shaking it vigorously before hauling it back onto the grassy bank. Next, he scrubbed his clothes clean of the boar's bloodstains. Stripping completely, he plunged straight into the pond. As Lu Cheng entered the pool, he swam freely without restraint. There was no one around to monitor him. Still maintaining the turtle breathing technique, he sank his body and submerged underwater. Suddenly, Lu Cheng remembered the cave entrance at the bottom of the pool. The stability of the water level in this pool wasn't just due to the waterfall above, it was also closely linked to that underwater passage. Lu Cheng quickly reached the cave entrance. Activating his body shrinking technique, he struggled against the strong current, but managed to squeeze through. At this depth, all light had vanished, forcing Lu Cheng to rely entirely on his sensory perception. He detected only endless water ahead as he pressed forward through the passage. At first, the underwater path sloped downward, but as Lu Cheng advanced, he sensed himself gradually ascending. The space around him expanded until he felt as though he were traversing an underground river. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself upward rapidly. Finally breaking through the water surface, Lu Cheng opened his eyes to absolute darkness. He knew night had fallen outside, and dense clouds obscured any potential exit above. Extending his senses, he realized this was an enormous limestone cave, so vast his perception couldn't reach its ceiling. Surprisingly, the cavern housed thriving vegetation and even numerous animals. As Lu Cheng reached the shore, his sudden appearance immediately provoked startled cries. Both humans and animals alike tend to be wary of the unknown. Suddenly, a shadow surged toward Lu Cheng with a gust of wind. It was only when the figure was nearly upon him that his sensory perception revealed it to be an ape. Having just mastered the technique of channeling force through his palm, and with his internal energy significantly strengthened, Lu Cheng had no reason to fear a mere monkey. Transforming his palm into a blade, he swung sharply at the primate. The ape, caught off guard by Lu Cheng's counterattack and the astonishing force behind his palm strike, dared not engage directly. With a screech, it fled in haste. Using his sensory perception to scout ahead, Lu Cheng discovered that the underground river was flanked by a relatively flat expanse. The area spanned over 100 zhang in width, bordered by sheer cliffs stretching upward. The cliff faces were densely covered with various trees, but Lu Cheng didn't climb them. Instead, he merely scanned with his sensory perception, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Just as Lu Cheng was about to turn back, the same ape that had fled earlier abruptly launched a sneak attack from behind. Cunningly aware of Lu Cheng's formidable skills, the ape made no sound during the assault. Had it not been for Lu Cheng's heightened sensory perception, the ambush might have proved perilous. P.S. A new day begins again. Seeking a few recommendation votes. Friends who haven't bookmarked yet, please be sure to bookmark. Thank you. Chapter 32. Quick Wit in Danger. This ape was tall, with arms longer than its legs. Standing upright, it would tower over Lu Cheng. Its body was densely packed with sinewy muscle, radiating immense strength. Being caught by it would mean certain death or severe injury. But Lu Cheng had just mastered the technique of transforming palm strikes into blade-like force, and his internal energy had grown significantly. Why would he fear a mere monkey? Transforming his palm into a blade, he swung with a force that created a startling momentum. The ape, caught off guard by Lu Cheng's counterattack and the terrifying power behind his strike, dared not meet him head-on. With a shrill cry, it immediately turned and fled. Lu Cheng used his sensory perception to scout the path above and discovered that on both sides of the underground river lay fairly wide flatlands. The expanse stretched about 100 zhang wide, bordered by cliff walls that rose straight up. The cliffs were densely covered with all sorts of trees. Though Lu Cheng did not climb up, merely scanning them with his senses revealed nothing particularly noteworthy. Just as Lu Cheng was about to turn back, The ape that had fled earlier suddenly launched another ambush from behind. This cunning creature, aware Lu Cheng was no easy target, attacked in complete silence. Were it not for Lu Cheng's sensory perception, he would have been in grave danger. With Lu Cheng's heightened perception, any attempt at a genuine sneak attack was futile. With a casual flick of his hand, he aimed a chop at the monkey's head. The creature moved swiftly, blocking with one forearm while suddenly sweeping another toward him. Just as Lu Cheng prepared to counterattack, two more monkeys appeared unexpectedly from behind. These primates saw him as an intruder invading their territory and naturally fought back with fierce determination. The three apes were equally towering in stature and possessed immense strength. Their movements were swift and agile, and despite the pitch-black surroundings, they seemed able to see as if it were daylight. Lu Cheng fumbled frantically, using his plum blossom blade technique to defend himself. He was grateful to have reached the peak of the third layer of internal strength. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by them long ago. Yet even so, Lu Cheng was steadily cornered. The three apes seemed utterly reckless, chasing him with relentless fury. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's footing gave way, and he plunged into the water. Seeing him fall, one of the apes leapt to the shore and began dancing triumphantly. Next time I'll come play with you some more, Lu Cheng thought. Though the three apes had fierce attack patterns, he felt confident he could handle them. But for now, his heart wasn't in prolonging the fight. He slipped back into the water and returned to the pool. After climbing ashore, he dressed quickly, hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulders, and sprinted full speed towards Song Family Village. Though Lu Cheng was carrying a wild boar weighing over 100 catties, his running speed didn't slacken in the slightest. As he neared Song Family Village, he spotted torches flickering in the distance, with voices seemingly calling his name. Listening carefully, he recognized them as his adoptive fathers. Lu Cheng immediately dashed toward the torchlight, but halted abruptly after just a few strides. Lu Cheng was still wearing his disguise at this moment. He had altered his appearance after parting with Liang Hao earlier that day and maintained it until now. He hadn't expected to sustain the disguise for so long. Evidently, his mastery over internal energy had far surpassed his prior abilities. If he were to approach Lu Zhong and the others looking like this now, everything would be exposed. Father, restoring his original appearance required merely an instant, quicker than a magician's trick. Though the night was dark, he turned slightly and regained his true features in a flash. Chang'e, Lu Zhong's voice rang out through the night air, thick with surprise and excitement, carrying far into the darkness. Hearing this, Sina Xin and Zhao Xian swiftly moved toward his position. When Lu Zhong saw Lu Cheng carrying a wild boar, he immediately reached out to take it. A boar weighing over 100 catties was pure meat. But then his heart skipped a beat. Wild boars weren't easy prey, especially one this big. Even he would have had a tough time dealing with it. So for Lu Cheng to encounter it, well, if the boy wasn't dead, he must be seriously injured. Are you hurt, Chang'e? Lu Zhong carefully examined Lu Cheng by the torchlight, confirming there were no wounds on his body before finally feeling slightly relieved. Yet at the same time, deep bewilderment arose within him. This matter had already surpassed the bounds of his understanding. Chang'e! Sina Xin and Zhao Xian quickly arrived as well, their gazes all simultaneously fixing on Lu Cheng. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, they then shifted their attention to Lu Zhong. This is a wild boar. Zhao Xian took one glance and gasped in shock. It was a full-grown male wild boar, an extremely aggressive creature. Even with their third-level internal force martial prowess, they might not be able to take it down alone. Yet Lu Cheng was just an ordinary person. Even if he had some strength, he was only 15 years old. Zhao Xian patted Lu Cheng down, checking his entire body, and only breathed a small sigh of relief after confirming he hadn't lost any limbs. It was pure luck today. I'd hung a wild hare on a tree while chopping firewood when this boar suddenly charged out. The stupid thing crashed headfirst into the tree and knocked itself out cold. Seizing the chance, I lopped its head off with my hatchet. The boar was too big to carry, so I had to discard the head and innards. Lu Cheng improvised quickly. A boar this large, with tusks no less, no matter how he explained it, nobody would believe an untrained servant like him could take it down. Only by making it seem like the boar had doomed itself might they believe his story. What Lu Cheng didn't anticipate was that after hearing his tale, some hunters from Song family village actually tried hanging hares on trees to lure boars into collisions. Surprisingly, some succeeded, though those clever souls had also dug pits in front of their trees. The original boar had weighed over 200 caddies. Even after removing the head and innards, it still yielded over 100 caddies of meat, enough to feed the four of them for more than a month, even feasting at every meal. "Come on, let's go home and eat our fill of meat," Xianxin cheered. They'd been worried sick earlier, fearing something terrible had befallen Lu Cheng. Now, seeing him return triumphantly with a boar slung over his shoulder, their relief blossomed into unrestrained joy. Lu Zhong directly carried the wild boar to the butcher's house and asked him to skin and debone it, keeping the hide as payment. The four of them then divided the meat and took it home. This time, Lu Zhong personally cooked a huge pot of meat and instructed Lu Cheng to buy wine and salt. With so much meat, it couldn't be preserved for long, so they had to salt and air dry it. "Big brother, I think Cheng'er is perfectly capable of being a guard. Look, not only did he save the third and fifth young masters, but he also hunted down such a massive wild boar." "You really don't have to worry," Zhao Xian said, stuffing a large chunk of wild boar meat into his mouth. In these past few months, he'd eaten more meat than he had in the previous 3 years combined. Did he really hunt this boar himself? It was just luck. Cheng'er should stick to being a servant. By the way, Cheng, these next few days, don't run around. People from Yejiabao and the Li family will be coming to the manor, Lu Zhong cautioned. There were 3 major aristocratic families in Datong County. Aside from Song Manor, there were Yejiabao and the Li family. The Li family was based in the county town, and the magistrate of Datong was a member of the Li family. Chapter 33. Too ashamed to show one's face, seeking recommendations and collections. Hearing that members from 2 other prominent families would be coming to Song Family Manor, Lu Cheng's interest was immediately piqued. Having never left the manor, he harbored a deep longing for the outside world. Youngsters are always brimming with curiosity toward novelty. Every year, the 3 great families of Datong County would send their most outstanding disciples to compete in a martial contest. Last year, it was held at Yi Family Fort. The year before that at the Li family in the county town, and this year, it was scheduled at Song Family Manor. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Lu Cheng. After all, he was merely a servant who spent his days cutting firewood outdoors, with no chance to encounter anyone from Yi Family Fort or the Li family. But exceptions exist to every rule. If Lu Cheng could haul back a wild boar, what else might not happen? Yi Family Fort and the Li family don't have any real talent either. This year, victory is surely ours at Song Family Manor, Zhao Xian remarked dismissively. In the past, competitions among aristocratic family disciples were quite simple. Before reaching the 4th layer of internal energy, none of them practiced martial skills. They typically engaged in literary contests. All it took was for an elder to assess the level of internal energy a disciple had attained. However, with Song Kaixian breaking through to the 4th layer, the competitions between aristocratic families were set to shift to martial contests. But up until last year, none of the disciples from the other 2 aristocratic families had reached the 4th layer of internal energy. In other words, Song Kaixian had no real rivals. Over the past 2 years, the competitions naturally ended with Song Kaixian taking the top spot. This year, when the Li family and the Yi Family Fort competed, it was merely an exercise in humiliation. Who knows, perhaps the Yi Family Fort and the Li family won't even send anyone at all. Yi Tianlong from the Yi Family Fort is only at the peak of the 3rd layer, and Li Yunsong from the Li family is the same. If they can't break through to the 4th layer, they'd only be embarrassing themselves, Xianxin remarked. Aristocratic disciples, in their pursuit of internal energy cultivation, were strictly forbidden from practicing martial skills before reaching the 4th layer. Particularly for outstanding disciples like Yi Tianlong and Li Yunsong, their entire focus was dedicated to inner energy. I can't say for sure about the Li family, but the Yi Family Fort will definitely send someone. Last year, Yi Tianlong had already been stuck at the peak of the 3rd layer for 3 years. If he can't break through this hurdle, he no longer deserves to be considered part of the Yi Family Fort. Lu Zhong said slowly. Of course, even for aristocratic disciples, being at the peak of the third layer for 3 years didn't guarantee a breakthrough. But the resources available to aristocratic families far exceeded what commoners could access. If Yi Tianlong took spirit herbs or inner elixirs, reaching the fourth layer wasn't entirely impossible. Father, how long does it usually take for someone to go from the peak of the third layer to the fourth layer of inner strength? Lu Qing asked. Yi Tianlong was the most outstanding third-generation disciple of Yi family fortress, yet he had remained stagnant at the peak of the third tier for 3 years, with no certainty of breaking through this year. Lu Cheng seemed to have reached the third tier of inner strength as well, though he'd only achieved it today, yet he too longed to advance to the fourth tier. Lu Cheng had long made up his mind. The moment he reached the fourth level of internal energy, he would seize the chance to sneak into the inner courtyard. That iron chest beneath the threshold of the main hall had always piqued his curiosity. Back during his last venture, he had only mastered the second level of internal energy. Even though his sensory range extended 2 zhang above ground, it could only penetrate 1 zhang beneath the surface. Now, with a range of 4 zhang, 2 zhang of which could delve underground, whatever lay hidden inside that iron chest would be as clear as daylight to him. At Lu Qing's question, Lu Zhong and the other two suddenly fell silent. They exchanged glances, their expressions extremely peculiar. In the end, Lu Zhong could only offer a bitter smile as he looked at Xia Naxin and Zhao Xian. If anyone else had asked this question in front of them, they would have surely taken it as sarcasm. They themselves had lingered at the third level of internal energy for decades, never breaking through to the fourth. How long did one think a breakthrough would take? Sure, the 3 of us brothers all reached the third level of internal energy before 30, yet 3 decades later, we remain merely at the peak of the third level. Crossing from the third to the fourth level is a hurdle. Some never overcome it in their entire lives. Even the most outstanding disciples of noble families, with the aid of elixirs, take no less than 3 to 5 years, Zhao Xian sighed. Lu Qing's question left them with an overwhelming sense of shame. Indeed, it had been nearly 30 years since they entered the third level, stuck forever in the same place. For the first 10 years, they could still claim a clear conscience, but after turning 40, especially after Lu Cheng arrived, they seemed to have stopped prioritizing cultivation altogether. Lu Cheng fell silent, gripped by anxiety. He had already reached the peak of the third level, and though his journey here had been smooth, this final barrier was notoriously difficult. Would he be trapped here until 60? No. He had to train even harder. With 100 times the effort of others, he refused to believe he couldn't reach the fourth level. The next morning, Lu Cheng didn't go to Baoqing Tower to buy meat again. After all, they now had over 100 pounds of meat at home, enough to last them a month or two. Though wild boar meat was tough and coarse, it tasted better than rabbit meat. Best of all, the boar meat was free, so they could eat as much as they pleased. Lu packed a few pounds of cooked boar meat for himself, and also brought a raw piece for Song Ping. Unlike Liang Hao, who had brought just 2 boxes of pastries when asked to send something, fine for casual socializing, but hardly enough when seeking exemption from labor duties. Steward Song, I happened to pick up a wild boar in the mountains last night. Have a taste. Although Lu Cheng had actually killed a full-grown male boar himself, he didn't want anyone to know. It was far more believable, as he'd mentioned the day before, that the boar had come to him. Lu Cheng, I never expected you to be so fortunate. Did you get hurt? Song Ping accepted the sizable 10-pound chunk of boar meat with satisfaction. Word had already spread about Lu Cheng's incredible luck. This version was easier to believe. If Lu had claimed to single-handedly kill an adult wild boar, Song Ping would have dismissed it outright. It's nothing. Is Liang Hao coming today? Lu Qing asked, but he hadn't seen Liang Hao all day. He won't be coming anymore. The second master has given orders. The guards must remain on high alert these days. Lu Cheng, during this period, just bring back 1 load of firewood daily. Song Ping said. Though Liang Hao was a guard, he knew nothing about basic human decency. If not for the second master's intervention, he would have made Liang Hao suffer properly. Now that Song Ping had received benefits from Lu Cheng, and with the firewood in the woodshed piled high like a mountain, even if Lu Cheng didn't chop wood for a year or two, The miscellaneous courtyard wouldn't have to worry about running short of firewood. Song Ping feared that Lu Cheng would feel dejected, but to his surprise, Lu Cheng was utterly relieved upon hearing that Liang Hao wouldn't come. No matter how much firewood Liang Hao chopped, it had no effect on him. On the contrary, if he were careless and gave Liang Hao even the slightest hint, his secret would be completely exposed. P.S. A new day begins, and once again I have to reiterate the same old talk. Though it may annoy everyone, there's just no helping it. The better the book's performance, the better the author's mood. The better the mood, the better the writing becomes. It's a virtuous cycle, and the starting point may very well lie in your clicks, collections, and recommendation votes. Chapter 34. Training Assistants. After leaving Song Manor, Lu Cheng ventured into the wilderness until he reached a secluded spot, then entered the woods. After disguising himself, he spent some time weaving through the forest before emerging from a different location. This method made it impossible for anyone to track him. Though there was no one likely to pursue a mere servant, cultivating a habit of caution was nevertheless wise. Yesterday's battles with the wild boar and the ape beneath the pond had given Lu Cheng a deeper understanding of the plum blossom saber technique. This planted an idea in his mind. Perhaps he should spar more often with those apes. Sometimes, finding a suitable opponent is even harder than encountering a skilled master's guidance. For example, Liang Hao, ever since practicing the plum blossom saber technique, had only ever sparred with his father. Without facing real opponents, no matter how adept he became with the plum blossom saber, he couldn't unleash its true power. Lu Cheng dashed all the way and soon arrived at the hillside. This was a training spot he had discovered and designed himself. Deep in his heart, whenever it came to cultivation, he always wished to come here. Upon reaching the hillside, Lu Cheng swiftly ran several laps around the horse stakes. Besides drilling the basics, he also extended his sensory perception to check for any nearby presence. After confirming safety, he began practicing the plum blossom saber technique. Today, instead of using a wooden saber, he wielded a palm saber, having nearly decapitated a wild boar with a single chop the previous day. If he still relied on a wooden saber now, it would truly be ignoring the essence for the superficial. Transforming one's palm into a saber sounds simple, but executing it is immensely difficult, even for the creator of the plum blossom saber technique. Lu Cheng first treated his forearm as the plum blossom saber, eliminating the need to grip a weapon. Though he was practicing the same technique, many of its forms had already undergone fundamental transformations. But Lu Cheng possessed remarkable comprehension. Combined with his experience from yesterday's life-or-death struggle against the wild boar, he now recalled each stroke and stance, gradually merging them with the plum blossom saber technique. The most critical blow he delivered yesterday had been the sixth form of plum blossom saber. His wooden blade already shattered, he'd been forced to transform his palm into a saber, channeling inner energy through his hand. In that moment, his mind held but a single thought: he must slay that boar. The resulting saber technique became extraordinarily fierce, representing near-perfect fusion of his inner energy in martial form. But at this moment, when Lu Cheng executed this move again, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still amiss. That tense, all-or-nothing state where victory hinged on a single decisive strike. He simply couldn't recapture it. It seems a well-matched opponent can truly enhance one's cultivation. Lu Cheng suddenly thought of those apes beneath the mountain pool, creatures of immense strength and startling agility. He understood all too well that closed-door cultivation could only yield limited achievements. Besides, even if they proved stronger than him, he could always escape through the water at any moment. Lu Cheng immediately sprinted toward the direction of the pool. Though the straight-line distance wasn't far, with his astonishing leaping ability, he weaved through the forest without even touching the ground. A mere tap on a tree branch or a clump of grass sent his entire body darting forward with lightning speed. By yesterday evening, the boar entrails Lu Cheng had discarded were already gone. Nothing edible goes to waste in the forest. Not wanting to leave any trace of the boar meat on his person, nor bothering to remove his clothes this time, Lu Cheng plunged straight into the pool and swiftly dove down to the cave entrance. There, he attempted to enlarge the opening using inner force, but the surrounding stone walls proved too hard and slippery. In the end, he had no choice but to rely on his body-shrinking technique to squeeze through. Fortunately, his body recovered shortly after entering. When Lu Cheng surfaced, he finally caught a glimmer of light. Though it remained dim, it at least allowed him to make out the basics of his surroundings. This was originally a massive cave, or rather a valley, for a thin line of light streamed in from above. Though called a thread, it must have actually spanned several zhang in width. Only the sheer distance made it appear as a slender crack. The slopes of the valley were densely covered with trees of all sizes, rendering this place practically an untouched natural world. As Lu Cheng emerged from the water, he once again stirred up commotion among the trees. Clearly, this intruder had been discovered, and an unwelcome one at that. The three apes that had battled Lu Cheng the previous day quickly appeared before him. They were determined to drive out this trespasser, prepared to defend their home unto death. Lu Cheng stared at them, unable to communicate. Besides, his very purpose here was to fight them. Having already reached the peak of the third layer of inner strength, he had innovatively adapted the Plum Blossom Saber technique into palm strikes. Even against Lu Zhong, Xian Xin, or Zhao Xian, he now stood a fighting chance. The valley was dimly lit, but the apes seemed accustomed to it. Towering figures, standing a full head taller than Lu Cheng, their bodies rippled with powerful muscles. Leaping, climbing, and grasping were woven into their daily existence. Though sunlight only pierced the valley briefly around noon each day, their vision remained unaffected. Using the trees as their highway, they could scale the valley walls in bursts of speed, even reaching the summit of Great Tong Mountain itself. Since childhood, Lu Cheng had known the slopes above Great Tong Mountain's midsection were forbidden territory. Not just for Song Village's ordinary folk, even guards like Lu Zhong never dare venture there. Judging by this valley's elevation, its exit likely lay beyond that forbidden boundary. The moment Lu Cheng steadied his stance, three apes shrieked and charged. Clearly, they too understood the virtue of striking first. Perfect, Lu Cheng thought. Just what he needed, live opponents to test his evolving techniques against. Lu Cheng's Plum Blossom Palm Saber carried the power of the third layer of internal energy. Every slash he unleashed was accompanied by razor-sharp blade winds, slicing through tree trunks as thick as bowls in a single strike. Yet, despite his prowess, his blades could not harm these apes. Moreover, the apes were incredibly agile, and as they attacked Lu Cheng, they kept up incessant screeching. What seemed like chaotic noise was actually disturbing his focus and unsettling his mind. If not for his heightened perceptive abilities, dealing with three apes at once would have left Lu Cheng utterly overwhelmed. Without it, he would likely have been defeated in no time. As it stood, however, the battle remained evenly matched, precisely the kind of challenge Lu Cheng had longed for. Tirelessly, he simultaneously executed turtle breath technique, leaping art, and plum blossom saber technique. In real combat, martial skills could experience sudden breakthroughs, especially when facing an evenly matched opponent. The presence of these apes finally gave Lu Cheng the chance to fight at full strength. Given his lowly status as a servant, opportunities like this were almost impossible to come by. Even Liang Hao, a train guard, rarely got the chance to spar. And even when guards were needed to intervene, Liang Tian always took precedence over Liang Hao. P.S. I only realized Chapter 31 was duplicated after browsing the reviews. How embarrassing. This chapter is meant to replace yesterday's midday update for Chapter 31, and today's regular update remains unaffected, thanks to a pass like a wisp of cloud for pointing it out. Chapter 35, The Lu Family's Blade Mastery. Although Lu Cheng had once again increased the difficulty for himself, he was still able to fight the three apes on equal footing. The fiercer the battle grew, the more courageous he became. Unconsciously, he began to transform the later moves from the Plum Blossom Saber manual into palm blades, unleashing them with newfound proficiency. An hour later, one of the three apes, the one that had first attacked Lu Cheng, suddenly leaped out of the battle circle. The other two had no choice but to give up as well. They stared at Lu Cheng with complex expressions. Then the ape who had initiated the fight suddenly let out two strange cries, ignored Lu Cheng completely, and simply walked away. The other two, seeing their leader leave, naturally followed suit. Lu Cheng was suddenly bewildered. What was going on? He had been thoroughly enjoying himself, increasingly mastering his palm strikes, only for his opponents to abruptly retreat, leaving him oddly frustrated. He wanted to give chase, but the monkey's agility in the trees far outpaced his own leaping skills. Lu Cheng had no choice, since the other party had already conceded and tacitly acknowledged his presence. He couldn't very well continue making unreasonable demands, could he? As noon approached, Lu Cheng took out the boiled wild boar meat wrapped in oil paper. During the water crossing, the oil paper had gotten wet, giving the pork a faint taste of raw water. He gathered some dry branches, started a fire, then skewered the boar meat on a stick and began roasting it over the flames. The valley floor was naturally quite dark to begin with, and the fire Lu Cheng had started created an additional source of light for the entire gorge. Unbeknownst to him, nearly every animal in the valley had become aware of his presence, yet the bright, flickering flames kept the creatures from daring to approach too closely. Only the three apes, perhaps because they'd interacted with Lu Cheng the longest, or maybe because they sensed he meant no real harm, remained. After over an hour of skirmishing with Lu Cheng, they were utterly exhausted and ravenously hungry. As omnivores who mainly fed on wild fruits and greens while supplementing with insects and small animals, the rich aroma of roasting boar meat proved utterly irresistible. The mouth-watering scent of meat cooked over open flames was something they'd never experienced before, making their mouths water uncontrollably. Almost without realizing it, they found themselves creeping back toward the source of that mesmerizing fragrance. "You can eat, but you'll have to be my sparring partners." Lu Cheng had brought 3 caddies of wild boar meat. He took out his cleaver, cut 3 pieces, and tossed them to the apes. As he sliced the meat, glee flickered in the apes' eyes. Their intelligence was far from ordinary. 3 pieces of meat were naturally not enough for these apes. Cooked meat, and seasoned with salt, it was undoubtedly the most delicious delicacy they'd ever tasted in their lives. The apes seemed to grasp Lu Cheng's intention. After eating, they tangled with him in combat again. 2 hours later, as darkness fell, they withdrew from the fight and stared at Lu Cheng with yearning eyes. One of them even drooled. Their ravenous expressions instantly made Lu Cheng understand their thoughts. However, he'd already run out of the meat he'd brought. "I'll bring more food tomorrow." Unable to bear their pitiful, drooling looks any longer, Lu Cheng spoke those words, then dove into the underground river and left. After emerging from the pool, he casually chopped a bundle of firewood and headed straight for Song Family Village. Lu Zhong had been staying at the inner estate during this period, allowing Lu Cheng to focus entirely on cultivating his internal energy without distractions. No matter what, whenever conditions permitted, he would meditate beneath the night sky every evening after the 3rd watch. Although his sensory perception had strengthened along with the advancement of his internal energy, he felt that directing this perception from between his brows toward the boundless night sky always yielded some inexplicable gains. The wild boar meat at Lu Cheng's home was disappearing at an astonishing rate. Each day, he consumed about 3 caddies himself, while another 15 caddies were taken to feed the 3 apes. Out of the 100+ caddies of meat, aside from sending a portion to Songping and the dozen or so caddies taken by Xian Xin and Zhao Xian, the remaining 100 jin had been entirely consumed by Lu Cheng within just 5 days. For an ordinary household, a whole pig, if properly preserved, could last an entire year. Yet Lu Cheng had finished it all in just 6 days. But he had his own solutions. With money in hand, after a few visits to the Four Directions gambling den, he soon acquired over 20 taels of silver. Every day, he disguised himself differently to purchase 30 caddies of pork, half of which supplemented his household, and the other half was carried to the mountain valley. Of course, once the household stock reached 80 caddies, he stopped replenishing it. 5 caddies of salted pork each day allowed those 3 apes to live in abundance and contentment. However, they also had duties, spending 4 hours daily practicing blade techniques with Lu Cheng. Naturally agile, the apes would expend their energy wandering about even if Lu Chang didn't show up. Lu Chang practiced his blade techniques with the three apes every day, and it wasn't just him who improved. The apes had an incredibly strong ability to learn, and they were especially skilled at imitation. To his surprise, they even mastered a couple of moves from Lu Chang's Plum Blossom blade technique. The only difference was that they didn't use hand blades. They used their monkey claws instead. A few days later, Lu Chang had fully adapted all 12 forms of the Plum Blossom Saber technique into Palm Saber techniques, mastering them so thoroughly that he developed his own distinctive style, the Lu family Palm Saber. The Lu family's palm blade evolved from the Plum Blossom blade technique, yet it has diverged from it entirely. At this moment, even if Lu Chang were to spar with Liang Hao, it's unlikely Liang Hao would realize that Lu Chang's palm blade was derived from the Plum Blossom blade technique. A few more days passed, and Lu Chang once again carried 20 caddies of cured pork into the valley. But upon reaching the shore, the three apes did not immediately appear, much to his surprise. He had named them Big Ape, Second Ape, and Third Ape, yet even when he called out to them by name, there was no response. The three apes showed no response, so Lu Chang had to resort to his ultimate trick. He lit a fire, skewered the meat on branches, and roasted it over the flames. The meat soon sizzled, its fat dripping onto the fire and filling the entire valley with an irresistible aroma. Normally, the apes would pounce at the mere whiff of roasting meat. Yet even this foolproof method had failed this time. Lu Chang guessed they might have left the valley. Lately, the apes had been eating well, learning a few tricks from him, and improving alongside his own progress. Their roaming range likely extended beyond this valley. Since they weren't here, Lu Chang couldn't just wait idly. He sat cross-legged and began cultivating his internal energy. Every moment was precious to him. Pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, he sank his qi into the dantian, causing his lower abdomen to swell. He then guided qi further down to the perineum, where it split into two streams, descending along the medial sides of his thighs and calves to the bubbling spring points, Yongquan, on his soles. Slowly inhaling, he contracted his abdomen while lifting his tongue to the roof of his mouth, mentally guiding qi from the soles upward along the outer sides of his legs to the perineum. From there, he clenched his anus and directed qi up the governor vessel, Dumai, passing 3 key points before reaching the crown of his head. The qi then divided, flowing down past both ears to reunite at the tongue's tip, just as his exhale began. Thus, qi circulated ceaselessly from the crown's 100 meetings point, Bai Wei, to the soul's bubbling springs, completing the cycle over and over. P.S. Requests. You know what they are? No need to elaborate. Chapter 36. Fourth level of inner strength. Lu Chang's internal energy had already reached the peak of the 3rd tier. During this period, he sparred with 3 apes for at least 4 hours every day. As his comprehension of the Plum Blossom Palm blade deepened, he made remarkable progress, both in mastering the martial technique and in the advancement of his internal energy. At this moment, Lu Chang sensed he had reached the barrier of the 3rd tier. It felt as though only a thin veil remained between him and the 4th tier, like the last fragile layer of paper covering a window, requiring merely a gentle poke to break through. Yet his inner energy, like a spent arrow at the end of its flight, always fell just short of piercing that final membrane. Lu Chang continuously circulated his mental cultivation technique. The internal energy within his meridians had grown increasingly abundant. As the energy continuously gathered, his meridians began to forcibly expand like sausages under the pressure. Yet, the speed of his energy circulation gradually slowed. Lu Chang focused all 4 strands of his sensing power on clearing pathways for this energy. His sensing force relentlessly dilated the meridians, paving the way for the surging energy to flow unimpeded. The sensory force forged ahead like clearing mountains and bridging rivers, while the internal energy surged like a mighty flood behind, once again filling the meridians to fullness and vitality. This cycle repeated tirelessly, relentlessly battering against the final barrier. Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt a roaring sensation in his brain and realized all his meridians had spontaneously expanded. Both his sensory force and internal energy now flowed effortlessly and joyously through them. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he knew he had finally shattered the barrier of the third level of internal energy and stepped into the fourth. If Lu Zhong knew of Lu Cheng's progress at this moment, who could imagine how thrilled he would be? Song Village treated Song Kaishuan's fourth-level achievement as if it crowned their family the foremost in Datong County, flaunting it with endless pride. Yet here was Lu Cheng, having cultivated for only a few months, already reaching the same height. If others learned of his speed, they would likely see him as a monster, or at least an anomaly, for such progress defied ordinary human limits. Lu Cheng didn't dwell on such thoughts, nor did he halt his efforts. He continued guiding his internal energy with his sensory force, stabilizing the newly expanded meridians while gathering the energy densely in his dantian, where it had once been mist-like, now thickened substantially. His sensory force split into 8 strands, no longer just forging paths, but actively reinforcing the expanded meridians to accelerate the flow of his surging internal energy. When Lu Cheng slowly opened his eyes, he had no idea how much time had passed. During his earlier breakthrough, he had long lost track of time, focusing only on consolidating his fourth layer of internal energy. The valley was now pitch black. The fire in front of him had long since extinguished, and the pork had already burnt to a crisp. Raising his head towards the valley, he saw a sky full of twinkling stars. Clearly, it was already night, but he couldn't tell whether it was still the same night, or if the next night, or even the third, had already arrived. Gazing at the star-studded sky, Lu Cheng abruptly entered a state of meditative vision. The sensing power at the center of his brow merged into a single strand, surged out of his body, and stretched towards the starlit heavens. The newly enhanced sensing energy, after breaking free from his body, danced joyfully. As it passed through the crevices of the valley, Lu Cheng felt as if he himself had crossed through space. He could even sense the situation at the mouth of the valley. In that fleeting moment, Lu Cheng seemed to detect 2 apes. The valley's entrance was at least several hundred zhang away from his current position. He had never imagined being able to sense anything there. Perhaps it was because the 8 strands of sensing energy had fused into one, and since the apes were familiar to him, that the energy had relayed this information back to him. It couldn't strictly be called something Lu Cheng had sensed himself. Lu Cheng immediately withdrew the sensing energy. Though this energy had spontaneously surged out of his body and shot toward the stars, the moment he closed his eyes, it obediently retracted. Extending the energy again, his 8 strands of sensing power could detect everything within an 8-zhang radius. Though it was already midnight, Lu Cheng showed no sign of stopping. During this period, he had already come to regard the 3 monkeys as friends, and the monkeys seemed to have taken quite a liking to him as well. Activating his leaping technique, he swiftly ascended in the darkness. Lu Cheng's speed was astonishing. Now at the 4th layer of inner strength, his power had multiplied several-fold compared to the 3rd layer. Some movements of the leaping technique that had previously posed great difficulty now felt effortless to him. The entire valley was several hundred zhang high, with some cliffs so steep that even monkeys would find climbing them arduous. Yet, Lu Cheng scaled upwards without the slightest hesitation. Such agility would leave even Song Kaishian far behind in admiration. Though Lu Cheng hadn't practiced the leaping technique as long as Song Kaishian, his dedication was unmatched. The additional challenges he set for himself, any one of which would have overwhelmed Song Kaishian, numbered 4 or 5 simultaneously. That he had achieved such results was no accident. Lu Cheng soon reached the valley entrance. With his sensory abilities aiding him, he quickly spotted the monkeys, but only 2 remained, the 2nd and 3rd monkeys. The eldest was missing. As Lu Cheng approached, the monkeys noticed him but didn't come forward, instead chattering incessantly toward the valley depths. Starlight faintly illuminated the mountaintop, providing just enough light to discern vague shapes. Lu Cheng followed their gaze and projected his sensing ability forward. Although his perception now spanned 80 feet, he detected nothing unusual beyond a cave entrance in the valley wall. Had the great ape entered this cavern? Just as Lu Cheng prepared to descend, the two smaller apes seemed to witness something terrifying. They clutched at Lu Cheng desperately, preventing him from going down. Did the great ape enter this cave? Lu Cheng asked. The apes appeared to understand his words, nodding in unison. Since something had already befallen their leader, they couldn't bear to see harm come to Lu Cheng too. If Lu Cheng regarded them as friends, then surely they felt the same about him. Is there danger inside? Lu Cheng asked again. Their pecking was like chickens eating rice. It's fine. I'll go in and check. Lu Cheng had already developed a bond with them. Without finding out what happened to the great ape, he knew he wouldn't have peace of mind. With his current perception range of 80 feet, Lu Cheng was confident he could handle any danger inside the cave. Moreover, he trusted his leaping skills. Even if he couldn't rescue the great ape, escaping alive shouldn't be a problem, right? The sky was already quite dark, and with only scattered starlight, the cave entrance could barely be glimpsed. The opening was about 50 or 60 feet from the valley's crest, a distance that posed no difficulty for Lu Cheng. He leaped down from the cliff, twisting midair as he neared the cave and landed deftly at its mouth. The cave appeared spacious at first, but the deeper Lu Cheng ventured, the narrower it became. Even he had to stoop low to proceed. Activating the turtle breathing technique as he descended, Lu Cheng remained cautious, uncertain of what lay within. Once inside, he extended his sensory perception ahead. Only after traveling over 100 feet did the passage widen enough for him to stand upright again. Then, with a jolt, Lu Cheng detected movement, a terrifying creature lurking within. Its gaze locked onto him. Chapter 37. The Horned Python. This was a giant python with a single horn on its head. Lu Cheng had heard tales of such horned serpents dwelling in the Datong Mountains, stretching several zhang in length and thick as a water bucket. Their movement was astonishingly swift, and their strength was terrifyingly immense. Most critically, they were impervious to both water and fire, making them foes beyond ordinary men's ability to confront. The horned serpent's body was covered in fine scales that rendered it resistant not only to fire and water, but even to blades and swords. Thus, once ensnared by one, an ordinary person had no hope of survival. Even a water buffalo weighing over 1,000 jin, once coiled upon, could be swallowed whole in a single bite. Even cultivators with internal strength beyond the 5th layer couldn't claim to easily slay such a beast. But Lu Cheng, like a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger, had just broken through to the 4th layer of internal strength. Having fully mastered the Lu family's palm blade technique, he was eager to test himself against a worthy opponent. The apes of the mountains were no longer a challenge. Even if he restrained himself to 60% of his strength and deliberately handicapped himself, he still couldn't find true satisfaction. The horned serpent lay coiled in a ring, its head held high as its forked tongue flickered in and out, as though sensing Lu Cheng's position. The serpent's vision was weak, but its head housed a heat-sensing system, allowing it to detect any living creature. Moreover, its tongue was covered in taste buds capable of tracing the scent of prey through the very air. The cave was now utterly pitch black, yet Lu Cheng could see the horned python through his sensory perception, just as the python could see Lu Cheng via thermal imaging. At this moment, light became entirely insignificant. Lu Cheng noticed a slight bulge in the python's abdomen. His senses penetrated the serpent's skin, immediately detecting the unmistakable presence of the great ape inside. By now, the ape had naturally ceased breathing, its entire body crushed and deformed. Moreover, its surface had already begun to corrode. The python's stomach acids could dissolve even an ox, let alone the bones and flesh of an ape. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Cheng felt a pang of sorrow. He had known the great ape for barely over 2 weeks, sparring daily as if they were rivals. Yet in truth, a deep bond had formed between them. Step by step, Lu Cheng advanced toward the horned python with a single goal in mind: to kill it. But how easily could such a beast be slain? though Lu Cheng had only recently broken through to the fourth layer of inner strength. Even his full-powered strike missed its mark. The horned python reacted with startling speed. Its thermal imaging system allowed it to respond instantaneously to Lu Cheng's every movement. The horned python may lack venom, but it possesses its own lethal tactic, constriction. Once coiled around its prey, the serpent won't release its grip unless the victim's heart stops beating. And once those muscular loops slacken, it signals the beginning of a hearty feast. But the horned serpent was too long. Even with its swift reflexes, it couldn't guard every part at once. Lu Cheng mustered all his strength, transforming his palm into a blade. With a fierce momentum, he struck the middle of its back. This was Lu Cheng's full-force internal energy strike, fueled by rage. The moment it landed, an explosion of pain made the coiled serpent suddenly recoil. In retaliation, its jaws gaped wide as it viciously lunged toward Lu Cheng for a bite. The horned python struck with a ferocious momentum, its attack shaking the entire cave like a tempest of blood and slaughter. But Lu Cheng had long steeled his nerves. Had he not, the stench alone would have been enough to turn his stomach. Lu Cheng pushed off hard with his left foot, his body suddenly lurching to the right. At the same time, he transformed his left hand into a blade and struck backward, landing precisely on the horned serpent's neck. Perhaps the creature's only vulnerable spot was its neck. But precisely because of this, the scales were slippery and rock hard. The moment Lu Cheng's palm strike connected, it immediately slid off, dissipating most of the internal force behind the blow. Yet even so, Lu Cheng's strike forced the horned python's head to jerk sideways. Hit in its most vulnerable spot, the serpent was utterly enraged. It slithered backward, its bloody maw suddenly gaping toward the cave wall. Its abdomen contracted as it regurgitated something from its throat. The giant ape, now barely recognizable after being corroded by stomach acid. Sensing the ape's presence, Lu Cheng's pupils constricted sharply. Planting his right foot firmly, he transformed his palm into a blade and lunged at the python again. His body moved like lightning, yet the serpent was nearly as swift, especially now that it had disgorged its meal, becoming far more agile. Still, its lengthy body proved its undoing. While it dodged the strike aimed at its head, the rest of its form couldn't evade in time. The python suddenly whipped its entire body toward Lu Cheng with enough force to create a deafening rush of wind. Lu Cheng leapt skyward, yet still felt the sting of razor-sharp air against his face. Had that monstrous sweep landed, he couldn't imagine the devastation. A chill ran down his spine as he twisted midair, palms again becoming blades to deliver a crushing counterstrike along the serpent's retreating form. Though merely striking with his bare hands, Lu Cheng's palm strikes now carried internal force far surpassing the lethal edge of a genuine plum blossom saber. Both hands simultaneously hammered the python's spine. Despite its protective scales, the impact cratered its body, sending shattered scales exploding outward from the point of contact. As he struck the horned python, its head whipped around and lunged viciously at Lu Cheng. Though the python wasn't venomous, its mouth was lined with barbed teeth. Once bitten, escape would be impossible. With no time to counter with his hands, Lu Cheng kicked upward with his left leg, deflecting the python's head to the side. In the same motion, he lunged forward, hands sharpened like blades, striking fiercely at the lifeline 7 inches below the python's head. Lu Cheng hadn't expected the python to be so resilient. If the wild boar he'd faced earlier could be called ferocious, then this horned python was downright monstrous. A mere boar would stand no chance against it, only await slaughter. Lu Cheng's knife-like hands indeed struck the python's critical spot, but the serpent arched back, dispersing most of his inner force. Protected by its scales, though the python writhed in pain, flicking its tongue wildly, it suffered no real harm. But Lu Cheng didn't relent. Digging his feet into the ground, he maintained his stance and surged forward again. The python recoiled in terror, but with the cave wall at its back, there was no retreat. Lu Cheng pounced, his hands driving like blades into the 7-inch mark with terrifying precision, as if his very hands were razor-sharp blades capable of cleaving iron. In truth, Hands infused with 4 layers of internal force were far sharper than ordinary blades. Though the horned serpent was protected by scales, Lu Cheng's strike pierced right through them. Though the description may sound lengthy, the sequence, from the serpent spewing out the great ape to Lu Cheng puncturing its vitals, unfolded in the blink of an eye. Even as Lu Cheng struck the serpent's weakest spot, the beast was far from defeated. Its body lashed out with a gale-like force, a blow that would have meant certain death or severe injury had it connected. With his hands buried in the serpent's vitals, Lu Cheng dared not pull back. Transforming his knife-hand strikes into gripping claws, he summoned every ounce of strength to dig deeper. He had maintained the turtle breathing technique since entering the cave, but now, with his life hanging by a thread, he abandoned all caution. The technique would have siphoned off precious internal energy he couldn't afford to spare. Channeling every drop of his 12-fold internal force into his hands, Lu Cheng let out a roar and wrenched them apart with all his might, tearing the wound wider. The violent motion nearly split the serpent's neck in two, sending a jet of foul blood gushing straight into his mouth. His breath hitched involuntarily as the coppery tide slid down his throat. P.S. This new book needs everyone's care and support. Your encouragement is greatly appreciated. Chapter 38. The Inner Elixir. The horned python's neck was torn apart alive by Lu Cheng, showering blood everywhere in an instant, and the serpent ceased its struggles. Its tail, which had been about to strike Lu Cheng, suddenly lost momentum and limply collapsed onto him. Even so, Lu Cheng felt as though he had suffered a heavy blow. His internal energy had already been exhausted, and new strength had yet to regenerate. At this moment, he was at his most vulnerable. Had the python struck him in full force, it might well have been his life that was forfeit. Lu Cheng had no idea that although this horned python appeared thick and long, it was actually not yet fully grown. If he had encountered an adult horned python, he would likely already be inside its belly by now. Yet even this juvenile horned python would spell certain doom for most other martial artists at the 4th layer of internal strength. Fighting the horned python in the pitch-black cave would have been exhausting without the aid of heightened senses. Even a 4th-level internal energy master, let alone a 5th-level one, might not have managed. The horned python had thermal sensing, while humans did not, leaving them at a severe disadvantage, forced into a purely defensive struggle. After catching his breath briefly, Lu Cheng thought of heading out, still concerned about the 2 apes waiting outside. When he emerged, dragging the carcass of the great ape with one hand and the horned python with the other, the 2nd and 3rd apes, who had been keeping watch above, immediately screeched and leaped down. Their agility was remarkable, covering several yards in an instant by grabbing a vine, swinging their bodies, and landing right beside Lu Cheng. Who says animals have no emotions? When the 2nd and 3rd apes saw the great ape's lifeless body, they let out mournful whimpers. Their eyes glistened with tears, their gazes lingering, unwilling to look away. "My condolences," Lu Cheng muttered, unsure if they understood. He had wanted to rinse his mouth with water. The metallic taste of blood was unbearable. But faced with the ape's grief, he knew he had to attend to the great ape's remains first. Lu Cheng understood well what would become of the dead ape. He placed the great ape's body inside the cave, and, with palms shaped like blades, scraped the earthen walls. His hands surged with inner strength, sending dirt flying until the fallen soil swiftly buried the great ape's remains. Seeing the great ape laid to rest, the sadness on the faces of the 2nd and 3rd apes gradually eased. For creatures of the forest, this was perhaps the most dignified end one could hope for. In these wilds, unless trapped in swamps, no carcass remains untouched, either devoured by predators or picked clean by scavengers. The 2 apes, having lost sight of the large ape, seemed to abruptly forget that matter altogether. Instead, their attention turned to the horned python beside them, and their expressions instantly darkened with alarm. The horned python was also their natural enemy, but now that it lay dead, they pounced upon it without hesitation, tearing and biting at its carcass. Working in unison, The pair followed the gash Lu Cheng had already torn open, splitting the serpent downward until they had gutted the entire python lengthwise. Lu Cheng watched from the side, inwardly amazed. The ape's arms truly possessed tremendous strength, especially when they incorporated the plum blossom saber technique into their movements, multiplying their power exponentially. At the center of the python's belly, the apes carefully retrieved a small, round, fleshy orb, their eyes brimming with boundless delight. But after exchanging a glance, they immediately presented the orb to Lu Cheng. "Give this to me? I don't want it." Lu Cheng had no idea this was actually the inner elixir of the serpent beast. Although this horned serpent hadn't reached maturity, it still belonged to the category of spirit beasts, albeit a low-tier one, possessing an inner elixir. Judging by the elixir's size, the serpent was probably 300 to 400 years old. A fully mature horned serpent requires 6 centuries to reach adulthood, at which point its elixir would be even smaller and turn crimson. For cultivators, consuming it could rapidly enhance inner strength, making it a highly sought-after mystic pill. Had someone knowledgeable been present, they would have burned with envy. Even from an immature horned serpent, the elixir's benefits were immense. How could one possibly refuse it? If Lu Cheng had offered this elixir to Lu Zhong, Xian Xin, or Zhao Xian, any one of them could likely break through the barrier of the 3rd layer of inner strength and immediately ascend to the 4th. Despite Lu Cheng's firm refusal, the 2 apes were stubborn. Soon, the 3rd ape joined in, snatching the elixir and forcing it toward Lu Cheng's mouth. Lu Cheng didn't want to disregard their kindness, but the fleshy orb had a fishy stench, making him reluctant to swallow it. Left with no choice, he activated his turtle breath technique and gulped the inner core down in one go. Seeing him consume the core, 2nd ape and 3rd ape finally broke into delighted grins. But Lu Cheng found no joy in it. No sooner had he swallowed the core than he felt a sharp, twisting pain in his abdomen, as if a raging fire were burning at his dantian. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He worried he might have been poisoned, yet 2nd and 3rd ape had no reason to harm him. Besides, he'd just avenged them. Clutching at the last threads of his clarity, Lu Cheng immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and activated his inner technique to expel the supposed poison through his inner energy. Lu Zhong had once told him that after reaching the 4th layer of inner energy, ordinary poisons would no longer pose a threat. So he trusted that as long as he focused on cycling his energy, he could neutralize the toxin. Though he was only at the early stage of the 4th layer, his cultivation was still firmly at that level. With his tongue touching the roof of his mouth, Lu Cheng sank his qi into his dantian, his lower abdomen swelling briefly before he redirected the energy down to his perineum, initiating the grand heavenly cycle. His inner energy, guided by his perceptual force, moved faster than ordinary cultivators and encountered far less resistance. Acting as a vanguard for his inner energy, Lu Cheng's perceptual force had contributed greatly to his cultivation progress. But this time during his energy circulation, Lu Cheng quickly sensed something unusual. Previously, his internal energy had been pure and refined, yet now, whenever his energy passed through his dantian region, an inexplicable strand of foreign energy would merge with his own. This intrusive energy carried a wild and cunning nature, mischievous and unruly upon first contact, resisting all attempts at control. Only after completing several major energy cycles did these invasive energy strands begin to settle. Gradually, their integration caused Lu Cheng's internal energy to grow increasingly robust. After completing 360 full cycles, Lu Cheng realized there was no longer any residual foreign energy left in his dantian to absorb. It was only then that Lu Cheng understood the flesh orb truly enhanced his internal energy. If his meridians were once akin to a small river, then previously his internal energy could only fill half its capacity. Now, however, his energy surged fully through those channels. Lu Cheng clearly grasped that he had progressed from the early stage of the 4th layer internal strength straight into its peak phase. Just at daybreak, he had barely stepped into the 4th layer, but now he stood at its summit. Such cultivation speed, if known to others, would surely leave them dumbfounded. Though Lu Chang had relied on the unformed inner core of a horned python, slaying such a creature in the first place was proof enough of his true strength. P.S. Yesterday, while browsing the new version of Qidian out of curiosity, I noticed a voting ranking at the bottom of the book page. I originally thought we'd unquestionably be in first place, but unexpectedly, someone else took the spot. Many thanks to Lon Z for his silent daily support. I also read his comment about accidentally stumbling upon, and such high praise truly leaves me feeling undeserving. Grateful for everyone's unwavering support. This book's performance has been quite satisfying so far. With the upcoming recommendation slot, this week's results should be even better. Let's keep striving together. Chapter 39, Pathfinding. While Lu Chang was cultivating, his sensory focus was entirely directed toward guiding his inner energy, leaving him unaware of his surroundings. Only upon opening his eyes did he realize the two ape-like creatures hadn't left. Like protective deities, they stood vigilant at the cave entrance, ready to repel any intruders at a moment's notice. All right, let's go. Lu Chang was deeply moved inside, and now that he had reached the peak of the 4th level of inner strength, he was also quite thrilled. What he wanted most at the moment was to let out a long cry or pick a fight with someone to vent his excitement. Lu Chang knew very well how long it usually took to progress from the early stage to the peak of the 4th level inner strength. Song Kaixian was a genius disciple of the Song family village. It had been nearly 2 years since he reached the 4th level, but even now, he was only at the mid-stage of that level. Yet even this pace was a matter of pride for the Song family village. If they knew that Lu Chang had jumped from the early stage to the peak of the 4th level in just a single day, he wondered what they would think. It was just past noon, and the sunlight streamed into the valley, illuminating the breathtaking scenery below. Standing at the cave entrance, Lu Chang felt utterly exhilarated, his heart at ease. As he stepped out of the cave entrance, Lu Chang suddenly realized he was now positioned above the mountainside of Datong Mountain. This area was one even cultivators dared not approach. Since he'd already come this far, why not venture further up? But just as Lu Chang prepared to move, 2 apes desperately blocked his path. Sensing his intention, they reacted as if facing something utterly terrifying, clinging to his legs with a death grip, adamantly refusing to let go. Though Lu Chang could easily shake them off, he chose not to. Their concern was for his safety, and he couldn't bring himself to disregard their goodwill. The horned python within the valley had already stretched him to his limits. If any other beasts appeared, or worse, spirit beasts, his peak 4th level internal strength might prove insufficient to ensure his descent from Datong Mountain. Lu Chang mused. He'd return once his internal strength broke through to the 5th level. Currently at the 4th level, his sensory awareness had split into 8 strands with a range of 8 zhong. After reaching the 5th level, wouldn't his range extend to 16 zhong? With such ability at his disposal, even if facing the mightiest spirit beasts, shouldn't he be able to escape with advance warning? Since arriving at Datong Mountain yesterday morning, Lu Chang had gone 2 days and 1 night without returning home. He was deeply worried about how his 3 fathers would feel upon discovering his absence. Of course, Lu Zhong hadn't returned home during this period either, and Lu Qing secretly hoped his father also hadn't come back last night. That way, no one would notice he'd spent the entire evening outside the estate. Seeing Lu Chang change his mind, the 2 apes dragged the corpse of the horned python and followed him back to the valley. The serpent weighed over 200 pounds, ensuring the apes wouldn't lack meat for some time. After leaving the pool, Lu Chang didn't immediately gather firewood, only casually cutting 2 bundles near Song Village as an afterthought. Returning to the servants' quarters, he tossed the firewood into the woodshed without drawing anyone's attention. When encountering Ma Shaoan, the man made no mention of Lu Cheng's absence the previous day. Clearly, as a lowly servant who rarely interacted with others, his comings and goings went entirely unnoticed. Even Song Ping now turned a blind eye to Lu Cheng's activities. Previously, as the overseer, he would meticulously record the daily firewood quotas. But after Lu Cheng's recent achievements, banquets, and thoughtful gifts, Song Ping wouldn't have questioned even a half-month absence, let alone a single missed day. Returning home, Lu Cheng noticed the lock still fastened on the door. Seeing the meat he'd hung remained untouched, he realized Lu Zhong hadn't returned either. This brought him slight relief. At least he wouldn't have to explain things to his father just yet. But it had been too long since Lu Cheng last saw Lu Zhong, who was now assigned to permanent duty at the inner estate. Though his father possessed third-level internal energy, being 62 years of age and dwelling continuously at the inner estate concerned Lu Cheng. He resolved to visit his father, taking the opportunity to purchase some wine and meat along the way. Lu Cheng had long considered visiting the inner estate after reaching the 4th level. Now, this errand to see his father provided the perfect reconnaissance opportunity. Despite being at the peak of 4th level internal energy cultivation, his sensory range extended only 8 zhong, about 24 meters. The Song family's inner estate stretched several hundred zhong deep. He'd need to proceed with extreme caution. Lu Cheng didn't bother cooking the meat himself. While his stewed meat contained equal nutritional value to the tavern's fare, their flavors were worlds apart. At Baoqing Restaurant, he purchased a large bag of peanuts, 3 caddies of roasted beef, and a whole lamb leg. As he paid, a sudden realization struck him. All his money had been taken by his father. How would he explain this extravagant purchase at Baoqing Restaurant later? But since he had already spent the money, he couldn't very well take it back to buy food for himself, could he? Lu Cheng thought of Xian Xin. His second sworn father was an ally, so it would be best to use his name. If he told Lu Zhong the truth that the money came from gambling, he might end up with broken legs. Since he had already bought food, naturally, he couldn't forget the wine. He stopped by the tavern to buy 10 caddies of liquor before heading back to the inner estate. Lu Cheng went to find Xian Xin first. Xia wasn't surprised to see him carrying so many things. He didn't ask where Lu Cheng had gotten the money either. Lu Cheng pleaded with him not to tell the other two, insisting that they should just say Xia had paid for everything while Lu Cheng had merely run the errand. Xian Xin was more than happy to play along. Ever since his gambling addiction took hold, he hadn't properly treated his sworn brothers to a decent meal in a long time. Cheng, your sworn father accepts your thoughtful gesture. As for those 2 taels of silver, Xian Xin rubbed his hands together, his face uncharacteristically flushing red. Don't worry about it. What's mine is yours, isn't it? I've already forgotten about it, Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Haha, Cheng'er is truly sensible. Xian Xin laughed heartily towards the sky. Father, I'd like to visit the inner estate. Could you take me there? Lu Cheng asked. What's difficult about that? Follow your father. Xian Xin fetched Lu Cheng a guard's uniform, had him trail along as he made his patrol rounds, then called both Lu Zhong and Zhao Xian over for meat and wine. Cheng'er, has everything been well with you while I've been away? Lu Zhong asked with concern when he saw Lu Cheng. I'm doing well, father, Lu Cheng replied. Having accompanied Xian Xin on a trip to the inner estate earlier, though only covering a small portion, he had already pieced together the general situation of the inner estate based on previously acquired information. In 2 days, the Yi and Li families will arrive. These are turbulent times within the estate. Don't go out at night and don't wander too far during the day, Lu Zhong cautioned. Undercurrents had already been stirring within Song family estate, with intruders sneaking in almost every night. Now, even Song Bingsheng and Song Yichun, practitioners of internal strength of the 6th and 5th layers respectively, were conducting night patrols personally. These matters, however, Lu Zhong deemed irrelevant to his son and thus spared him the details. Had he known of Lu Cheng's intentions, he would surely have dissuaded him. Chapter 40. The Song clan's internal strength technique. After returning home, Lu Cheng sat cross-legged on his bed. When midnight passed, he changed into fresh clothes and slipped out of the house as silently as a leopard cat. Having grown up in Song family manner, Lu Cheng knew its layout like the back of his hand. Yet despite this, he fully unleashed his 8-strand perception. This being his first unauthorized entry into the inner compound, he naturally remained on high alert. The inner compound of Song family manor was enclosed by another wall, standing a full 5 zhong tall. But this height posed no difficulty for Lu Cheng, already at the peak of the 4th layer of inner energy. Sensing no one beyond the wall with his perception, he leaped effortlessly, his left hand barely grazing the wall's surface as he vaulted over. His landing made no more sound than a withered leaf drifting to the ground on the wind. Though the hour was late, guards still patrolled the inner compound. Lu Cheng's Azhong perceptual range made him move through the darkness like a fish through water. At times, even before he consciously noticed approaching guards, his extrasensory alert would warn him. He realized that without this perception, discovery would be inevitable, even for someone at his advanced martial level. Unknown to most, the inner compound held not just patrols, but concealed sentries, men hidden in darkened corners who would sound alarms at any intruder's approach. Lu Cheng's target was the reception hall in the front courtyard of the inner estate. This place wasn't a priority for the guards. Had it been daytime, the reception hall might have seen some activity, but now, in the dead of night, it held neither important figures nor valuable items. With the Song Estate's limited security forces, their protection efforts naturally focused on key individuals in critical areas. Above the main door of the reception hall hung a plaque adorned with two golden characters, Hui Ke, reception. Lu Cheng deemed it the perfect hiding spot. With a single push of his feet, his body soared upwards like a great bird in the night, landing lightly behind the plaque. No sooner had he concealed himself than a figure escorted by two guards passed beneath. Using his sensory ability to look, Lu Cheng recognized the leader as none other than Lu Zhong. To his surprise, the reception hall turned out to be part of his father's patrol route. Lu Zhong would never imagine someone concealed behind the plaque, let alone his own son. In his mind, Lu Cheng remained an ordinary boy devoid of internal energy. Even if he witnessed it firsthand, he'd likely refuse to believe it was Lu Cheng, though such direct sighting was nearly impossible, given Lu Cheng had altered his appearance using internal energy techniques. No matter how closely examined, his disguise would remain undetectable. From a moment he entered the inner estate, Lu Cheng had activated the tortoise breathing technique, eliminating any fear of discovery by Lu Zhong. Now, his focus lay entirely on the iron chest buried about 3 meters beneath the threshold. During his last visit, Lu Cheng, then only possessing second-tier internal energy, could sense the chest precisely at that depth, but its contents remained a mystery beyond his perception. Now Lu Cheng was at the peak of the 4th layer of inner force, and his sensory ability easily penetrated the iron chest, reaching inside. Within the larger iron chest was a smaller one, tightly wrapped in 3 layers of oiled cloth. Clearly, the person who had buried the chest was worried that the outer iron box might not withstand the erosion of the loess over time. Inside the smaller iron chest lay a sandalwood box. The density of the sandalwood box was so great that Lu Cheng found it even more difficult to penetrate with his senses than the iron chest. He silently rejoiced that he had only acquired this ability after reaching the 4th layer of inner force. Had he still been at the 3rd layer, he might not have been able to penetrate the sandalwood box at all. The layer upon layer of protection only deepened Lu Cheng's curiosity. What kind of treasure lay within, guarded with such caution? After penetrating the sandalwood box, he found a book wrapped in thick cloth, inscribed with 6 characters, Song Clan Inner Force Methodology. Beside it was a porcelain bottle containing a single pill. Beneath the bottle lay a sheet of paper detailing the pill's description and formula. Lu Cheng was puzzled by the 6 characters. After all, weren't inner force methodologies supposed to be accessible to ordinary people? Why was there a need for a specialized Song Clan Inner Force methodology? In the Tianhua Kingdom, martial prowess was held in the highest regard. Anyone gifted with the talent for martial arts could cultivate their skills. At this moment, Lu Cheng didn't dwell on it too much. Since someone had gone to such great lengths to bury this Song Clan Inner Strength Manual underground with such care, it must possess something extraordinary. The Song Clan Inner Strength Manual consisted of only a few thin pages. On the first page were written these lines: "Sit in meditation with eyes closed, mind stilled, and hands clasped firmly. Click the teeth 36 times. Embrace the Kunlun with both hands. Strike the heavenly drum left and right, listening 24 times. Slightly sway the celestial pillar gently. The crimson dragon stirs the watery essence. Rinse and churn 36 times, filling the mouth with divine liquid. Divide 1 sip into 3 swallows. Dragon surge, tiger's race, asterisk. Hold the breath, rub hands until hot. then massage the gate of essence at the back. Asterisk upon exhaling, envision fire burning the navel wheel. Turn the windlass left and right. Stretch both legs, interlace fingers and lift palms skyward. Lower the head, clutch the feet, and pause. Wait for the divine liquid to arrive. Rinse again and swallow the essence. After repeating this 3 times, swallow the divine liquid 9 times in total. Asterisk with each gurgling swallow, the 100 meridians will harmonize on their own. Asterisk when the river chariot finishes its course. Envision fire engulfing the body. 12 verses of mantra. Practice from midnight to noon. Persist diligently without interruption, and 10,000 ailments will turn to dust. Following this were 12 illustrations of a human figure seated in meditation, each in a different posture with highlighted red dots on the body. Lu Cheng felt a pang of regret for not bringing paper and ink. Otherwise, he could have copied everything down. Though he could memorize it, even the slightest error in recalling the postures might interfere with cultivation. Since he might not return anytime soon, he focused on memorizing the images meticulously. Once he had nearly committed them to memory, he noticed a few more lines at the end. Asterisk only Song clan disciples who have attained the 7th layer of inner strength may practice this. Otherwise, it will bring harm instead of benefit. Asterisk. Lu Cheng secretly sighed to himself. Only after reaching the 7th layer of internal energy could one begin cultivating. What was the point of him remembering this now? He shifted his perception back to the porcelain vial beside him. Though he could sense the pill inside, he had no idea what purpose it served. But the medicine beneath the vial immediately caught his attention. The label read the name of the elixir, Solid Origin Pill. Following it was the pill's formula, listing numerous rare medicinal herbs. Yet the most crucial ingredient remained, a mature flying lazy beast's inner core. The text further stated that whoever obtained this Song family inner strength technique and cultivated it to the 8th layer would need to procure another stabilizing essence pill for another descendant of the Song family to consume. It seems that the first master of the manor had no choice but to make such arrangements back then. For an ordinary martial artist, reaching the 7th level was no easy feat by burying the Solid Origin Pill and the Song family's inner strength technique underground. He intended for them to be retrieved only when the next generation of disciples achieved the 7th level of inner strength. Yet unexpectedly, they remained buried for over a century. P.S. The new week has begun, and Dake needs everyone's support. This is the book's first time being featured, and as a new work, it requires everyone's support. Dake sincerely thanks you in advance. As always, seeking recommendation votes and bookmarks. Chapter 41, Caught Off Guard. Although Lu Cheng had discovered the secret manual inside the iron chest, he was only at the 4th layer of internal energy, still far from reaching the 7th layer. Moreover, even if he attained the 7th layer, cultivating the Song clan's internal energy technique would be futile without the Solid Origin Pill. This realization dampened his spirits. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. The newcomer had also suppressed his breath and covered his face with a black cloth. But Lu Cheng's enhanced perception allowed him to pierce through the darkness and the black veil to clearly discern the man's features. The person appeared utterly unremarkable, of average height with a face devoid of any distinctive characteristics, the kind that would instantly blend into a crowd and vanish without a trace. Lu Cheng recognized all the guards in the estate, but he had never seen this man before. To Lu Cheng, even if the other wore a black scarf, he could still see the truth beneath it. As for his own disguise skills, granted, his experience wasn't extensive, and he didn't know whether others possessed such abilities. So far, at least, he had yet to encounter anyone who did. The man lurked stealthily, glancing around as he tiptoed beneath the plaque of the reception hall. Only now did Lu Cheng recall his father's warning. It was true, Song Manor was indeed not at peace. But what was their target? Could it also be the Song clan's internal energy method hidden beneath the threshold? Suddenly, a distant glow of lantern light emerged, Lu Zhong patrolling alone. Hearing the footsteps, the black-clad figure swiftly hid atop the main gate's threshold. The reception hall's grand double doors were imposing, with doorposts over a foot wide, and the threshold's recess created a perfect hollow. But as the footsteps drew nearer, sensing danger even there, the intruder glanced at the plaque above and had the same thought as Lu Cheng. Before Lu Zhong could approach, the man clambered up the doorpost, intending to slip inside. But how could Lu Cheng let him succeed? Just as the figure was about to tunnel in, Lu Cheng lashed out with a kick. The move was swift as a falcon striking a rabbit. The man, caught entirely off guard, had no time to react. The heel of Lu Cheng's foot struck his head, sending him tumbling backward in midair before crashing to the ground. The commotion here naturally reached Lu Zhong's ears. Grasping a lantern in one hand, he rushed over immediately. Just as the black-clad man was kicked down by Lu Cheng, Lu Zhong tossed aside the lantern and lunged toward the intruder. Lu Zhong practiced the diamond fist style, a martial art specializing in close-quarters combat, emphasizing every stance with intent, every intent with technique, every technique with purpose. The diamond fist is characterized by its fierce, heavy, swift, steady, and penetrating power. Its application features concise movements, rapid short bursts, integrated use of fists and legs, simultaneous offense and defense, evading solid attacks while striking vulnerabilities and harmonizing hardness with softness. Hand techniques excel in successive heavy strikes, swift in-and-out movements, unexpected force trajectories, decisive cleaving actions, and unstoppable momentum. When gaining advantage in close combat, it prioritizes low kicks first, transitions to short punches and elbow strikes, follows with smooth grappling and takedowns, then secures control through locks and pins, seizing every opportunity. Thus, its techniques emphasize fists and feet for distance, knees and elbows for proximity, throws for clinching, and timely submissions. Lu Cheng's palms sliced through the air with roaring gusts, striking the black-clad man with an unstoppable force. Though the intruder hadn't anticipated an expert hiding behind the plaque, his immediate concern became Lu Zhong. For while the figure above might not necessarily be a foe, the man below him was undeniably an enemy. Though the black-clad man also possessed third-layer peak internal strength, Lu Zhong's sudden assault caught him completely unprepared. His hastily raised palms barely parried the attack, leaving him staggering several steps backward from the impact. Peak of the third-layer inner strength. Who are you? Lu Cheng withdrew his palms and asked solemnly. Apart from the direct disciples and guards of the Song Manor, there were no third-layer inner strength practitioners, and this person had even reached the peak of the third layer. Clearly, they must have come from outside the manor. The black-clad man had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Lu Zhong. Seizing the moment Lu Zhong was speaking, he swiftly turned and dashed backward, catching Lu Zhong completely off guard. Anxiety surged within him. If the black-clad man escaped on his watch, the consequences would be dire. With no time to hesitate, Lu Zhong poured all his strength into giving chase. But just as he set off in pursuit, the black-clad man suddenly retreated. No, he was flung backward through the air. Sensing danger, Lu Zhong raised both palms, bracing for combat. To his astonishment, however, the black-clad man made no move to resist, instead collapsing stiffly at Lu Zhong's feet like a felled tree. This left Lu Zhong utterly astonished. How could his opponent suddenly go flying backward? Naturally, it was Lu Cheng's doing. Seeing his father arrive, he wanted to leave. As soon as the black-clad figure landed, he slipped away from the other side of the plaque. But before he could take more than a few steps, he saw the black-clad figure following him. Lu Cheng abruptly stopped. Feeling mischievous, he didn't turn around. Instead, he delivered a forceful backward kick straight to the black-clad man's abdomen. This time, he channeled his inner energy, unleashing 40% of his strength. To the attacker, it should have felt like a full-force strike from someone at the third tier of inner energy cultivation. The black-clad man merely wanted to flee the area as quickly as possible. Never did he expect that in the darkness, someone would suddenly throw a kick, and with such terrifying force that it caught him completely off guard. Had he not felt it for himself, he would have assumed the strike came from someone at the peak of the third tier. Even after being struck, he couldn't make sense of it. There had clearly been no one in front of him. How could a kick come out of nowhere? Could that person have stood there all along, lying in wait just for him. But now wasn't the time for contemplation. The blow to his stomach left his organs churning violently, the searing pain in his abdomen nearly knocking him unconscious on the spot. Seeing the black-clad figure being sent flying back, Lu Chong no longer held back. Fearful that the man might attempt another trick, he slammed his palm toward the fallen figure. This time, however, the black-clad man made no effort to dodge, taking Lu Chong's strike head-on. Already wounded, the additional blow made matters even worse. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he could no longer struggle to his feet. Lu Chong now sensed that something was amiss. Without hesitation, he let out a long, sharp whistle, a prearranged signal among the guards. Soon, other guards arrived. Leading them were Zhao Xian and Xian Axin. "Big brother, who is this?" Zhao Xian held up a lantern, illuminating the black-clad figure on the ground, whose face was still covered. "Just remove the mask, and we'll know." Lu Chong chuckled, though inwardly he wasn't as cheerful as he appeared. He was certain that the true force behind the black-clad man's defeat wasn't him. Someone else had intervened. But who? If it had been an ally, they would have revealed themselves by now. Since no one had stepped forward, it couldn't be someone from Song Manor. The captured man in black was brought to the inner courtyard's rear garden, where Song Yichun, the second master of Song Manor and father of Song Kai-Xian, personally conducted the interrogation. Song Yichun was a fifth-layer inner strength expert, while his elder brother Song Bingsheng had reached the sixth layer. Yet precisely because of this, the management of Song Manor currently fell to Song Yichun, allowing Song Bingsheng to focus entirely on his cultivation. This was how noble clans operated. Status wasn't determined by authority held, but by martial prowess. Though Song Yichun managed the manor's affairs, Song Bingsheng wielded far greater influence over its decisions. P.S. New books need everyone's care, and Dake also needs your recognition and encouragement. Chapter 42. Dig 3 feet deep, seeking recommendations and bookmarks. Recently, Song Village has frequently experienced intruders. Though none had succeeded, the village also failed to capture any until now. With someone finally apprehended, Song Yichun naturally took charge of the interrogation personally. Yet, after just one meeting with a black-clad prisoner, the man was dead. The intruder had severed his own heart meridian to end his life, an act requiring immense courage and unyielding resolve. Not a single item of evidence was found on the A.E. Rennis body. Clearly, this black-clad man had long prepared for failure. Once captured, death became his only atonement. "This man is a death warrior," sighed Song Yichun. Only death warriors would strike so mercilessly, willing to forsake their lives to safeguard secrets. Since he was a death warrior, tracing his origins would naturally prove impossible. So-called death warriors are those who cast aside their own lives without hesitation. Whether motivated by wealth or gratitude, they stand ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment. Of course, ordinary folk couldn't possibly afford to maintain death warriors. Only the wealthy aristocratic families possess such resources. Take Song Manor, for instance. It too had its death warriors. Yet even among the estate's guards, few knew the true identities of these shadowy figures. "What do you think we should do now, Second Master?" Lu Zhong asked. Since they were death warriors, their origins would certainly be untraceable. What he didn't know was what these death warriors had come to the Song estate to find. If it wasn't something ordinary, there would surely be no need to dispatch death warriors. Of course, no matter how many doubts Lu Chong had in his heart, he wouldn't dare to voice them. He was merely a guard. His duty was to focus on his job and nothing more. Now that the direct disciples of the Song Manor had arrived, it would be utterly tactless for him to linger any longer. Deep down, he hoped Song Yichun wouldn't reveal the truth to him at all. The more you knew, the sooner you'd meet your end. That was a principle he understood all too well. You all go ahead and continue your rounds as usual. From now on, keep all the lamps lit at night. Oh, and Lu Zhong, withdraw 20 taels of silver from the accounts tomorrow. Song Yichun nodded at Lu Zhong, somewhat surprised that the old guard still had some fight left in him. This assassin was also at the peak of the third layer of inner strength. Yet Lu Zhong managed to not only defeat him, but also subdue him. This showed that Lu Zhong was not only experienced, but also fiercely loyal to the Song estate. Otherwise, Simply driving the black-clad intruder away would have sufficed to fulfill his duty as a guard. "Thank you, second master." Lu Zhong concealed his delight and quickly withdrew. Though he was a guard, he was merely a regular employee, earning his keep by working at the Song estate. Matters like these naturally fell under the estate's own considerations and decisions. "Father, who sent this man?" Song Kaixian pointed at the black-clad figure on the ground after Lu Zhong had left, asking his question. "Who in Datong County would dare to cause trouble at our Song Manor?" Song Yichun sneered coldly. There are only 3 prominent families in all of Datong County: Song Manor, Yi Fortress, and a Li family. Other than these 2 great families, it seemed no one else had the audacity to stir trouble at Song Manor, nor the financial means to raise death warriors. "Father, why have so many people been coming to the manor recently? What exactly are they coveting?" Song Kaixian asked in confusion. Over the past month, at least 5 groups had visited the manor. These intruders range from 3rd-layer internal force practitioners to even 4th-layer ones. Though, of course, these were only the ones they detected. Had 5th-layer experts come to Song Manor, they likely wouldn't have noticed at all. Something that ceased to exist long ago. A commanding, resonant voice suddenly spoke from behind them. "Dad! Grandpa!" The speaker was none other than Song Haoran, the master of Song Manor, a robust and spirited elder. He was also one of the strongest figures in Datong County, a peak 7th-layer internal energy expert. Of course, the other 2 great families also had their own 7th-layer masters. But in the entire Datong County, there were only 3 such experts, one from each of the 3 great families, neatly maintaining a delicate balance. "Father, let's discuss this matter another time," Song Yichun interjected, clearly privy to the details but unwilling to let Song Kaixian know. Song Kaixian was the future of Song Manor, and until he reached the 7th layer, it was best not to distract him. Kaixian will find out sooner or later. Rather than letting this fester in his heart, it's better to tell him now, Song Haoran said calmly. He understood Song Yichun's concern, not wanting mundane matters to affect one's cultivation. But since Song Kaixian's curiosity had been piqued, keeping him in the dark might truly hinder his progress. "Very well, everyone else may leave. Kaixian stays," Song Yichun commanded. Once the room held only the 3 of them, Song Yichun glanced at Song Haoran and spoke deliberately. "The truth is, these people came to the manor seeking a copy of the Song clan's Inner Strength Manual." "The Song clan's Inner Strength Manual?" Song Kaixian frowned in bewilderment. Wasn't the technique he was currently practicing already an Inner Strength Manual? Could there possibly be different versions? This Song clan's Inner Strength Manual is an ancestral legacy. Moreover, it enables one to effortlessly break through to the 7th layer, Song Haoran explained. These people never considered, if he truly possessed such a manual, wouldn't he have already ascended to the 8th layer? Of course, he remained unaware that beyond the Song clan's manual, one also needed to consume solid origin pills. Breaking through from the 7th to 8th level of inner strength is a steep hurdle, much like ordinary cultivators attempting to progress from 3rd to 4th level. No matter how diligently one trains, without sufficient talent or enlightenment, success remains elusive. However, the Song Manor possesses a unique inner strength cultivation method, an unconventional approach that enables even ordinary practitioners to reach the 8th level. Legend has it that Song Batian, the founding lord of Song Manor, established such vast influence across Datong County precisely because he had achieved the 9th level of inner strength. But when Batian mysteriously vanished, his successor hadn't yet reached the 7th level, leaving the Song clan's inner strength technique uninherited and lost to time. Break through to the 7th level, then grandfather? Song Kaixian asked in surprise. Song Haoran had already reached the 7th level 2 decades ago, yet still hadn't advanced further. But that cultivation manual vanished long ago. The outside world refuses to believe it. Every year, people come searching our manor. This year's visitor from Yi Family Fort has reached the pinnacle of 7th level and naturally seeks the 8th. Song Haoran smirked. The one he spoke of was none other than Yi Shi, Lord of Yi Family Fort. Gone. Song Kaixian's face fell with disappointment. If his grandfather could advance to the 8th layer of internal strength, Who would dare to cause trouble in Song Manor? Yes, it said our ancestors left one copy in the manor, but I've searched for decades without finding it. Song Howard sighed. Advancing to the 8th layer of internal strength had been his lifelong dream. Yet even after turning Song Manor upside down, he hadn't uncovered even a trace of the Song family's internal strength cultivation manual. Then we'll dig 3 feet into the ground. We absolutely must find that cultivation manual, Song Kai-Shian declared resolutely. Had they followed his approach precisely, they might have succeeded. Only, the founding lord of Song Manor had been prudent indeed, burying the internal strength manual beneath the threshold of the reception hall. Digging 3 feet deep wouldn't suffice. Another yard would have been needed at least. Chapter 43. Midway up Great Thoroughfare Mountain. Hearing Song Kai-Shian mention digging 3 feet into the ground, Song Howard was genuinely tempted. For him, the most important thing was advancing to the 8th level of internal strength, even if it meant truly destroying Song Family Manor. As long as he could achieve his breakthrough, everything could be rebuilt. Besides, with the current foundation of Song Family Manor, if he actually reached the 8th level, the family would likely no longer remain secluded at the foot of Datong Mountain. Do you think we haven't looked? We were practically ready to tear the houses apart. Song Yichun retorted irritably, shooting a glare at Song Kai-Shian. If Song Family Manor were to produce an 8th level internal strength expert, the balance of power in Datong County would undoubtedly be disrupted. Grandfather, I think if necessary, we should tear down the houses, Song Kai-Shian suddenly declared. A manor this large, how would we even dismantle it? Song Howard hadn't expected such unwavering resolve from Song Kai-Shian. The idea was reckless, but under the circumstances, it might be the only option left. Let's treat it as renovation then, starting with Grandpa's residence first, Song Kai-Shian said with deliberate ease. He reckoned the internal energy cultivation method left by the first manor lord most likely resided in his grandfather's manor. After all, that was precisely where Song Batian had lived centuries ago, the very first manor constructed in the entire Song family estate. Father, I think demolition might be for the best. Song Yichun also believed that location held the greatest promise. In any case, after enduring storms for over a century, that courtyard had long been dilapidated. Renovating it now wouldn't arouse outsiders' suspicions. Very well, but wait until after the martial competition begins. Song Howard contemplated. It would be truly regrettable if outsiders discover it first. If Song Howard knew that not only had an outsider already discovered the inner force cultivation method, but also memorized it, one wonders what he would think. Kai-Shian, tomorrow Yi Tianlong from the Yi family fort, and Li Yunsong from the Li family will be arriving. You must prepare thoroughly this time, Song Yichun said. Although his cultivation level fell slightly short of his elder brother's, Song Kai-Shian had brought him great honor. With inner strength at the 4th layer, Song Kai-Shian stood unrivaled among the younger generation of the 3 great families in Datong County. Song Kai-Shian wore a look of arrogance. As a warrior who had reached the 4th layer of internal energy, he didn't even need to prepare. Naturally, no one dare challenge him. Held in the Song Family Manor, this competition played to all his advantages of timing, location, and support. The real contest between Yi Tianlong and Li Yunsong was only for 2nd place. Not to mention the 3 generations of the Song family. Right after kicking the cloaked assailant, Lu Cheng swiftly slipped back home. He dashed through the darkness effortlessly, his steps unhindered by the absence of light. From Song Manor to his own doorstep, not a soul noticed his passage. Early the next morning, as usual, he first went to Baoqing Tower to buy meat buns and beef. Today, he didn't run into the Lao Ban Nang, proprietress, so Lu Cheng quickly took his purchases and left. The Lao Banang Ding's alluring eyes seemed almost soul-captivating, making Lu Cheng barely dare to meet her gaze. When passing the grocery store, he bought 2 jin of salt and a large piece of oilcloth. Today, he was going to visit her Yuan and Sanyuan. Since they had hundreds of jin of horned python meat, he didn't bring them pork, but he could bring salt. Any food would taste bland without salt, and more importantly, one's whole body would feel weak. Lu Cheng had now developed a routine: disguise himself after leaving home, restore his original appearance when returning to the compound, and then disguise himself again after leaving Song family village. Influenced by last night's encounter with the black-clad man, he made sure his disguises had minimal distinctive features, aiming to appear as ordinary as possible. After wrapping the food in the oilcloth, he slipped into the pool, passing through the cave entrance into the valley. He didn't see Yuan and San Yuan. Had they gone back to the valley's entrance? After all, yesterday when he tried to check, they had strenuously stopped him. Just as Lu Cheng was about to head up, he suddenly heard squeaking sounds. Yuan and San Yuan limped out. Both bore wounds of varying severity. Their bleeding stopped, but still a horrifying sight. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Cheng asked in astonishment. Yesterday they had been full of vigor, but now they were covered in wounds. Could there possibly be another horned python in the valley? Chirp, squeak, chirp. The two apes pointed toward the valley entrance, their faces filled with terror. Another horned python came? Lu Cheng asked. If there really was another horned python, he wasn't afraid. If he could kill another one and retrieve its core, it would be perfect to offer as a tribute to his father. The third ape seemed to understand Lu Cheng's words and frantically waved its forelimbs. Seeing Lu Cheng's look of confusion, it grew anxious and began spinning in circles. Finally, it stretched its forelimbs forward and slapped them toward Lu Cheng a few times. "You mean a bird?" Lu Cheng asked. The gibbons seemed to be talking about wings, but could an ordinary bird really fly into such a deep mountain valley? The two apes nodded, then shook their heads, leaving Lu Cheng thoroughly confused by their actions. Yet in his heart, he vaguely sensed that even if it wasn't a bird, it must be some other creature capable of flight. The Great Tong Mountain teemed with spiritual beasts. No animal's appearance here would be surprising. Lu Cheng had now developed the habit of eating breakfast, though naturally, such meals couldn't be taken within Song Manor. A mere servant indulging in meat buns and generous slabs of beef would surely be regarded as a monster. In truth, his current dietary standards likely matched only those of the manor's direct disciples. When Lu Cheng took out the steamed buns and beef from the oilcloth, the two apes' eyes instantly lit up with a ravenous gleam. Lu Cheng chuckled and tossed one to each of them, teasing lightly. "Didn't you have that horned python yesterday? Couldn't that fill you up?" The two apes, upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, pointed toward the valley entrance and then mimicked the third ape's gesture, both arms flung outward in a sweeping motion. At the same time, they pulled Lu Cheng toward something, the remains of the horned python, now nothing more than a skeleton. Watching the two apes devour the meat buns ravenously, Lu Cheng suddenly understood. The wounds on their bodies were likely caused by the horned python. In a struggle for food among animals, it's either kill or be killed. To protect the corpse of the horned python, their food source, the apes had fought bitterly against that winged creature. Lu Cheng suggested avenging the apes, but the moment he made a move to climb up, terror flashed across their faces. They had been enjoying their meal peacefully, yet instantly became agitated and hostile. "I'll just go up and see what exactly stole your food," Lu Cheng said. Initially, he thought he wouldn't need to bring them anything for another 10 or 15 days. The two apes were injured, and Lu Cheng's movements were too swift for them to stop. Activating his leaping technique and breath restraint technique, Lu Cheng scaled the cliff, hundreds of yards high, and reached the summit in the blink of an eye. Last time he was here, his focus had been solely on the apes, barely noticing the surrounding landscape. The entrance to the valley was actually located halfway up Datong Mountain. Since this was already a restricted area, hardly anyone had ever come here. Moreover, the mouth of the valley was so narrow that those unaware might mistake it for merely a deep pit. Who could have imagined there lay an entirely different world beneath? P.S. A new day begins, and Dake has to repeat his usual spiel. Can't help it. The new book's performance hasn't picked up yet, so I can only humbly ask you all, with just a light tap from you, Dake will be overjoyed. Chapter 44. The Lazy Flyer. On the slopes of Datong Mountain, emerald green trees flourished while exotic flowers vied for beauty in a forest dominated by towering arboreal giants. Lu Cheng extended his sensory perception outward and quickly discovered countless creatures he'd never encountered before roaming the woods. Some stood astonishingly tall, reaching heights of 30 or 40 feet. Observing them, Lu Cheng noted these massive beasts were predominantly herbivorous. Yet the catastrophic consequences if such creatures developed aggressive tendencies and stampeded down the mountain into Song family village chilled him to the bone. Unknown to Lu Cheng, though he held his breath in concealment, his scent betrayed him regardless. Every species surviving in these lands had evolved extraordinary capabilities. No creature could endure this harsh environment without specialized survival adaptations. Certain predators, for instance, could detect prey's scent from miles away, some even tracking odors across distances exceeding 10 miles. Of course, Lu Cheng's scent was unlike that of any animal, and no creature dared to easily regard him as prey. Though Datong Mountain appeared picturesque, every day was fraught with blood and fury. Unless one stood at the top of the food chain, life here was a constant trial of survival. Either you devoured your prey or fell victim to a predator. Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt an intense gaze fixed upon him. His current sensory range was only 26 feet, yet this gaze came from beyond his detection radius. Nevertheless, his perception was extraordinarily acute. Even the slightest shift in attention directed at him did not escape his notice. Lu Cheng scanned his surroundings until his eyes finally settled on a massive beast lurking behind a thicket. Towering over 10 feet tall, the creature stood upright like a human, yet bore a pair of enormous wings on its back. Its oddly small, round head barely matched its body, its face vaguely simian, engulfed in coarse fur that nearly obscured the ears protruding from the back of its skull. Its forelimbs ended in razor-sharp claws, each nearly a foot long, glinting ominously under the sunlight. If Lu Cheng's palm could be likened to a blade, then this beast was the very embodiment of clawed weaponry. Its talons resembled actual daggers, and Lu Cheng could even discern traces of dried blood caking them, clearly not its own. Lu Cheng truly had no idea what kind of beast this was, but judging by its slick, glistening eyes, he could tell the creature possessed remarkable intelligence. It might even be a spirit beast. Yet if he were to describe it to others and ask around, they would undoubtedly inform him that this was none other than a flying sloth. The flying sloth is a carnivorous beast. Had it not been for the corpse of the horned python yesterday, those two apes would likely have ended up in its belly. Moreover, the flying sloth is also a spiritual creature. Its core is far more beneficial to martial artists than that of the horned python. However, obtaining the flying sloth's core is no easy feat unless one has attained at least the 7th layer of inner strength. Attempting to slay them is practically futile. Clearly, at this moment, the spirit beast had already marked Lu Cheng as its prey, though it had never encountered a human like him before and couldn't quite gauge his strength. When Lu Cheng strode toward it, the creature even scrambled up a nearby tree in a flash. Lu Cheng never expected this winged thing could climb trees, and with such astonishing speed at that. Seeing the other party fleeing, Lu Cheng had no intention of giving chase. Just as he was about to wander around, he suddenly heard terrified screeches from the two apes behind him. Upon spotting the apes, the flying sloth's eyes lit up as if beholding a grand feast, and it swiftly scrambled down from the tree. The moment the two apes saw the flying sloth, they were terrified out of their wits and immediately forgot about Lu Cheng, scrambling into the valley as fast as they could. The flying sloth was not only capable of flight, but also skilled at climbing trees, making it a natural predator of many animals. Even horned pythons sometimes fell prey to it. Though its vision and hearing were mediocre, its sense of smell was extraordinarily sharp. If the carcass of the horned python had been left inside the cave, the flying sloth might not have smelled it. But now that the two apes had slid it open down in the valley, releasing a pungent odor, the scent reached the creature even outside the valley. Naturally, the flying sloth wouldn't let the fleeing apes escape. With its massive body moving swiftly and ferociously, it lunged at them like lightning. Already frightened at the sight of the sloth, the apes now panicked entirely, wishing they had an extra pair of legs as they desperately sprinted toward the valley. They knew the flying sloth's strengths, but they also knew their own. Compared to the sloth, they were far more agile. If they could hide in narrow rock crevices, there would be nothing the sloth could do to reach them. Actually, they didn't need to rush like this today. Lu Cheng was here. Lu Cheng could now be certain that the creature which had devoured the horned python and injured the two monkeys yesterday was this very flying sloth. The monkeys were his friends, and now that they were in trouble, he naturally had to go through fire and water for them. Seeing the flying sloth approach, he transformed his palm into a blade and slashed toward its flank. The flying sloth possessed innate intelligence and remained highly alert toward Lu Cheng. The moment Lu Cheng moved, it abandoned its pursuit of the monkeys, swiveled around, and swiped its claws straight at Lu Cheng's face. Its claws, a full foot long, were akin to razor-sharp blades. The sheer force of the swipe forced Lu Cheng to dodge. Within the range of Lu Cheng's perception, he held an unrivaled advantage. To evade the flying sloth's claws, he had no choice but to switch from slashing to thrusting, driving the tip of his palm forcefully into the sloth's ribs. Lu Cheng, now at the peak of the fourth layer of inner strength, delivered a palm strike of staggering power, enough to pierce straight through even a water buffalo in a single blow. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lu Cheng failed to pierce the flying sloth's body. Instead, the rush of air from its claws grazed his narrowly dodged cheek with stinging intensity, evidence of the brute strength behind that swipe. Had Lu Cheng not dodged in time, his skull might well have been crushed. Although Lu Cheng's palm strike didn't pierce the flying fox's body, it still made the creature howl in pain. After all, Lu Cheng was at the peak of the fourth layer inner strength, and his full-powered strike carried tremendous force. By altering his palm blade from a chopping motion to a stabbing one, he reduced the contact area, thereby increasing the pressure per unit area. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint blood streaks where Lu Cheng had struck. Had he exerted just a bit more inner strength, he might have pierced right through. The flying fox yowled in pain, but wasn't driven to the point of needing to kill Lu Cheng. It immediately spread its wings, swiftly taking to the sky, and with a few flaps, vanished from Lu Cheng's sight in moments. In terms of raw capability, Lu Cheng might not have been the flying fox's match, but the creature wasn't foolish. It sought prey that could be subdued in a single strike without risking injury to itself. Someone like Lu Cheng, who had struck its ribs the moment they clashed, was now off its menu for good. Lu Cheng felt somewhat helpless, but also secretly relieved. This particular flying fox didn't seem vicious by nature. Otherwise, he might not have escaped unscathed. The fact that even an ordinary mountain flying fox had put him on high alert made him realize venturing into the forest was too risky. For now, staying in the valley seemed the safer choice. P.S. Today's bookmark count hasn't increased much. If you guys think this book is decent, please take a moment to bookmark it. With a new book being uploaded, it needs everyone's support and encouragement. Big bows and thanks. Chapter 45, The Sitting Agent. The two apes were delighted to see Lu Cheng safely descend. They had fled earlier like oil-slicked feet, just an instinctive reaction. If animals saw a natural predator and didn't run for their lives, they wouldn't be animals. Clearly, these apes counted as a type of spirit beast, albeit a low-level one. Starting tomorrow, I won't be bringing meat anymore. Here's some salt. Keep it for yourselves. Lu Cheng reasoned that bringing them meat every day and letting them reap without sowing wasn't necessarily good for them. Apes mainly feed on fruit and leaves. If they ate too much meat, they might very well turn into carnivores. The ape seemed to understand his words and was quite displeased, yet helpless. During this period, they had grown accustomed to eating meat every day, living a life where food was served effortlessly. Lu Cheng couldn't possibly come here daily. If they developed refined tastes, they might struggle to survive in the valley afterward. When Lu Cheng returned home that night, Ma Xiaoan told him that Lu Zhong had asked him to go to Baking Lu for dinner after he returned. Last night, Lu Zhong had performed meritorious service and received a reward of 20 taels of silver, so naturally, he had to have a good meal at Baking Lu today. Lu Cheng, even though we're both servants, You're lucky to have a good father. You must have eaten at Baoqing Lu many times, right? Ma Xiaowen's face was full of envy. Like Lu Cheng, he was just a lowly servant, but so far he had only been able to dine there once when Lu Cheng treated him. That single meal had nearly stuffed him to bursting. Didn't Liang Hao invite you to dine at Baoqing Tower? Lu Cheng said with a smile. Forget it, Liang Hao is just a blabbermouth. Asking me to Baoqing Pavilion? In his dreams, I'd rather count on you than have him treat me to a meal, Ma Xiaowen sneered disdainfully. All right, once I get my monthly allowance this month, I'll treat you to a meal at Baoqing Restaurant, Lu Cheng said with a chuckle, though truth be told, he was already dining at Baoqing every day. Did you really mean that? I'll remember your words, Ma Xiaowen said delightedly. Lu Cheng always kept his promises, proving far more trustworthy than Liang Hao. After arriving at Baoqing Tower, Lu Cheng wasn't sure if Lu Zhong had come yet, but he didn't ask the staff either. When it came to finding someone here, he had his own methods. Simply by extending his sensory awareness and making a round through Baoqing Tower, locating a person would be no trouble at all, not even tracking down a single ant. At this moment, Lu Zhong hadn't arrived yet, and Baoqing Tower was indeed quite spacious. Even on the second floor, dozens of tables could be set up simultaneously. If you included the private dining rooms, finding a specific person would truly be difficult. If not for Lu Cheng's perceptive ability, it would have been genuinely challenging to confirm whether Lu Zhong was even in Baoqing Tower. Lu Cheng confirmed that Lu Zhong and the others hadn't arrived yet, so he found an empty seat and sat down first. He extended his sensing ability outward, casually probing the third floor as well, something he hadn't paid attention to before. But this casual probe led to a startling discovery. The proprietress of Baoqing Tower was entertaining guests in a private booth on the third floor. The entire third floor was reserved for private booths, each one equipped with windows that offered a panoramic view of Song Family Village. Naturally, the furnishings of these booths were far more upscale than those on the second floor. In the private booth sat a handsome young man with an air of arrogance about him. He carried himself with great authority, behaving like someone accustomed to giving orders. Ding Yu, despite being the proprietress of the establishment, did not sit down but remained standing nearby to pour wine. Lu Cheng thought to himself that since the elders hadn't arrived yet, he might as well take a closer look at just who this young man really was. Everyone has their curiosity, and besides, his particular inquisitiveness wouldn't be noticed by others, so naturally, he felt no guilt about it. In Lu Cheng's impression, Ding Yu always wore a coquettish expression when meeting anyone, her seductive eyes capable of ensnaring souls. Yet before this young man, she appeared utterly deferential, not daring to even breathe heavily. Young master, regarding the Song clan's internal energy technique, this is all I know, Ding Yu said with bowed head and lowered brows, exuding reverence. Lu Cheng was startled upon hearing Song clan's internal energy technique. Just last night, he had discovered this very technique beneath the threshold of the inner estate's reception hall. How could Ding Yu already know of it? Moreover, her tone suggested she'd long been investigating the Chun clan's internal energy methods. Regret washed over him for missing their earlier conversation. Had he arrived sooner, he might have learned more. Ding Yu, our family didn't send you to Song Manor for leisure. Though Baoqing Tower turns good profit, our Li clan hardly counts such petty coins, said the young man. None other than Li Yunsong, the leading figure among the third-generation disciples of Li clan, one of Datong County's 3 great noble houses. Currently at peak third-layer internal energy cultivation, he was the clan's future patriarch. As for Ding Yu, she was a spy that the Li family had sent to Song Manor over a decade ago. The Li family had only one goal: to gather as much information about Song Manor as possible. Of course, the ultimate objective was to obtain the Song clan internal energy manual. The current head of the Li family was also at the 7th layer of internal energy. With the Song clan internal energy manual, he could immediately attempt to break through to the 8th layer, becoming the first in Datong County to reach such a level. Though Lu Cheng had only caught fragments of the conversation, his mind was already in turmoil. He never could have imagined that Ding Yu, always radiant with smiles and brimming with charm, was actually a spy. Song Manor might seem like a town, but outsiders were a rarity. Baolu Building was the finest restaurant in Song Manor, frequently visited by the manor's inner clan disciples. Dingyu had grown familiar with nearly everyone there. Wasn't it effortless for her to gather information about Song Manor? "Father, you're here?" Though Lu Chang had his back to the staircase, he instantly sensed the moment Lu Zhong and the others entered Balu building. Upstairs, Li Yunsong and Dingyu had fallen silent, so he withdrew his sensory perception. After all, eavesdropping made him feel like a thief, stirring guilt in his heart. "Chung'er, you're here. Good. Come into the private booth," Lu Zhong said with a smile. Last night, he had received a reward of 20 taels of silver, so naturally, he was treating today. Of course, apart from his two sworn brothers, he had only invited the guard captain, Sun Boyong. "Greetings, Chief Sun, and to my two esteemed foster fathers," Lu Chang said respectfully. "Lu Zhong, you've raised your son well." Sun Boyong, in his 40s though 20 years younger than Lu Zhong, was already a mid-level master of the fourth layer internal energy. For ordinary martial artists, reaching the fourth layer of internal energy required extraordinary talent. Without consuming elixirs or inner cores, it would be nearly impossible to attain such a level in one's lifetime. "Thank you for your kind words, Captain Sun," Lu Chang replied humbly. "Ah, Lu Chang, it's true what they say. Ignorance isn't the problem, comparison is. If your boy ever wants to join as a guard in the future, I won't object at all," Sun Boyong remarked. He was referring to Liang Tian's son, Liang Hao, who, despite being at the second layer of inner strength and also a guard, lacked any interpersonal tact. If not for Liang Tian's sake, Sun Boyong would long have kicked Liang Hao out. "Then I'll thank you in advance, Captain Sun," Lu Chang replied with a smile. Though Lu Chang may not possess inner strength, he had managed to win Sun Boyong's favor, a rare feat indeed. Chapter 46, A Bargain. With Sun Boyong as an outsider present, Lu Chang naturally couldn't join the table. He couldn't possibly let down the praise Sun Boyong had bestowed upon him, so his task was simply to pour wine for the others. Having observed Ding Yu's earlier demonstration, he now mimicked the gestures perfectly. Lu Chang's conduct made Lu Chang swell with pride. His son might not have cultivated inner strength, but he was well-mannered and proper, truly not a thing to worry about. If it were Liang Hao tonight, he would probably sit proudly at the table and devour the meat faster than anyone else. But Lu Chang, rather than taking even a bite, would prefer to pour wine for them. Just this alone made Lu Chang feel that he was far superior to Liang Hao. "Lu Zhong, let me toast you. Although it was your accomplishment last night, we guards all share in the glory. I heard that assassin was also at the peak of the third layer of internal energy, yet you captured him alive. Seems your skills haven't dulled with age." Sun Boyong had wanted to ask about this, but hadn't found the right opportunity until now. Though Lu Zhong was also at the peak of the third layer of internal energy, he was already 62, his bones and muscles stiffened by age. If he faced a younger opponent at the late stage of the third layer, he might even be slightly outmatched. But that black-clad man was only in his 30s, in the prime of his youth, and solely focused on escape. Yet Lu Zhong somehow captured him alive. No matter how he thought about it, Sun Boyong couldn't make sense of it. Could Lu Zhong have advanced to the fourth layer of internal energy? That couldn't be. If he had truly reached the fourth layer, he wouldn't appear so aged. Moreover, advancing to the fourth layer would earn him a raise in stipend and a promotion to vice guardian. Song Yichun himself had assured so. There was no reason for Lu Zhong to hide such an achievement. "You flatter me, Sun too. I just stumbled upon luck. A blind cat caught a dead mouse," Lu Chang said modestly. But his words were sincere. This time, it truly was a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. That man in black had already sustained grave injuries before Lu Chang even acted. Since no one mentioned it, he naturally wouldn't bring it up either. "Sun too, I heard the Manor Lord's residence is undergoing renovations?" Zhao Xian suddenly asked. The Manor Lord's courtyard had always been patrolled by guards, but starting last night, they were suddenly barred from approaching, supposedly for repairs. Yet, renovations hardly warranted keeping guards at bay. There was something strange about the whole affair. Indeed, since this matter isn't our concern, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Still, tomorrow Li Yunsong of the Li family and Yi Tianlong of the Yi fort will spar with the second young master. We must stay sharp. Tonight, everyone is limited to 3 more cups, no more. We can't afford to slack off tomorrow, Sun Buang cautioned. Sun 2, tomorrow's match won't be much of a spectacle. These past 2 years, when has our Song manor ever lost to the others? Xia Naxin said with a laugh. The other 2 noble houses didn't have any young disciples who had reached the 4th layer of inner energy. No matter how hard they tried, they'd only end up humiliating themselves. That's not necessarily true, Sun Buang replied with a mysterious smile. Old Sun, I heard Ellipse Gambling House has already set the odds for tomorrow's contest. Betting on the second young master wins you 1-3, while betting on the other 2 gives 50-1, Xia Naxin said. Being a gambler, he naturally paid close attention to such matters. Lu Dingkai is just trying to curry favor with the manor lord by offering 1-3 odds. He'll have to bankrupt himself this time, Sun Buang remarked. Though he sensed tomorrow's match might hold surprises, Song Kaishuan's strength was undeniable. With these odds, Ellipse Gambling House would face brutal losses. Xia Naxin's mind began working upon hearing Sun Buang's words. But being penniless, even with a surefire opportunity staring at him, he could only burn with frustration. Suddenly noticing Lu Cheng standing nearby, his eyes lit up with inspiration. Since Sun Buang wouldn't permit him to drink anymore, the meal ended swiftly. Sun was considerate enough, knowing Lu Cheng had been standing the entire time, to excuse himself early. Come nightfall, he still had to arrange patrols, for the safety of the estate rested entirely on his shoulders. Kid, come sit down and have something to eat. As soon as Sun Buang left, Xia Naxin immediately pulled Lu Cheng over to sit down. Big brother, what exactly happened last night? Can you tell us? Zhao Xian, being meticulous, suspected that capturing the black-clad man alive last night couldn't have been that straightforward. Let's talk about this later, Lu Zhong said after casting a glance at Lu Cheng. He wouldn't hide this matter from his sworn brothers, but Lu Cheng absolutely couldn't be told. Youngsters couldn't keep their mouths shut. If word got out, every guard might face punishment. Lu Zhong had no idea that the one who understood this matter best was actually Lu Cheng. Even for him, many things were mere guesses. Of course, Lu Cheng wouldn't chime in at this moment. He just kept his head down and ate heartily. After finishing his meal, he found an excuse to leave first. It was better to pretend he knew nothing about it. Big brother, can you tell us now? Zhao Xian asked impatiently as soon as Lu Cheng left. To be honest, this is somewhat embarrassing to bring up. The reason I managed to capture that assassin alive was because someone helped me secretly, but I have no idea whether this helper was male or female, young or old, nor whether they're friend or foe. Lu Zhong sighed and recounted everything that had happened the previous night in detail. Big brother, so you're saying you basically got lucky? Xia Naxin asked in astonishment. He couldn't help thinking, why doesn't such good fortune ever come his way? With 20 taels of silver as a reward, he could have gone all out gambling at Sifong Gambling Den right now. You could say that, but remember, none of you can breathe a word about this. If word gets out, all of us will be punished, Lu Zhong warned earnestly. Big brother, since you've come into this money so easily, how about a night at Full Bloom Pavilion? Zhao Xian suggested with a meaningful smirk. As none of them had taken wives yet, a place like Full Bloom Pavilion was the natural solution to a man's needs. Captain, I was thinking of trying my luck at Fortune Square Gambling Hall, maybe. Xia Naxin trailed off hesitantly. The pleasures he found at Full Bloom Pavilion paled in comparison to the thrill of Fortune Square. Truth be told, both venues offered their own delights, but the gambling house promised far greater excitement. Second brother, you can't keep gambling like this. You're welcome to join us at Full Bloom Pavilion, my treat. But if it's Fortune Square you're after, I'm afraid I can't help you, Lu Zhong said firmly. Xia Naxin knew, well, that nearly every coin he'd earned had ended up across Fortune Square's gaming tables. Xia Naxin ultimately followed Lu Zhong to the House of Full Blossoms. After all, he was a man with physiological needs to address. Though past 50, this age mattered little for a martial artist. If they could reach the 4th layer of inner strength, they'd remain vigorous even 20 years later. P.S. The collection count still leaves much to be desired, growing at a sluggish pace. If you find this worthwhile, please bookmark it with a simple click. Chapter 47. While there's wager, there's hope, seeking recommendations and bookmarks. After leaving the House of Full Blossoms, Xia Naxin calculated there remained over 2 hours before his shift. Seizing the opportunity to handle some business, He parted ways with Lu Zhong and Zhao Xian. Immediately after separating, Xie Naxin headed straight to the Lu residence. He knew perfectly well that despite Lu Cheng ostensibly handing all his money to Lu Zhong, that crafty boy must have kept some for himself. Otherwise, where would he have gotten the money for liquor and meat last night? Cheng. Xie Naxin knocked on the door, and Lu Cheng quickly opened it. Yet Xie Naxin barely registered this. His mind was wholly consumed with how to broach the subject of borrowing money. Lu Cheng's current sensing range extended to 80 feet. Whenever he practiced his martial arts, he would always release a strand of this perception to stand guard around him. Even before Xie Naxin reached his doorstep, Lu Cheng had already seen him from the street corner. By now, Lu Cheng had grown accustomed to this dual tasking, using his sensitivity as a scout. Only in the latter half of the night, when stars dotted the sky, would he begin meditating upon the firmament. At that hour, his perceptive powers slipped beyond his control, breaking free from his body to soar into the boundless dark. "Godfather, please come in." Lu Cheng moved aside to let Xie Naxin enter. "Chenger, do you still have any money on you?" Xie Naxin stood in the courtyard, rubbing his hands together as he spoke. He felt deeply embarrassed about constantly borrowing from his adopted son, especially since the boy was just a servant. But when the gambling urge struck, dignity and face could temporarily be set aside. "Father, I don't have much left either." "Wait a moment." Lu Cheng turned back into his room. These days he'd been consuming nearly 20 caddies of meat daily. At 20 copper coins per caddy of pork, that came to 400 coins. Since one tael of silver exchanges for 1,000 coins, this meant he'd spent several taels in just over 10 days. Being someone who never saved money, he simply went to Square Gambling House to withdraw more whenever funds ran low. Only a few hundred coins left. Xie Naxin opened Lu Cheng's purse and found no silver fragments at all, just 400 or 500 coppers. "This is my last bit of wealth, father. Could you leave me some?" Lu Cheng asked. Although he could always win money at Square Gambling House anytime, he still needed seed capital to start with. That goes without saying. Xie Naxin grabbed a handful of copper coins, about 30 or 40, and gave them to Lu Cheng, taking the rest with him to the gambling den. Sigh. Lu Cheng exhaled deeply. It seemed he was still one step behind. He had originally thought his adoptive father wouldn't scheme against him anymore. But last night, when he went to visit them with wine and meat, he had inadvertently revealed his financial situation. And now, this small amount of money didn't seem like it would be enough. Not long after Xie Naxin left, Lu Cheng, disguised, also headed to the Sifong Gambling Denver. Today, an additional table had been set up at the den. This was for bets on the martial contests among the noble disciples. But Lu Cheng had no interest in this. Whether it was Song Kai-Xian, Yi Tianlong, or Li Yunsong who won or lost, it mattered not at all to him. By now, Lu Cheng had gained quite a bit of expertise in winning money at the Sifong Gambling Denver. Never win too much at once, and never win repeatedly at the same table. While gambling, Lu Cheng even squeezed in next to Xie Naxin. Xie Naxin's luck had never been particularly good, often losing 2 or 3 rounds before winning one. Lu Cheng sensed that Xie Naxin would soon lose everything, and if that happened, he might well set his sights on the few copper coins Lu Cheng had. It wasn't that Lu Cheng was unwilling to give Xie Naxin money. Rather, he feared that indulging him would only do him harm. Worried that Xie Naxin might return at any moment to demand more, Lu Cheng extended a strand of his sensory awareness to keep tabs on him. If Xie Naxin were to make one final desperate gamble, Lu Cheng would need to return home ahead of him. Lu Cheng moved between several gambling tables, turning his handful of copper coins into over an ounce of silver. Just a few more rounds, and he would have about 5 ounces. Lu Cheng wasn't greedy. 3 to 5 ounces of silver in hand would satisfy him completely. While Lu Cheng could control his own pace, Xie Naxin had no such restraint. Not long after Lu Cheng returned home, Xie Naxin came knocking again. Xie Naxin was already red-eyed from losses. Though he'd started with a lucky streak, he'd barely broken even. But soon he was losing hand after hand, swiftly burning through his entire stake. "Foster father, this is the last of my money," Lu Cheng said helplessly. If not for his heightened sensory abilities, he realized everything in this household would likely have been gambled away by now. "Godfather will pay you back when I win," Xie Naxin said, having fantasized countless times about finally holding his head high after a big win. But fantasies were just that. Such scenes could only play out in his dreams. Yet once again, Xian Naxin failed to keep his promise. He took Lu Cheng's 30-odd copper coins and gambled them away in just 3 rounds. Feeling around his body, he couldn't scrape together another penny and had no choice but to leave the gambling table in dismay. Watching others shout excitedly, their eyes riveted to the table, his fingers itched unbearably. He drifted restlessly between tables, but couldn't summon the nerve to push in. Being chased away penniless would be too humiliating. Xian Naxin never noticed the man who'd been observing him from the shadows. In his 30s, medium height, with a square face and a thin mustache above his lips, the long-gowned man sipped occasionally from a teapot. This was Lu Dingkai, proprietor of Sifong Gambling Denver. A seasoned hawk of the trade, his razor-sharp eyes could pierce through any man at a glance. Lu Dingkai walked up to Xian Naxin's side and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Lost everything." "Yeah, Boss Lu, any chance of a loan?" Xian Naxin seized the opportunity, knowing Lu Dingkai was not only the owner of the Four Directions gambling house, but also lent money at high interest within the establishment. "Sure, how much do you need?" Lu Dingkai inquired. Normally, such matters didn't require his personal attention, but Xian Naxin was no ordinary customer. He was an inner estate guard of Song Manor. 2 taels. Xian Naxin hesitated briefly before answering firmly. Lu Dingkai was no philanthropist. Borrowing 2 taels from him meant repayment was due the next day. True, no interest would be charged if paid back before the next afternoon. But failing that, the interest would be 100 coins per day, skyrocketing to 500 coins daily after 10 days. Of course, most of his borrowers settled their debts within that 10-day window. 2 taels? Guardsia won't get his wages for another 5 days, right? Lu Dingkai remarked. No matter how much he lent Xian Naxin, the money would immediately find its way back to the gambling den. But in 5 days, Xian Naxin would have to repay 2 taels and 500 coppers. Why? Yes, Xian Naxin gritted his teeth and replied, "I believe Guardsia is a man of his word. I'll lend you 2 taels." With a wave of his hand, Lu Dingkai quickly had someone bring over 2,000 coppers. "Thank you, Master Lu." Xian Naxin hadn't expected Lu Dingkai to actually lend him money. Although he earned 3 taels of silver a month, it wasn't considered a high income in Song Manor. Moreover, being able to borrow money in the gambling den meant others still held him in regard. As the saying goes, as long as you keep gambling, you haven't truly lost. He refused to believe his losing streak would last forever. "Master, if you lend him 2 taels at once, I'm afraid Xian Naxin won't be able to come next month," said someone beside Lu Dingkai with an ingratiating tone. "Not necessarily," Lu Dingkai replied, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked into the inner room. Before disappearing, he added, "Lend him more money later tonight. Give him whatever he wants to borrow, but make sure he signs an IOU." Chapter 48. Falling into the Trap. When Xian Naxin left the Four Corners gambling den, his footsteps were heavy and his face was pale. As a gambler, when the chips were down, if someone was willing to lend, he wouldn't hesitate to mortgage his parents, wife, or children, if he had any. Of course, Xian Naxin had no parents or wife. All he had were 2 sworn brothers and an adopted son. But these cannot be mortgaged. The Four Corners gambling den didn't require collateral from him. They simply had him sign and fingerprint each IOU. The moment the papers were signed, cash was placed in his hand. Xian Naxin, already wild-eyed with gambling fever, wasn't thinking clearly. Whenever his pockets ran dry, he'd immediately borrow again. But when Lu Dingkai informed him the debts had piled up to 30 taels of silver, it suddenly struck him. This was loan shark money. Although Xian Naxin was an inveterate gambler, he had always kept his limits. He could borrow money from Lu Cheng, but he had never reached out to Lu Zhong or Zhao Xian. In the past, he hadn't borrowed from loan sharks either. Only this time, unexpectedly, the amount came to 30 taels. Given that he earned just 3 taels a month, 30 was a staggering sum. If he couldn't repay tomorrow, Xian Naxin suddenly did the math and immediately let out a wail, 1,500 coppers in interest every day. His monthly allowance wouldn't even cover 2 days' worth of interest. This filled Xian Naxin with boundless regret. As the cold wind blew, He quickly realized that tonight he had fallen into Lu Dingkai's trap. But Lu Dingkai was a shrewd man. His own monthly allowance was only 3 taels of silver, yet Lu had lent him 30. Wasn't this practically forcing him to flee? He quickly made a decision in his heart. Tonight he would leave. But before going, he had to see his elder brother and Lu Cheng. When he reached the street corner, just 30 or 40 feet away from Lu Cheng's house, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. Sienna Xin, a peak third-level martial artist skilled in internal energy, had actually failed to detect anyone lingering here earlier. But at that moment, there was no time to dwell on it, because he saw that the one blocking his way was none other than Lu Dingkai, the boss of Sifong Gambling House. Guard Xie, when do you plan to repay this debt? Lu Dingkai looked at Sienna Xin's visibly distressed face with hidden satisfaction. He had long wanted to cultivate an insider among the guards of Song Manor and had observed Sienna Xin for quite some time. He never expected Sienna Xin would lose big today, handing him this opportunity. Boss Lu, doesn't this debt still have time before the due date? Sienna Xin said coldly. In his youth, he had wandered the world and knew full well that he had fallen into Lu Dingkai's trap. Otherwise, why would Lu Dingkai be lying in wait for him here? His thoughts raced. What use could Lu Dingkai possibly have for a lowly guard captain like him? Of course, but you also know the rules of Sifong Gambling House. Starting now, we'll have someone follow you at all times until the debt is repaid. Lu Dingkai spoke as if he already knew Sienna Xin was planning to flee. As the owner of a gambling den, he was all too familiar with the mindsets of people like Sienna Xin. A third-level martial artist with no family ties, Sienna Xin could easily find a bowl of rice anywhere among the great clans. Boss Lu, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. Sienna Xin can handle it. Sienna Xin was now more certain than ever that Lu Dingkai had lent him so much money with ulterior motives. Guard Xie is refreshingly straightforward. Let's talk somewhere private, Lu Dingkai said. My sworn brother's house is just ahead. We can talk there, Sienna Xin suggested. Very well, Lu Dingkai didn't mind. He had already investigated Sienna Xin's situation. Lu Zhong wasn't home tonight, only the servant Lu Cheng. A menial laborer without inner energy wasn't even worth his notice. Chinger, open the door. It's your foster father. Sienna Xin knocked on the door and waited a while before Lu Cheng groggily came to answer. In truth, Lu Cheng had sensed at the moment Lu Dingkai intercepted Sienna Xin, but he never expected that Sienna Xin would not only take all his money, but even borrow from others. Foster father. Lu Cheng glanced at Lu Dingkai, but didn't ask questions, simply welcoming them inside. You go back to sleep first. I need to discuss something with Merchant Lu, Sienna Xin said. Though he didn't live here, this place was like a second home to him. All right. Lu Cheng nodded without another word and immediately returned to his room. Speak now, Sienna Xin whispered. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. He believed his conversation with Lu Dingkai in the courtyard wouldn't be overheard by Lu Cheng. Little did he know, even if they were talking at the street corner, Lu Cheng would still know. I heard the manor lord's residence needs renovation, Lu Dingkai suddenly asked. You're quite well informed. Sienna Xin's heart tightened. Though Lu Dingkai's question seemed casual, he already grasped the underlying implication. Most likely, just like last night's black-clad figure, Lu Dingkai was also after something in Song Manor. Perhaps Lu Dingkai and that black-clad figure were even accomplices. There's a Song family inner strength technique in Song Manor. This isn't exactly a secret either. Lu Dingkai chuckled. The Song clan's inner strength technique? Sienna Xin asked in astonishment. Though he served as a guard for Song Manor, he genuinely knew nothing about this technique. You didn't know? Now, it was Lu Dingkai's turn to be surprised. Apparently, Song Manor's secrecy was handled extremely well. Sienna Xin was after all a guard captain, yet he remained completely unaware. Sienna Xin shot Lu Dingkai a glare. It seemed Lu Dingkai had his mind set entirely on the Song clan's inner strength technique. But this was the first Xie himself had heard of it. He probably couldn't be much help to Lu. This Song clan's inner strength technique, Lu Dingkai said quietly, can elevate inner strength from the 7th tier to the 8th. Lu Dingkai's words were gentle, but to Sienna Xin, they were like a bolt from the blue. Internal energy, level 7 to 8. There wasn't even a single person in Datong County who had reached the 8th level. Wouldn't any aristocratic family possess the Song family's internal energy manual immediately become the foremost family? If you can provide me with information, not only will your 30 taels of silver debt be forgiven, but I'll give you an additional 100 taels. Lu Dinkai pulled out 2 large gold ingots, each weighing 10 taels, and dangled them before Xian Naxin's eyes. Godfather, you mustn't take this money. Lu Cheng suddenly pushed open the door when he saw Xian Naxin wavering. One who eats from the Song family stores ought to share the Song family's burdens. If Xian Naxin accepted those coins, he'd betray loyalty both ways. Cheng, Xian Naxin gazed at Lu Cheng, his face filled with shame. Boss Lu, I'll repay the money my adoptive father owes you, Lu Cheng said to Lu Dinkai, enunciating each word clearly. You? How many years would it take for a mere servant like you to pay me back? Lu Dinkai sneered dismissively. Tomorrow evening, please come to our home to collect the money, Lu Cheng replied. Well, what determination. I hope you can keep your word. Lu Dinkai chuckled darkly. After all, the deadline he'd given Xian Naxin was also just one day. As long as he got the money by tomorrow evening, that was all that mattered. Cheng, you shouldn't have agreed to Lu Dinkai. That Lu Dinkai is no ordinary man, Xian Naxin said with concern after Lu Dinkai had left. If his estimation wasn't wrong, Lu Dinkai's internal energy cultivation must be at least at the peak of the 3rd layer, or possibly even the 4th layer. Foster father, perhaps we should invite father and 3rd foster father to discuss this matter together, Lu Cheng calmly replied. 30 taels of silver meant nothing to him. After all, the wool comes from a sheep's back. P.S. Seeking recommendations and favorites. These metrics are the hard indicators of a book's success and what most fuels Dake's passion. Chapter 49. Who's Gone Mad? After listening to Lu Cheng's suggestion, Xian Naxin rubbed his forehead. He had truly been too panicked. Lu Cheng already knew about this. There was no hiding it. Moreover, the matter concerning the Chun family's inner strength technique was something he needed to discuss with his sworn brothers. Chenger, stay at home. I'm going on duty, Xian Naxin said. As soon as Xian Naxin left, Lu Cheng quickly stepped out as well. He shadowed Xian Naxin until the latter entered the inner estate, then turned and headed straight for the square gambling Denver. By midnight, the gambling den was in full swing. Though Lu Cheng wore a disguise, he lingered outside for a moment before entering. He had just encountered Lu Dinkai earlier, and despite the disguise, he feared Lu might recognize him. But Lu Cheng's sensory range was limited to just a zhong, so he couldn't be certain Lu Dinkai wasn't inside the gambling den. To be safe, he activated his shrinking body technique, reducing his height by another 2 CUN. Now, not even a celestial being could connect this disguised figure to his true identity. Lu Cheng already had 5 taels of silver earlier. Now, winning more wouldn't be difficult at all. What troubled him was that if he won too much, even if he changed his appearance, it might draw the attention of Sifong gambling den currently. Lu Cheng possessed 8 strands of sensory perception. Apart from releasing one to sense the dice inside the cup, he deployed the remaining 7 strands freely. He moved between several gambling tables, placing bets in turns. At the innermost table, he sensed Lu Dinkai through his perception. At that moment, Lu Dinkai was in a room behind the gambling hall, completely different from the man he had been earlier. Before him sat a young man with slightly closed eyes, listening quietly as Lu Dinkai spoke. Lu Dinkai, hardly daring to breathe, was reporting on the matter of the Song clan's inner force cultivation technique. Young master, Xian Naxin has taken the bait. He's a man utterly addicted to gambling. I have no doubt he'll serve our Yi family for it, Lu Dinkai said with utmost deference. Though he held some standing within the Song village, before Yi Tianlong, he was merely a subordinate. The reason Lu Dinkai could operate this Sifong gambling den in Song village was precisely due to the backing of Yi family fort. Otherwise, he'd be nothing more than an ordinary retainer for the fort. One could say everything he had was given to him by Yi family fort. The Song family's internal energy technique is something our Yi family fortress must obtain, Yi Tianlong declared. His grandfather, Yi Dongxi, had already reached the peak of the 7th layer of internal energy. With the Song family's technique, he would become the first master in Datong County to achieve the 8th layer. Young master, you should rest early. There's still the competition tomorrow, Lu Dinkai reminded. Don't worry about it. That bastard Song Kai-Xian is nothing. I could handle him with one hand. By the way, has your gambling house set up odds for tomorrow's match? Yi Tianlong asked. Yes, we've given Song Kai-Xian odds of 3-1 against. For Li Yunsong and you, the odds are 50-1, Lu Dinkai replied with a grin. 3-1 odds on Song Kai-Xian? Won't the folks from Song Village go crazy over that? Yi Tianlong said with a laugh. But they all think I'm the one who's gone mad. Lu Dinkai roared with laughter. He had absolute confidence in Yi Tianlong, which was why he'd set such high odds for Song Kai-Xian. In previous years, Kaishuan's odds had been nearly even money. Old Lu, you should stand to make quite a bit this time. Actually, I think I'll bet 1,000 taels on myself to win, Yi Tianlong suddenly declared. Young master, this time I'm benefiting from your good fortune. Rest assured, even if you don't place a bet, I'll save a share for you, Lu Dinkai inwardly grumbled. How could the young lord of Yi family fort stoop to eyeing such petty profits? If he really bet 1,000 taels, he'd end up losing money himself. Lu Cheng finally confirmed that Lu Dinkai was from the Yi family fort, and he had also discovered another way to make money. The Square Gambling House had odds on tomorrow's match, but he hesitated when considering a bet. While at the gambling house, he noticed that almost all the wagers favored Song Kai-Xian to win. If he were to bet on Yi Tianlong here, it would surely draw attention. Since there would still be time to place bets tomorrow, Lu Cheng decided against it for now. After winning over 30 taels of silver, he returned home. Truth be told, compared to gambling, he much preferred to train. Ever since Lu Dinkai arrived at the estate, Lu Cheng had noticed that Lu's cultivation level was no lower than Xiana Xin's. In fact, he might very well be at the 4th layer of internal energy. And since Yi Tianlong seemed comparable to Lu Dinkai, it was likely that Yi Tianlong had also broken through to the 4th layer. Early the next morning, on his way to the chores courtyard, Lu Cheng passed by the Square Gambling House and placed a 5-tael bet on Yi Tianlong's victory. It wasn't that he didn't want to win more, money simply wasn't much of temptation for him. If his actions attracted unwanted attention, the loss would outweigh the gain. For now, he still had over 30 taels left, which he had set aside to repay Xiana Xin's debt. He had promised that Lu Dinkai would collect the money tonight. If Lu Zhong and the others hadn't come up with a solution by then, he would have to step in himself. Supervisor Song, when I passed by the Square Gambling House earlier, I saw crowds placing bets on today's duel. Did you place yours? Lu Cheng spotted Song Ping and immediately pulled him aside to ask. Of course I did. I wagered 1 tael on the second young master winning. The Square Gambling House is being unusually generous this time, 3-1 odds. Song Ping chuckled. Supervisor Song, could I draw my monthly allowance in advance? I like to place a bet too. Lu Cheng spoke up, feeling utterly helpless that whether it was eating meat or earning money, he always had to do it clandestinely. He truly wanted to find the right moment to confess everything to his father. Great, it's only right to support the second young master, and we might even win some money, Song Ping said with a smile. He felt that the Four Corners Gambling Den was practically handing out money this time. Since Lu Dinkai was willing to give it away, he was more than happy to take it. The only issue was that he didn't have much cash on hand. Otherwise, he would have bet it all. Song Ping immediately went to the accounts office to fetch Lu Cheng's money. When he heard it was for placing a bet, the accounts office was quite accommodating. As soon as Lu Cheng got the money, he rushed off to the Sifang gambling house. It wasn't until Lu Cheng was far away that Song Ping remembered Lu Zhong had specifically told him to hand over Lu Cheng's monthly allowance directly to him from now on. Yet here he was, giving the money to Lu Cheng in advance. But he consoled himself, thinking that since the Sifang gambling house was practically giving money away this time, it wouldn't hurt for Lu Cheng to earn a little extra. Lu Cheng was 15 now. If he couldn't cultivate internal energy, he could at least marry and start a family. The biggest event in Song Village today was naturally the noble family competition, but this had nothing to do with Lu Cheng. As a servant, his daily task was chopping firewood. However, This morning, he was temporarily assigned to serve tea and water in the inner estate. Lu Cheng also caught sight of Lu Zhong and Xie Naxin. Today's competition was being held in the martial arts training ground of the reception hall, with Yi Tianlong from Yi Fort and Li Yunsong from the Li family both in attendance. Although Lu Cheng had long since seen them through his sensory abilities, this was the first time he had actually laid eyes on them. Li Yunsong, Yi Tianlong, and Song Kaixian were all about the same age, none older than 20. Yet among the three of them, they were considered the martial arts prodigies of the entire Datong County. Song Kaixian, naturally, needed no introduction. He had long since advanced to the fourth layer of inner strength. As for the other two, a year ago they had reached the peak of the third layer. Their current cultivation levels would be revealed by their performance shortly. Chapter 50, Maverick, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. In the southeast corner of the training ground, the Sifong Gambling Hall had set up betting counters specifically for this competition. 3 tables were arranged, one for betting on Song Kaixian, another on Yi Tianlong, and a last on Li Yunsong. The table for Song Kaixian was surrounded by a massive crowd. The gambling hall had set odds of 3-1 for him, and everyone wanted to seize the chance to win big while also expressing goodwill toward the Song family manor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, the tables for Li Yunsong and Yi Tianlong were practically deserted. Lu Dingkai was currently chatting with Song Yichun, who was quite curious about Lu Dingkai's arrangements. Lu Dingkai explained that in order to give back to the gamblers and repay the Song family manor, the Sifong Gambling Hall was willing to donate vast sums of wealth, sparing no expense. Song Yichun didn't expect Lu Dingkai to be so bold and generous. By comparison, he, the executive manor lord of Song Manor, seemed somewhat stingy. He tentatively suggested if he could bet 1,000 taels on Song Kaixian. Naturally, Lu Dingkai wouldn't object. To support Song Kaixian, betting 1,000 taels was nothing. He'd even take a bet of 10,000 taels without hesitation. At this moment, Song Yichun still greatly admired Lu Dingkai. Of course, had he known Lu Dingkai was from the Yi family fort, and that Yi Tianlong was certain to win, he'd probably have torn down the signboard of the Four Directions gambling house right then and there. Chang'e, are you on duty in the inner manor today? Xie Naxin spotted Lu Cheng and walked over to ask. He didn't really have much to do. His main task today was maintaining order. Song Manor's inner manor was open to outsiders. Anyone willing to come and show support was welcome. Moreover, all members of the Song clan would be attending today. Though Song Manor was primarily inhabited by those surnamed Song, only the manor lord's immediate family was entitled to reside in the inner manor. Yes, father, who do you think will win today? Lu Cheng suddenly asked, since he already knew such inside information. Giving him a little heads up wouldn't hurt. Common sense would say the second young master, Xie Naxin said, gazing at the center of the arena. Earlier, Sun Boyong had only half spoken his thoughts, but then Xie saw Sun placing his bet on Song Kaixian too. That sealed it. Today's victor was undoubtedly Song Kaixian, barring any surprises. But I bet on Yi Tianlong to win, Lu Cheng suddenly whispered. Over at Sifong Gambling House, betting on Song Kaixian meant standing in line, but placing money on Yi Tianlong or Li Yunsong. Instant ticket, no waiting. Where'd you get the money? Xie Naxin asked, startled. Lu Cheng wasn't a martial artist, naturally lacking any insight into today's match. So why would he wager on Yi Tianlong? I just got this month's allowance and bet it all, Lu Cheng said. Are you so sure Yi Tianlong will win? Xie Naxin suddenly felt tempted too. Nearly everyone at Song Family Village was betting on Song Kaixian winning today. At 3-1 odds, everyone thought Lu Dingkai had gone mad. But he knew Lu Dingkai would never act rashly. Lu Dingkai was the type to deliberate before moving. Those who labeled him insane might well be the true madman. Foster father, does Lu Dingkai have ties to Yejia Fort? Lu Cheng asked softly. You're sharp indeed. Exactly right. Xie Naxin glanced around before replying in a low voice. This was absolutely explosive news. Sifong Gambling Den had been rooted in Song Family Village for over 20 years. Yet its owner was actually a spy for Yejia Fort. Who could guess how the villagers would react upon learning this? Since Lu Dingkai is from Yi Family Fort, why would he send money to Song Village? Last time, third uncle also mentioned that Yi Tianlong might advance to the 4th level. In my opinion, it's not just possible, it's certain, Lu Chang said with conviction. Xia Naxin slapped his thigh, realizing even a child was more perceptive than him. Frustrated and anxious, he thought if even Lu dared to bet 2 taels of silver, there was no reason he shouldn't follow suit. But he had no capital. He still owed Lu Dinkai 30 taels. The night before, he had discussed with Lu Zhong and Zhao Xian, and the 2 brothers were willing to lend him all their savings to help him out of the crisis, under one condition. He must swear off gambling for good. Xia Naxin had agreed at the time, so now he couldn't bring himself to borrow from them again. Yet suddenly, he felt Yi Tianlong had a high chance of winning, not just because of Lu Dinkai's involvement, but also because of his growing confidence in Lu Cheng. Unconsciously, Xia Naxin had developed strong faith in Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng had accompanied him twice to the 4 Directions gambling den, and each time, Lu Cheng went all in, consistently winning big and losing little. Xia, on the other hand, had been overly cautious, missing many opportunities. But this time, he didn't want to let another chance slip. Immediately, Xia scrambled around, pestering people until he managed to borrow 3 taels of silver, which he then staked entirely on Yi Tianlong. After placing his bet, Xia Naxin crept back furtively. As a guard of the Song family manor, he had bet on Yi Tianlong from Yi family fort to win. If anyone found out, they'd surely scorn him. The martial arts practice ground was crowded today, with chairs brought out from the reception hall. Even Song Haoran, who rarely made appearances, sat in the central seat. As for the people from the Li family and Yi family fort, they were seated on both sides, except for Song Yichun and Song Bingsheng. The rest of the Song family stood on the side. As for the 3 contestants, they had long taken their positions in the center. According to last year's rules, if no one challenged Song Kaixian, he would naturally take first place. The second place would then be contested between Li Yunsong and Yi Tianlong. Last year, Yi Tianlong had reached the peak of the 3rd layer of inner strength, while Li Yunsong was only at the late stage of the same level back then. Thus, the second place naturally went to Yi Tianlong. This year's contest was presided over by Song Yichun, following the established rule that the host family appoints the moderator. He first asked the 2 contestants in the arena, Nephew Yunsong, Nephew Tianlong, do either of you wish to challenge my son this year? Second Master Song, this year I would like to seek advice from Brother Kaixian, Yi Tianlong said, glancing at Li Yunsong, clearly no longer regarding his late-stage 3rd layer of inner strength as a threat. Indeed, Yi Tianlong had successfully broken through to the 4th layer of internal strength half a year ago. However, the Yi family manor had never publicly announced this fact. Even within the manor itself, only a handful of individuals were aware of his achievement. Over the past 6 months, Yi Tianlong had also cultivated a martial skill, the ever-changing whirlwind. Essentially, the ever-changing whirlwind was nothing more than the art of throwing flying daggers. This was a sudden strike martial technique, immensely powerful. Yet as a concealed weapon, most martial artists scorned practicing it. But Yi Tianlong, desperate to win this competition, could no longer afford such scruples. He was burning with impatience to become the top 3rd-generation disciple of Datong County, a title that would satisfy his vanity. Besides, the Song Manor had held first place for years. Surely it was time for a change this year. Oh, whereas nephew Li, Song Yichun was somewhat surprised. After all, Song Kaixian had reached the 4th level of inner strength, utterly incomparable to them stuck at the 3rd level. Song Yichun suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Yi Tianlong had already advanced to the 4th level? If that were truly the case, then Song Kaixian would be in trouble. After all, he had only mastered evasion techniques and basic boxing forms. He'd be at a serious disadvantage in a real fight. P.S. My child came down with a high fever yesterday, so we spent the whole day at the hospital. The fever still hasn't completely subsided today, and we'll have to go back again, probably tomorrow too. These past few days' updates were all from my backlog. I don't know how I'll manage when the backlog runs out. The pressure is intense. Your support would mean everything right now.